vitu vya One Kenya Alliance, ni kazi, ikiwa ni cake, bado tunaibake. Sijui itaiva vizuri, sijui namna gani, hatujui. Okay? Bado tunaiunda. Okay? Yes. Hiyo ndio vitu nataka nikwambie. Ya pili, wakati tutakuja kupiga kura na vitu ikibaki vile iko hivi, halafu Raila, Kalonzo hawezi kuunga mkono Musalia Mudavadi, mimi nitapigia William Ruto kura. Lakini ikiwa mkijana wetu atasimama na wengine wamuunge mkono, and we have a realistic chance, tutakufa na wetu. Okay? Nadhani wacha tuelewane. Lakini Western Province saa hizi vyama ni viwili. Okay? Tuko na Fort Kenya, tuko na ANC. Story finished. Mambo ya ODM tunataka tuanze kusema ilikuwa past tense. Mambo ya ODM sisi tumetoka ndani, na tisi wacha tuendelee we have to grow our parties. Wakati tunaongea hivyo, watu wanasema Waluhya ni wakabila. Mtu asikudanganya ati tutaanza kudanganyana na kusema Raila mambo yake ilikwisha bana. Okay? Raila hajui kutengeneza urafiki. Unajua, ikiwa ujui kutengeneza urafiki, you can never rule this country. Lazima ujue kutengeneza urafiki. Raila alikuwa na William Ruto, si ndio? Wakati ule.
Na lazima tuheshimu ofisi ya rais. Rais ako na haki ya kutembea kila mahali. Na si lazima akwambie anakuja. Ni rais wake. Sasa ukisema kwamba wewe rais asipokuita akwambie ati utapiga kelele, wewe unakaa mtu mjinga tu. So wajumbe wa Western Province, Mheshimiwa Rais anakuja Western. Instead ya sisi kukaa chini tuangalie ile mambo ambayo yanatusumbua, atupea nafasi tumuongeleshe, tunaanza kupigana, lazima tuongeleshe kwanza. Wewe ni nani? Sisi katika eneo bunge la Buisero hii, nataka nimshukuru Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta sana, kwa sababu kuna kazi ambayo amefanya hapa. Tukiangalia hapa chini Mishangu, kuna college inajengwa hapa. Inaitwa Buisero Technical and Vocational College. Mwenye ametoa hiyo ofisi ya hiyo college ni Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Muigai. Hizi stimu unaona tunaleta hapa ni stimu ambayo Mheshimiwa Rais amesema tuwekewe katika eneo bunge la Buisero, na tumeweka kila mahali, tunaendelea kuweka kila mahali. Hii barabara ya kutoka Shatsala kuja pale Manyuria kuja hapa Ikolomani, kuja hapa Ikolomani imejengwa na Mheshimiwa Uhuru Muigai. Na amesema tujengewe barabara kutoka Buisero mpaka pale Shilinga Junction. Amesema tujengewe barabara kutoka Manyuria mpaka Dudi. Tujengewe barabara kutoka hapa Kumutibo ifike mpaka ile ya Doho iende Dudi. Mtu akifanyia hivyo utaanza kuongea kama mjinga. So Mheshimiwa Rais atakuja hapa Kakamega huku next week but one. Na kama atupea nafasi tuongee naye kabla hajakuja ni sawa. Kama atakuwa amepata ama atakuwa na wakati na program mrefu, sisi kama wajumbe, mimi Pasua kama Aseka nitaungana na yeye akitembea katika mkoa wa Magharibi. Party leader wetu anaitwa nani? Sisi tumetumiwa vibaya kwa muda mrefu. Viongozi wengine wa kisiasa wanafikiria ukitaka kupata mahali kuna kura rais, enda kwa Waluhya. Tumeambia Mheshimiwa Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi ya kwamba asiposimama kutetea kiti cha urais 2022 tutalima yeye vibongo ile hajaiona tu. Wakalenjin wako na William Samoei Ruto. Na sijaona Mkalenjin ambaye anatusi Ruto. Wajaluo wako na mzee ambaye miaka yake inazidi kuwa mingi, anaitwa Raila Amolo. Ukiangalia kule Central Kenya kuna Uhuru Mwengai. Ukienda kule kwa Wakamba kuna Kalonzo Musyoka. Na Wakamba wote wanafanya nini? Alafu kija hapa kuna watu wanadanganya, Waluhya hawezi kuwa pamoja. Nini? Tumesema sisi kama wajumbe wa eneo bunge katika Western Province tuko nyuma ya Wycliffe Musalia. Sisi tulikuwa tunaenda Canaan na mzee. Mnakumbuka tukasema nasa hao? Tukaanza safari ya kwenda wapi? Musalia tuwepa. Akasema nenda kukojoa, akapotea. Akaenda kule State House, akafanya handshake, akapewa handshake. Miradi yote ya maendeleo ambayo Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta alimpea, agawe na Musalia, agawe na Kalonzo, agawe na Coast, agawe na North Eastern, zote alipeleka Nyanza.
Gaddafi. Unmute your mic to
Mambo. Hebu nipe remote. Hello. Mutembei mambo.
Salama. Nini umefungulia huko nyuma?
Gani?
Sawa.
Ni mtoto tu mbeba.
Sasa bwana,
ni mtoto
mpaka support Mudavadi wakiwa na Kalonzo, otherwise mtapigia Ruto. Mbona mwezi ambia Ruto yeye support Mudavadi? Gaddafi uko na kelele huko nyuma.
Lakini si nimesikia fununu Mudavadi anakutana na Ruto next week.
So ndio maana.
So huyo ana msimamo, bado amekaa kwa fence, ajui anaenda wapi.
Jex endeleza kidogo.
Niaje wa jamaa. Hello.
Mambo.
Niaje Gaddafi.
Kwa sana jamaa.
Siku nyingi sijakuona hii maeneo jamaa.
Ni watoto, mimi na babysit bwana.
Sawa, Kaboy, how are you?
We are good.
Wekesa niaje? Mute moja umeasha mbili leo. Niaje, unaniona? Unanisikia? Kuria vipi jamaa?
Niko sawa, niko salama dadi.
Sande yako inakuletaje leo?
Sande yangu si mbaya, ni mzuri sana.
Yeah. Okay. Wekesa niaje brother?
Niko poa.
Sande yako imekuaje leo sijakuona maeneo yote?
Nimekuwa salama.
Ama ulikuwa umeenda Suna East?
Alikuwa na ubiri.
Gaddafi, umesikia ujamaa wanahubiri sasa tufanyie hapo kwa WhatsApp. Huku nje na
ubiri yanga watu wa WhatsApp tu.
Wewe mtu wa baba.
Injili yako ni baba. Kuria unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana.
Wekesa, I think leo umefungua mara mbili. Bwana angalia kama ni YouTube au jamii.
Let me just go off
Okay.
Bora kazie nikirudi.
Siwezi, unanijua tu. Okay, karibu kila mtu. I can see people are joining us. Hope we are loud and clear. Jane Mevo, thank you so much for joining us. It's been long. Asante sana. Evo Niaje, my brother, good to see you. It's been long as well. Karibuni. Let's do this. Okay. Gaddafi, unasema unasikia fununu kwa ground, watu wanasema nani na nani wana meet next week. Gaddafi, can you hear me? Hello, Gaddafi, can you hear me? Mugambi, unanisikia? Am I audible to people?
Loud and clear. Yeah, we can hear you bro.
Ni aje, Sunday yako imekuaje?
Yangu imekuwa poa. Sina maneno.
Nice. Nataka kushift from simu niingie na laptop
Okay, sawa.
Okay. Moses jamaa, we sawa, ni aje?
Aje mtu wangu.
Umejificha nyuma hii tent jamaa, siku hizi uonekani nini?
Mimi niko kibao.
Yes, nakupata.
Nice. Okay. Festus jamaa, vipi? Festus, can you hear me? Evo, good to see you as well. We shall see you in the live badai. Before we begin, allow me to salamia everybody. Nimesalamia Evo, nimesalamia Jane, Anderson, VP Jamal, good to see you. And many others who are joining in. The link is there. The studio is yet to be filled. Karibuni. Mugambi.
Yes.
Hii story unaionaje? Do you think we should change the running mate for Baba this time round and have Mudavadi do it again?
Do you know? Even in our local place, we normally say, you can't make a poor man an elder. So,
at what?
You can't make a poor man an elder. So Mudavadi needs first of all to make his people of Luhya to speak in one voice, so that they can come to negotiate with Baba.
Oh, okay. So according to you, unaona kwanza atafute Luhya unity.
Bwana Jex.
Yeah, yes, actually, no. I think first of all,
nilikuwa nataka Wakenya wajue namna hii.
Who is talking? I can't see the person talking.
Tino.
Who is talking?
I think Tino is talking,
Tino, you're the one talking?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
But
yes. Mudavadi nationwide ni 200,000 na kura ya Kalonzo nationwide ni 150,000.
At 150.
Na kura ya Raila ni kama nusu, sasa inakuwa kama 8 million.
Okay.
Sasa ukisema Raila aweke 8 million nyuma ya 150,000, it is nearly impossible.
Lakini Tino, swali ni kwako ni naona kama 8 million ni combination ya the entire team, si mtu mmoja, kwa sababu hawezi sema ati Kamba region iko na watu 150 peke yake, hawezi sema Nyanza rather Western kuko na watu 200 peke yao. I think the combination of the 8 million and speaking about of Raila, it's a combination of all the efforts that everybody brings on the table. You cannot really say this is what someone brings on the table if you have not taken your data right. Ama unazi base from what?
Unaona Bwana Jex,
Tino, umenisikia kweli? Yes sir.
Kambas wako nyuma ya Raila. Yeah, nimekupata.
Okay. Hawayuko nyuma ya mtu wao Kalonzo.
Kambas wako nyuma ya Raila. So hiyo 150,000 naongelea ni ile kidogo kidogo yenye ameshindwa ile sasa ya Kalonzo yake sasa. Of course Raila has a say in Kambani. Yes. Same to Western.
Okay. Sawa. Hata nisikie maoni ya mwenye anakufuata. Wewe mwenye kando yako Tino ongea Simoni jina. Kuria, yes. Kuria unadai aje?
Yeah. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema Musalia Mudavadi minus Raila Odinga. Musalia Mudavadi hakuna kitu because
serious.
Hata ukiangalia wakati alikuwa amesimama president, even the polling station yenye alienda kuvutia alikuwa ameshindwa na Raila Odinga. Kwa hivyo hata
alivutia wapi Sabatia? Alivutia wapi
the polling station Sabatia? Hiyo polling station yenye alikuwa ameshindwa na you can angalia kwa statistics zipo, alikuwa ameshindwa na Raila Odinga. So mtu kama Raila Odinga to become a president, anataka mtu maybe akwe that I think a president wenye nafikiria according to me anaweza chukua maybe a running mate, I think is Mount Kenya region, kwa sababu naangalia mtu mwenye atakuja na mimi kwa meza.
Sasa nikuulize
mtu kama
acha nikuulize Mr. Kuria. Hiyo central, the reason as to why unahitaji is because maybe they might support their own. What if this time round the Luhya nation decide to support their own? Don't you think it can change the dice?
No, I think according to me what I think mambo ya Raila Odinga, like ikifika hapo mambo ya kuunite Luhya ni wengi sana, lakini when it comes to the unity of Luhya, it is very difficult. My friend, let me tell you, it is very difficult.
What makes it difficult?
Wacha nikwambie, to unite ujue hata huko kwa Luhya kuna Raila mingi sana huko.
Okay.
Luhya Raila ni mingi sana huko, na watu ni kama I think ni kama huwa wana support Raila kwa roho yao yote. Like kama Musalia Mudavadi, I don't think he can make a good deputy. Okay, he can make a good president, but kuangalia kitu tunaita political matrix, hakuna mahali anaingia anajapata kiti ya deputy president. It's very difficult.
Okay.
Na saizi mtu kama Raila Odinga akichukua mtu kama Musalia Mudavadi, utaona hiyo kitu italeta shida, hata pata zile kura za kuweza kukua 50+1, kwa sababu sisi watu wa Kenya tunafuta mambo hata tunaangalia huyo mtu amechukua mtu wetu, unaona. Lakini if Raila want to become the president, a free advice, either he choose a man from deputy president from Mount Kenya region or Eastern. Kama hatachukua hivyo ataanguka asubuhi.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah.
Mr. Moses, before I go to Wekesa, because Wekesa is the best person to tell us why is the Luhya unity not a challenge. Gaddafi, I'm coming to you. Acha nikoje kwanza kwa Moses.
Yeah.
Moses,
you know,
what do you see? The combination of Musalia being supported by Baba, actually Baba being a running mate. The thought of it is even laughable anyway.
I think Baba being a running mate is a laughable matter.
Yeah, it is.
Another thing, you know, like let's say mimi mtu wa Ruto. If you talk about Machakos people, I will tell you that in Machakos or Eastern, it's all for Ruto. And as the same to Raila, they will tell you that, oh, Raila has all Machakos. As to Kalonzo, the same thing. They'll be like, oh, Kalonzo has all the coastal. So, here, we don't have an idea. But if you go around the circle, then you average like Raila, Kalonzo, Ruto, average them, you will find that both of them, they have a portion of a region. And then talking about the Luhya, talking about Luhya unity, Luhya is not for Raila, Ruto, it's not for Mudavadi. In 2013, when Mudavadi brought thanks from ODM, he was depending on from and in that
was just a moment. Magara, if you can mute your mic, okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead, Moses.
And in that Western, in 2015, Mudavadi lost votes in Western Province. History repeats itself. I'm not strongly a supporter of Baba, but I'm sure he still has a chunk of votes in Western Province, And the famous William Ruto. Ruto made a lot of inroads in Western Province. And I'm sure if these three, Ruto, Raila, Mudavadi, if any of them runs, I'm sure Ruto will be in a second place in Western Province. Second place.
Let me ask you, Moses, if you're saying of the inroads Ruto have made, the Matungu and Kabuchai spoke a different thing, given that really we didn't see the impact that we really anticipated. What do you think has changed in the by-elections?
Portion of Western Kenya votes, but I think UDA candidate was a number 2, right?
Yeah, the other one, I think number 3. I'm not sure. I think
So number 2, number 3. Also, if you look at Kisii, UDA did better than expected. They were number 2. So
number 3. Number 2 was Jubilee, but the difference was 300 votes.
300 votes, right? With Jubilee. But what matters, they were number 2. Even if you win, you are a number 1 with, let's say, with only 1 vote. You've won.
You have already won, yeah.
You carry the day.
Okay.
And, hey, Gaddafi, how are you, brother? I haven't seen you for a while. But that's what I really had to say about Western. And, expect more and more political formation coming up. And then these threats, Unasketi, Mudavadi, I don't know, they have to support our candidate. If you look at Kenya, what's messing up our candidates like Mutuwetu. I saw Mutembei posted this politician from Western. He was like, Raila has to support Mudavadi because Mudavadi ni Mutuwetu. These are the things that is spoiling our country. Hii issue ya Mutuwetu. If it were Mutuwetu, I would be supporting Raila right now because I'm from Nyanza. But because I believe in one unity, one Kenya, I decided to cross here and be a supporter of William Ruto because I see a capability on him. And that capability, somebody else can't see it, And I just believe to be a president of Kenya, no matter where you come from. But if we leave this idea of Mtuwetu, we will be one Kenya and we'll be aiming for a better place or a better position, But I don't support somebody because he's a Mtuwetu or because he comes from our own place or our region. I support because of a capability, your policies or whatever I see new. The other time I saw people bashing up bottoms-up economy. Well, you have your own opinion to define it the way you want it. But our party leader is the one who came up with the idea. So he understands it better than the way. Because, if you look at today, people are trying to shift. They're trying to shift their own, they're trying to shift from their political beliefs to our bottoms-up economy. Now, bottoms-up economy today, making memes about it, they're making places about it, but they haven't asked the owner of this bottoms-up economy on how it is going to work. You know,
Okay.
Ruto understands it better, and he explains it better. You know, and I'm sure even my brother Gaddafi agree with me. Hey Gaddafi, how are you doing, bro? That's my submission.
I'm good.
Okay. Umeguza vitu mingi, but it's okay. We'll eventually tackle all of them. Wekesa, what do you think? Should Baba now play second fiddle to to Musalia or any other?
Yeah, okay. I normally say that civilization does not flow backwards. Once you are in front, you cannot be number two. That is how that's how life is designed, and there's no way you can overturn it. Even if we used a bottom-up approach, Baba still remains on top. Just as there is no way Uhuru and Ruto could flip the card so that Ruto is at the top and Uhuru is number two. You have to push it that such that huyu amalize tamu yake aende na huyu mwingine aingie. So in the NASA dream, since they decided that Raila is number one, the idea was either to push him, he goes through, or wafike mahali aseme mimi sasa nime step down, I'm not continuing, you guys proceed. But there's no way he can come and be number two of the others.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense. Okay. I also want to say that politics is about numbers and stamina. So you come together and everybody proclaims his power and autonomy. If you carry the day, then you rule over the others.
Okay.
So they haven't proved in that caucus, they haven't proved that they are better than Raila. He's still ahead of them. So when it comes to leadership, he will get it first before they get it. I think ideally, if they wanted the NASA dream to work, even if they were not to work under the umbrella called NASA, that they have to push him get where he wants, and then he prepares a way for them. This is an analogy that Wamalo Gijana had. That
So
in leadership, it's good to learn to... Yes.
I don't know why
it's good to learn to hold the ladder for others.
I wanted
when
to
they
ask
reach
you.
at the top.
I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
In the event that maybe they look maybe they think if they were to change the position. I don't know why kuna echo. I don't know. I don't know if it is. Okay, so I'm saying, I don't know what do you think? What if maybe they are looking at it from this angle? They have tried to have Baba on the lead, and he has not really achieved the seat. So maybe they are thinking if maybe we change the first person, then him being a running mate. Do you think the change of the two, as much as I don't see it happening, but honestly, if we were to change the two sides where he be a running mate, support any person, either Kalonzo, Musalia, or any other person, do you think that change of dynamics, do you think it can really work in their favor this time around?
Let me demystify what these guys are saying. Let me begin by Wetangula. Wetangula comes from Bungoma, and his influence is limited to Bungoma. And even in Bungoma itself, right now he's fighting. There are two splinter groups, Fort Kenya of Wetangula and Fort Kenya of Wamunyinyi. Now, leadership is known with your ability to mobilize. If he cannot mobilize a county alone, even the only governor that was elected on Fort Kenya is still not supporting him. So if you cannot marshal your troop from politics begins from the local area. If you cannot marshal your troop, then you cannot tell me that Wetangula is more sellable in Mount Kenya than Bungoma. It doesn't make sense. You cannot tell me that Mudavadi is more sellable in Mount Kenya than Western, because he's not even able to bring Western into his side. So how sure are we that this guy can mobilize Mount Kenya? You know, that is a politics of gamble. So the only person who has proved that he can get votes outside is either Raila or Ruto. So even when they go all of them to the mountain, I can tell you for free that Raila's votes in Mount Kenya will be more than Mudavadi's votes. And yes, the only person maybe who can defeat him or be better in Mount Kenya is Ruto. But these others, they look, okay, they are banging on a myth that doesn't exist. They haven't proved anywhere, because even in their bedroom, Raila has an ODM governor in Vika where Mudavadi comes from. So he cannot tell us anything.
Mm-hmm. So, the final question before I go to I think you should be muting your mic. Okay. The final question is, given the numbers, do you think if, for example, all the leaders, especially from the Western side, they were to unite, let's say Oparanya, the Bungoma senator, all of them, they decide now, just like Wamalwa Kijana wanted them to unite and many other leaders who came before, if they now decide to make a one cry on call of unity of purpose, that it is now one of their own to go for their seat, do you think that might persuade Baba to maybe finally say, I can support this person be the president? Do you think that can change the perspective from Raila?
Let me say, unity of Luhya is very elusive. One of the things, even when we came to 2002, there was Wamalwa and there was Mudavadi. But what happened, the unity of Luhya was achieved when the nation was moving in the one direction. And so, because all of us in Western had one common denominator, all of us were in opposition, though we were not united. So we had to move in one direction. And so there was a national thing that even brought us together. Most people attribute it to Wamalwa, yes, but also they need to see the momentum of 2002 that united us. Otherwise, we have look at it this way. Mudavadi and this other guy, Wetangula, they are working together, yes. They even support each other. But when it comes to like just agreeing who between them can lead is a problem. Even uniting their two parties. If these guys were serious, they would have done it. But they know, they understand the dynamics of Western, and it takes a great leader to unite Western. Okay. And so it's even easier for Raila to mobilize all of them to be united than themselves uniting, because it takes a great leader to bring unity in a tribe where there is a lot of sub tribes and disunity.
Okay. Okay. Before I come to you, I don't know why today your side has a challenge. I don't know why.
I'm changing. I need to change. I'm using a different phone. Let me just change it.
Okay, please do.
Let me change. I'll come back.
Okay. Mako, is it Mako? Help me pronounce your name, sir.
That is Makoha from Western.
Oh, Makoha from Western. Oh,
yes.
The K is silent.
Yeah, the K has ha ha ha. So you must.
Oh, it's ha.
Yes.
Okay. Forgive us. We are learning.
Yeah. It's
now let me ask you from where you come from, or rather from where you sit. Do you think it's time we have a Musalia Tosha moment with Baba being his running mate? Do you think that is something achievable, or we are daydreaming?
it is the only way of getting presidency from Ruto. It's the only way.
Why do you say so, sir?
It is the only way because if I think of the Central, I've been making some inroads in Central. Central, they really don't want Ruto, but they have no option. The entire country is running against that, but they have no option. Now, if you forward Mudavadi, Raila is a good player, but as people have always said, Raila is a good player like Messi, but overmarked. He has put a lot of enemies along the road. He is overmarked. So in a football match, what do? If a player is overmatched, you'll pass to a player who people wouldn't think he would score. That is the only way of ensuring NASA's NASA is now dead. If Raila comes to Okoa, that is the only way he can make it, because if Raila decides to run and Mudavadi and his troops decide also to run, we are not going to achieve 50+1. We are not going to achieve it. But if Raila goes, Ruto might even come back and take Mudavadi as a running mate, because he wouldn't need a running mate from Central, because Central will never give Raila. So Mudavadi is the only scorecard, is the only secret, and Baba might have just to sit back and say, Mudavadi tosha. People will say, will Mudavadi make it? Well, Raila has gone 4 times. Has he made it? People say that.
But let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Yes.
From the two guys, Musalia and Kalonzo, on their own, their performance has not really reached something that can be talked of compared to what Baba can do.
Yes.
So do you think that now now they have the muscles to really command, to be the leader and Baba be a follower? Do you think they have garnered the same?
Yeah, now these people have really helped Baba. They cannot. As I've said, Raila here is the Cristiano Ronaldo, a guy who can push the ball, but he's overmarked.
Okay.
So the only way that he has to do is to bring all his energies and try to push the pass for some other guy to score. Is the only way of getting this thing. But if we go the way we are going this way, if Raila decides to run, Mudavadi decides to run, Kalonzo, I know with the Okoa, they will come together with Mudavadi and they put up something. I am sure even if they say Kalonzo or Mudavadi somewhere there, I think it's just time they tried a different player. A player who is not overmarked. Raila is a very excellent player, but overmarked. But if they tried someone, and then Raila will have to bring his force the way he did with Kibaki, and then, I mean, maybe the presidency was never supposed to go to him. Sometimes we just swallow it and we say, okay, but let me ensure my younger brothers who've been supporting me, they also get it. The reason why, even in Kakamega here, I am in Kakamega right here, the reason why I'm telling you, Raila here won't command much. Here in Kakamega County, you count, Jubilee has 4 MPs in Kakamega County. Raila has only 2. And as we are going to this, I'm telling you, Kakamega County, there's only going to be one ODM MP closer to Butere, those sides. Is the only one who's going to be MP because it's closer to the border. But right now here, ODM and all that is gone. So it's a matter of them sitting together and crafting up a plan of understanding.
So Magoha, when you say ODM is gone, what has come? What are the people saying on the ground? Who is now the new face of Western?
The person, the new face of Western here from Kakamega County, coming from Vihiga and going through this side, I'll tell you is ANC. Because even Oparanya, do you know the MCA of Oparanya is an ANC member? The MP of Oparanya is an ANC member. But someone will say, why is Oparanya the governor? Oparanya is the governor because people voted for him because he delivered. You know, he's on his promises and everything he did was good. But now Oparanya is going. Oparanya has been playing a very vital role in the ODM in Western. But now the guy is retiring. So they lose the muscle, because with the governor's officer, you can really move the party. But right now, ODM, they don't have a governor here there is no person they're fronting, even up to now. So it's really going to kill. So those are some of the dynamics. The governors also, they really push the party's agendas. And most of the governors who are going out of the parties, they fail to get some foot soldiers here.
Okay. Let me just interject 1 second.
Okay.
Daudi Tonje kidogo tu, I was to come to you after I am from Ruhya. Is it okay?
Yeah, that's fine. No problem.
Okay.
No,
Ruhya
but I was just to say, that was just 1 second. I was just saying, I think the only problem why the people of ODM are complaining is Raila is not communicating at all. He's not communicating.
I think he has been communicating. If you have had, you know, there are several ways of communicating, directly or indirectly. Indirectly, he has been showing all the symptoms of someone who needs the helm of governance.
But the message is not getting to the right audience. He's not communicating. I'm not even an ODM person.
Okay. I'll come to you kidogo, Daudi Tonje. Allow me to go to Ruhya. Ruhya.
Good evening.
Ni aje umepotea sana.
Thank
Kuna
you
swali
very
tu
much.
moja nilikuwa nataka kuuliza. Hii uwanja hapo kwenyu. Yenye uliniambia ukitoka hapo tu kwa dirisha unaiona. Iliundwa tu hiyo siku ama bado inaendelea?
I will come to that. Let me
no, start with
actually
that,
Makoha. I like what Makoha has said. And he has really talked about he has really touched very critical areas. First, I don't think that Western, like Kakamega, for example, they going forward, they even in 2017, they voted based on the parties, the political parties, but because there are a lot of parties there, they voted based on the individuals.
Okay.
So they don't care about the parties. I'm not saying that NCA is carrying the day, but I'm saying they actually care about the individuals who can actually deliver. Secondly, presidency 2022, I think Mount Kenya remains as a swing vote, and anybody who wants to be president in this country must create a running mate from Central. If they are not going to have, because they are not going to have a strong candidate. So anybody who is interested in the seat, you cannot have a Mudavadi Raila or Raila Mudavadi ticket and win. It is not going to work out. So that one, just forget. If Mudavadi wants to be president, he actually must lead. And if he's serious, he needs to get somebody from Central. Because in Nyanza, we already have a strong candidate, which is Raila Amolo Odinga. So presidency is like taking a penalty. It is not a match. You've talked of Raila is overmarked. Yeah, he is overmarked. He might be overmarked. But this is penalty now. So you just go for your the best player or the best taker of penalties. So that is where we are right now. And I don't think that Musalia, if I look at everything and the logistics and the rubrics, sioni kama Musalia combined with Kalonzo and Wetangula, I don't think they present something. They are only adding. You know, you look at what you bring on table, because theirs is to top up. Wow, wanna top up. Even if they go to UDA, they will top up. Okay. If they come to Raila, they will top up. Very important. Their votes are very important, but it's a top up. So, Makoha, you must know that. So I can come to your question. I can come to your question.
Before you go to the stadium question, let me ask you, what do you think makes it difficult for the Luhya to really unite? Because Wekesa and Magoha, the two people I have already in the panel, these two panelists don't agree, and they are the sample size I have. What makes the difference? Ama, there are so many sub-clans in the Luhya nation that we really need
Not
to
really, not really. You see, that is, it depends on how they started. You know, if they started, unajua, like in Luo Nyanza,
okay,
or in Central, we had strong guys. We in Luo here, we had people. We had Tomboya, we had Jaramogi, we had so many people here.
Okay.
But the moment Jaramogi passed and Tomboya was not there, then Raila made himself. He was not made. So he was followed because we saw that in him. Same to William Ruto in Rift Valley. He has not waited for anybody to endorse him, but he has actually made himself to be the kingpin. So that is a credit that we have not seen anybody in Luhya land who comes out strongly to claim the community and unite them. So that is where the difference is, because in Luhya land you get Musalia is not very strong. He rides on other people's shoulder. So that is where his problem is. Oh, if Musalia was somebody that was bold enough, strong enough, he would be carrying the Luhya's votes, because there was a gap when Wamalwa died. You know, we had Masinde Muliro, Wamalwa, and the rest. So when these people died, especially when Wamalwa died, Musalia Mudavadi had the opportunity, but he missed the golden bus because he was being carried by Moi and some other people. So while he was being carried the other side, Raila was in Western already. And again, he has ANC. ANC has taken seats in Luhya land, but I don't actually associate it with the party. I associate it with the individuals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go to the stadium.
The stadium.
Stadium ilikuwa ya tarehe moja ama iliendelea kuundwa? I really wanted to understand.
The stadium is complete, and I think it's a very good thing for us. Now the roads around the stadium are being constructed.
Okay.
And this is real development. And there's another road that goes to Kakamega. I think if Rekesa came to Kisumu recently, you saw that road had stalled. There are a lot of flyovers, interchanges that were being built. So they are ongoing, and we are very happy about Handshake.
Okay. So do we need a handshake party?
That is left for politicians. But let me tell you one thing. You know, these people are wasting our time. The so-called Kalonzo, Wetangula, we know very well.
Someone here has called them. There's this person, someone here, I think it is Simon. Simon calls them, they are joyriders. Are they joyriders, honestly?
They are joyriders. Because if somebody wants to be backed, take for example Musalia or Wetangula. You know, in fact, Wetangula, we should not even talk about him, because I don't even think that his party has. I think he has Chris Wamalwa and himself. I don't know the other person. Musalia is not strong enough.
Hey, Ruhya.
Wacha nimalize. Let me finish.
Wetangula has
Moses has a question for you.
He has Olago Alwatch.
Olago Alwatch?
Yes.
But it's okay. If he has Olago Alwatch, it's okay. There's no problem. But we know, in our minds, we know what is going on.
So, over 10 MPs, man.
He also has an MP.
Don't interrupt me. Is that Clinton? And I'm not even seeing.
Yeah, hata sijui anaongelea wapi. I don't know, yeye amejita pseudo name hapa Jamiwani.
Let me tell you one thing.
He's talking behind the scenes anyway.
These people are just buying time. But the real thing is, we have William Ruto and Oda. But then Wekesa said that William Ruto and Raila has got a national outlook. For William Ruto, we don't know, because the only time he went alone was in 2010, whereby he got votes from Kalenjin Nation only. So for him, he has not been tested. But he has actually posed as a strong candidate who can have a stab at the presidency.
But Rupiah, let me ask you a direct question. Compared to Baba, who has not really tried to do some of the things Ruto has tried, I have not seen ODM feeling a candidate a place like Juja or Kiambaa, but Ruto has tried, been there, and has won the seat. Don't you think that speaks volumes about him?
Not really. That is madness. That is totally madness because you know when we were in NASA.
1 second.
I'm coming to you, Toje. After Rupiah, you are the one coming in.
No, ni second moja tu, hata kidogo tu namuuliza Rupiah tu. Huko kwetu Rift Valley 2007. Unajua vile tuliwekelea pap 100%.
It was an ODM zone, eh?
Kabisa.
Yes.
Yani, that's why hata sasa nashangaa, Pilawa say our fellow brothers, the Nilos, the Luhas. Vile wanaongea. Ni kama hawatujui hata ni sisi nani.
I'm coming to you ili utusaidie kujibu hiyo swali. Rupiah.
Let me just tell him.
Answer my question first. What do you think that Baba has not yet done, that Ruto has tried, given that he has gone to a place that is not his stronghold? Actually, I think he has tried every place. He has gone to Western, tried, didn't succeed. Tried Nairobi.
You know, Oda is a young bull that is trying to climb the cow from the front. And successfully. Okay. But let me tell you, that is madness, because if you know, even if there was respect between Uhuru and Ruto, I think Ruto would have not failed a candidate in Juja and in Kiambaa. But because
democracy is not about
disrespectful, no, the democracy can be negotiated. Let me tell you, there is negotiated democracy. Like in NASA, when we had NASA, you could see that we negotiated that in Bonchari or whatever, in Kisii, it's an ODM stronghold. So it's ODM that is going to field a candidate. So NASA wins. So because you are partners.
Rupiah, you're forgetting. In Bonchari, Jubilee fielded a candidate, and actually I remember correctly, Wiper, ANC, Fort Kenya, and KANU, they all supported the Jubilee candidate. So it was not a NASA affair. It was a different story when it came to Bonchari. Unfortunately, ODM won.
Yeah, that one, you know, that one they were personal. But they actually, the correct thing is, if you are in a coalition with somebody, if you are partners, then if you have somebody's stronghold, you're not supposed to field a candidate. You're supposed to sit down and agree so that we go as NASA and we win. You see, that is being wise. But if the order is also trying, we can exonerate them because it's a young party that is trying to get candidates, is trying to get numbers. Okay. So they end up fielding candidates everywhere.
Okay.
But I don't think they will field everywhere in 2022 because even Moses Kura is taking up Central. He wants to field his own candidates.
Okay.
Then my friend who just talked down here, let me tell you one thing. We were friends, but in 2007, you really supported us. And we are appreciating up to now. We haven't forgotten. It's only that in 2013, mliamua kuenda pande ile. That one is also your democratic right. You can make your own choice.
Okay.
Then sahi,
so Rupiah, they have a right kuitisha warudishiwe mkono. As I finish with you now.
Let me finish. Sahi, hii kitu umeona sisi na hii kitu ni hivi tu. Iko karibu. Okay. So what if the best way that Ruto could be president in 2027 is to support Raila Odinga now. So he supports Raila Odinga now. In 2027, Raila will support him. That is automatic. Okay. And if he had supported Raila in 2013, Raila would support him in 2022, no matter what. That would be a fact. Raila would be going home happy. Ruto supported him, and Ruto would become president. Because
No,
Sisi Wajaluo, we are not
no
we
Rupia.
are not Kigeugeu.
No Rupia.
So you
Kigeugeu.
you 2022.
Acha Rubia kwanza ni
Hold
mjibu
on.
kwanza.
If you are not Kigeugeu, why isn't it like in 2017? You could have supported Kalonzo. Who cares whether you got it or you didn't get it? Now again you are going to run. You're gonna create another MOU. What if you don't get it again? You will be going against it.
Let me tell you, my friend.
No.
All these things were pre-election pacts.
Yes, it's a pre-election pact.
We were going to Canaan.
Yes.
We have not even reached Canaan, and we agreed to go to Canaan together. So
yes.
You want us to change leadership? We have not reached Canaan. So wait, Kalonzo should wait.
It doesn't matter.
We are still building bridges on River Jordan.
Rupia, if you make a bet, let's say Manchester United and Chelsea are having a game, right? Then you bet with your friend that if Manchester beats Chelsea, I give you $50. If Chelsea beat Manchester, you give me $50. You have to make sure that you fulfill your promise when you lose, right? The same thing should apply to Baba. If he say he was going to support Kalonzo in 2017, he could have done that. Let's not.
Did he say that?
No, hold on. Let's not come up with ideas that, oh, he did not win. Let's make another pre-election pact. No, Ruto, the other time Ruto was talking in I don't know, was a funeral or fundraising. And then he was talking about like in 2007, they made an agreement, Baba to become the president, Musalia to become Ruto was to become prime minister. And then they fought na ile yangu ambayo nilipigia ndio sasa ameenda nayo. Sasa mimi wakanirusha pengine. Unaona? So there should be this just proves that Baba did not stand up with this msimamo. And 2017 also proved it. He was to support Kalonzo in 2017. But those called the so-called the cows in ODM, they came up talking about like in 2017 we didn't win, in 2013 we didn't win it. Why would we support you in 2017 if we didn't get anything that we agreed on in 2013? We didn't care whether you get it or you don't get it.
But Moses,
make sure you stand up.
Moses, there's this statement from Sifuna.
Yes.
That they don't need to kneel down so that they can make their short friends feel good. As per Sifuna, I think he was saying, ODM is a big thing. So why should they really go to what you're saying, supporting the juniors, yet they are able to make it on their own? Why should they kneel to make their short friends feel good about themselves?
They need this juniors.
Moses, you stole my show. Moses, you stole my show.
A minute.
And I was still talking.
Actually, I'm about to go to
intruded.
A minute to Moses. Moses, you are saying that Baba Kalonzo supported Baba. But when Baba needed Kalonzo so much during the swearing of the people's president,
Mugambi, listen. Don't put the mic directly on your mouth. So when you breathe in create a sound.
Yeah.
No.
Don't do that.
I would also request that anybody that is not talking, can you mute, mute please, so that we get what is being said.
For me,
I was just saying the Moses who are fine. I'm telling Moses that yes, you are right saying that Kalonzo supported Baba. But when Baba needs Kalonzo so much,
raise your voice, Kidogo Mugambi. I understand you, but
we are not able to get what you're saying.
I'm saying,
Moses
is right saying that Baba supported Kalonzo supported Baba.
Just remove that earphone and use your phone directly.
Mugambi, will try using your phone directly. See if we can hear you. We can't hear you. Try not using the earphones.
Sorry, I was mute. Sorry.
And as I was saying,
Kidogo
you know, Moses.
Kidogo to Rupia. Mugambi, are you now okay?
I think now I'm audible enough. Right now, am I audible enough?
You are very good. Now you are very good.
Yes, I'm telling Moses that he is right saying that Kalonzo supported Baba, and we appreciate that. But when Baba needed Kalonzo so much to be the people's president, Kalonzo eloped, and that marked the end of the trust. So, irrespective of what Kalonzo did in the past, on the swearing in of the people's president destroyed everything. So Kalonzo failed Baba.
But Mugambi, kidogo tu Moses. There's this statement that says, kosa moja alimtupi mke. So you cannot say that simply because haku attend function ya swearing in.
Jakes, do you know what?
So what angekuwa Soni na angekuwa vice president of the people's, okay, what would
absolutely it could be. It could be, absolutely it could be. And because he didn't come, we should not dispute that.
Sawa. Okay.
Kalonzo is a lawyer. He can't go to. He cannot go to an illegal swearing in. He's a lawyer. So.
But Wekesa.
Kwani whoever sworn him, Mikuna was not a lawyer. Kwani was sworn in by a clandestine person. My friend.
Where is Miguna? Where is Miguna?
Makoa, don't you remember there was this person TJ Kajwang, who is, he calls himself an attorney general, I think. Don't you think he also had something at stake when he participated in the swearing in?
Kalonzo is a learned lawyer. I will stand for him. He didn't have to come for an illegal. Illegal swearing in.
Kalonzo is a coward. Can I answer Kambi?
It's okay. Allow us kwanza tusikize mtu mwingine.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
And then, okay, kidogo quickly. So as we listen to other.
Mugambi, you are talking about betrayal, that Kalonzo betrayed Raila. The same thing after Raila got sworn in. He also betrayed Miguna, right? So there's around the circle. We can't talk about betrayal of one person, else we don't see that betrayal on our own. If a handshake was beneficiary, Miguna would have been in Kenya today. Because Miguna was deported to Canada after that handshake. Raila could have just made a phone call to the State House like, hey, what's going on? Because Miguna was even snatched next to Raila at the airport. So there's also betrayal from Raila's side. He betrayed Miguna, who stood up with him when no one was there and carried that Bible with him and sworn him as the people's president.
So Moses, how is
that related to Raila honoring?
Those are trivial issues, Moses.
Rupia kidogo tu. Ni sawa hata.
Even Raila himself went to the airport. Well, you kitu unasema hata he makes sense. Can you look for something else?
Sawa.
And I was talking now.
Kidogo tu Rupia because of time, na watu wengine tena wasikae sana. Daudi Tonje.
Niaje.
Allow me to give you 3 minutes to speak, then I'll go to Jamiwani, then Daktari Moli.
Yes.
But just can I allow me to finish just in 1 minute?
Just I'll allow you in the next
just round. In 1 minute.
Quickly.
Rubia tulia. Mimi mtu wa Kipkelion West. Kipkelion West iko karibu na Nyando. Nyando ni place penye Mikuna anatoka. Sisi ni wale wa Kalenjin na wa
Daudi Tonja, are you still going on?
Auskize.
Yes.
Unanisikia?
Tunakusikia, endelea.
Ndio nasema mimi ni Mkalenjin kutoka place inaitwa Kipkelion West.
Sema jamaa wa Kipkelion West.
Kipkelion West iko karibu na Muhoroni. Koru. Kwenye Choice Lapos alisikwa. Sisi tuko pale na Wajaluo. Tuko related vizuri sana. Siasa nzuri. Hizi vitu wakinarubia wanaongea saa zingine. Unashangaa hii hate imetoka wapi? That's why 07 sisi tuliweka 100% tukichua tu huyu ni ndugu yetu.
Okay.
Unasikia? So sahii kama ni kupigia watu kura yenyewe, tusikize tu maoni zao. Kama William ana make sense, tupe kura. Kama Papa is not communicating at all. Not even however much those guys wanajaribu kusema sahi ati it's a strategy that Papa towards the end of the karibia election ati ndio anasema mi ndio candidate. Watu washamtoroka Papa sahi. The only option for Papa sahi ni kushika ndugu yake William. William is a product of Papa politically. Yeye ndio student wake na ashasoma hiyo game ya Papa vizuri sana, na William ako very ahead of the game. Most of you guys mna underrate Wakale. Wakale wewe, technology icheze au nawaambia tu. So hata huwa anaangalia tu vile Papa anapanga mambo zake. William ako na intelligence katikati ya Papa tu yenye Papa haoni yani. Unaelewa? Na imagine naongea kama Mkale from the village, but I am in the position niwaambie Papa lazima change game na communicate if he really wants to be the president. However much you guys can debate all those common sense, all those common nonsense yenye akina Bernard anajaribu kusema, it makes sense akisema, lakini ikiwekwa kwa platform ya kuongelelea kama hii kitu ni ukweli, it doesn't make sense. So watu wa ODM lazima muketi dati kwanza if you really need this thing, otherwise hii game iko mbele sana. Unanisikia?
Tunakusikia.
That's why
sasa nikuulize.
Niulize
wewe kutoka umesema Kipkelion eh?
Hiyo sio place yangu, that's my mother's place, but mimi ni mtu wa town.
Okay. Do you see a possibility of you guys not supporting Ruto and maybe saying it's time we also try someone else, like let's say Gideon Moi, because he's also your son from Uganda.
Ruto is a
today alisema anataka hata kusimama. Yes. GM said today he wants to be president, or rather he has been pushed to say so.
That sounds like mnatuweka chini sana. Gideon cannot even stand for an MCA, but like he can't even win. He has money, we know him. You know he owns Kericho. Kericho calls the best place, the cleanest. He has money, but he doesn't have a test. He's just loved to be okay. That's the way it is. You know?
Let me tell you something related to that.
Tell me.
That there's somebody who has written something that there's a way that Uhuru is trying to play Baba, and then at the end of it,
Luhya also help me read kidogo. I don't know if you're able to read this other comment, iko private message. Can you be able to read it from Dr. Malud?
There's another long one, long.
Yeah,
it's very long.
There is one from Dr. Molid.
Okay.
There's another one from this other person by the name. Let me tell you the name. By the name Kilometer.
Okay. But I'm a very happy man where I see it today.
Just a moment, eh? As you prepare to read them and maybe comment on the same, allow Dr. Tonje to finish.
No, I'm commenting on both. I've read all of them at the same time.
No, but Dr. Tonje hasn't finished.
No, I just want to emphasize. Ata continue to ataendelea, but what I want to say is related to what he's saying. So what I'm saying is this: history ya kusema ati Uhuru is playing Baba and at the end of it is this. Let me tell you, as Luo Nation, Baba is our #1 candidate. The next candidate is Ruto. So if Uhuru is playing Baba, that atasimama na Oka, hiyo Oka itaanguka, my friend, because Oka itaenda wapi kama Kalenjin nation imesimama na Ruto na, and by that time you betrayed Baba na Baba due to age, yeye pia amesema it's okay, let us, wacha mimi nikae kando. Then sasa tumebaki na Oka na hiyo na Ruto. Sasa hiyo hakuna kitu Ruto anajaribu kufanya. What they are trying to do is this. They know very well that Oka is a very, very weak thing. It's Cerelac, the way it is called.
Okay.
So they want to make a way for Oka, but not in 2022.
Okay.
And what I told Daudi Tonje is that if you look at our age, we are in our evening. So we just need to support us now. Then in 2027, you will carry the day. Don't worry about that. We appreciate your support in 2007.
Just a moment.
Yeah.
So you're saying Baba ako kwa kipindi ya lala salama, eh?
Yeah, age-wise, he's old, and that is a fact. Ruto, compared to Ruto, Ruto is young. Yeah, so Ruto still has got a lot of time in politics, and he will still have more time than Baba. So that is a fact.
Okay. Dr. Malud, before I go to Jamwani, I want to read what you have written up on your mat. You're saying, for anyone to talk about who will join who, then we start with how sincere is Uhuru is to Ruto, to Raila, sorry. Personally, I'm persuaded Uhuru doesn't mean what he's saying, and with time, Uhuru will support the one Kenya king who are all having diehards of Kano. 3 factors to speak. Number 1, boldness of Wiper leader. Number 2, the one Kenya outfit is the brainchild of Uhuru. And number 3 are saying that the reluctance of the mountain to accept Raila is a design of Uhuru. All you're saying, sir, I would really want us to hear from you directly. Why do you have such sentiments, sir? Dr. Molid.
Well, hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I wish to start with all this thing about the sincerity of Uhuru. First, Raila is not the Raila we knew.
Okay.
He was wicked terribly. Coming to Western Kenya, he has taken a very bad political step.
Okay.
He attempted to kill the 2 political parties in Western Kenya, which was his stronghold.
Okay.
As we know, I don't think I need explanation.
Mm-hmm.
And the Luhyas are united now.
Okay.
The other thing is that Uhuru, the way he was running after the governors Kina Joho Kingi, and Kingi now is forming his political outfit. At the end of the day, what Uhuru wants is that, given that these guys are, Uhuru is somebody who is looking for the old Kanwe. The history of Musalia, Kalonzo, all these guys have never been a problem in the Kanu politics. And the one Kenya will finally join. And Uhuru, what he's going to do is he's going to bring the mountain with these 3 guys together. At the end of the day, Raila will only have Luhya in answer, and perhaps what he's intending is that Ruto to have the Rift Valley. And now he's just playing cards, and at the end of the game, he will either have Mudavadi, most likely Mudavadi, and Kalonzo. Kalonzo is somebody you know, but the boldness is coming out now. And the Mudavadi, the way he's sticking, something is telling me at the end of the day, either Mudavadi or Musyoka with the Kanu guy will end up there. And the mountain majority will join them, plus Ukambani, plus Western Kenya. The coast divided, Raila will not have. I think those guys can make a presidential candidate, and they might do it. That's my opinion.
So who are you saying will win? The Okawa Kenya guys or I'm not getting it right.
Yes. I'm assuming Uhuru is able to bring on board majority of the mountain.
Okay.
The Kwambani votes, the western region. And then they will go to a fishing expedition on the other parts of Kenya. The best Raila can have is Luo Nyanza. And perhaps Ruto will have certain percentage of, a small percentage of the mountain and the Rift Valley. That will not make him a president. Raila cannot make it. I think these guys will make it.
Okay.
We can't make it,
Let me tell this guy
Can I ask him a question?
One thing.
Just a moment.
Just a comment.
Let's have.
Just say one thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just telling this guy it's not about banking on Central Kenya to be the president. You know, to be a leader, these guys, the Kikuyus, have been playing with the numbers of Central. So you will think Central Kenya has the numbers. Minimum Kale, Najua, the cycle. Luhyas are the most. That's where, if you get the most votes from the Western Kenya, that's when you win the presidency. Kikuyus are the minority.
Hello?
Are you sure? Are you from Kenya, my friend?
Hello?
I'm from Kenya.
Hello?
Yeah. Utakata hiyo nakwambia.
We are the minority.
Hello?
The Luhyas are
Hello?
the people with the numbers, not
Hello?
the Kikuyus.
Who is
It's about
saying
playing
hello?
with the numbers.
Okay. Dr. Elliot, go ahead. I'm coming
What
to you,
I'm trying to say.
Jamiwani, I'm coming to you.
Well, one thing
No,
might be true
see
what he's
mimi na
saying.
shout hello bwana. See mimi.
Oh, see
Hello?
wewe.
Hello?
So Clinton is here. In the name of
Jamiwani.
Can you show your face, man?
Dr. Elliot, go ahead.
I am not Clinton.
Where Clinton? Watch out to follow.
I am not Clinton.
You are Jamiwani. It's okay. Dr. Molit, go ahead.
I somehow agree with that guy. If there was a sincere census, the Luhyas could be the largest community tribe. But still, the Kikuyus will be number 2.
Okay.
So think of the number 1 and number 2 joining, plus the Kambas who are number 4 or somewhere there, or 5. And then getting some percentage from the rest of Kenya. I think that guy is home and dry.
Okay. Well said.
Something is telling me is okay. Ruto is clear, but still even Raila who is playing games, because when the One Kenya Alliance came clear that he's supporting and Raila started murmuring, suddenly they went underground. And from Raila, even the way he sees and he's running after the divorced people, something is persuading him things are not good for him.
Okay, well said. Jamiwani, let me come to you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
Kidogo tu Wekesa. And I don't know, sijui ni simu, ni nini inatuma ukuwe na double nini? Wekesa, I don't know what is the challenge today. Unakuanga very
good. Nime change phone, so I don't know what's the problem.
I'm sorry.
Because naona nikiongea, I'll come twice. Or rather, I'll be echoed twice. Jamiwani.
Yes, before I talk, Wekesa wanted to ask a question. Wekesa, take my 1 minute to ask you a question.
Thank you.
Clinton is
you know how your brother we know you, brother. You know how your brother Jamiwan, thank you. Don't try to hide your voice. Okay, Dr. Mo.
You have to protect me. I'm not Clinton.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you are Clinton.
Guys, let me talk. Don't waste my 1 minute, guys. Keep quiet.
Go ahead, Wekesa.
Yeah, let me give you a political diagnosis in 1 minute, because we need also to see what's happening, but also analyze. And if you go and check, it's somewhere on the social media.
there is a strategy that had been hatched, and it will, or it has to work. And that's why you realize after Kiamba, there was something walisema, we know what to do. So there will be a Raila wing, there will be an Oga wing, and then there will be the UDA wing. But the Raila and the Oga wing have been instructed to unite before the elections. So they will go in separate ways to amass to get the votes. But towards next year, you will see the two wings will come together. So don't celebrate yet that they have disintegrated. It's just a different strategies. Raila alisema tuko a different league. So you need to double click and see what is happening. Usikuwe tu na haraka ya kusema.
Okay. Jamiwani, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Jakes. So people are calling me Clinton, man, and you know Clinton is known to be tanga, and
so Jamiwani is ODM.
I am, yes, mimi ni Jamiwani. So I will request water in the next 1 minute because that sound is very heavy. Yeah. So Bwana Jakes,
Jamani comedian.
Go ahead, Jamiwani.
Jakes.
Yes,
mimi natoka Miwani ndani Muhoroni constituency.
Hapo karibu na Kipkelian West. Wewe ni jirani wangu kwanza.
Wewe umesema mko na technology sijaiona. Mimi si jirani yako.
Koru bana wewe benye change la bosa le.
Wewe don't give Jamiwani some moments to speak. Go ahead.
Sasa Jakes, mimi natoka Muhoroni hapo penye walidungana visu ama ilikuwa kisu. So I like how Brother Wekesa puts it, Bwana Jakes, kwamba they were instructed to go different ways so that they can come and unite later. Why are they uniting? To beat William Samoei Ruto.
Okay.
And I also have my own point of view. Wakati kulikuwa na handshake, I was supporting it kwa sababu it was to unite the country.
Okay.
In fact, I used to blame the deputy president why he's against the unity of the country.
Okay.
Kumbe huyu jamaa alikuwa ameona mbali. Imagine William Ruto supporting the handshake as it unfolds, alafu inafika sahi anaambiwa hii handshake yenye tuko ndani, Raila is our candidate. Na yeye pia ni presidential candidate. Amekuwa akisupport Raila since 2018. So walikuwa wamejificha tu hapa eti tunaunganisha nchi. Lakini the real reason as to why they had the handshake was more to stop William Ruto than the peace itself. Kwa sababu Rais Kenyatta akona kila kitu anaweza katumia kulainisha nchi without that particular handshake. He has the capability to do that. So coming to the disintegration of the NASA coalition, I think politics is a game of interest. Mudavadi anataka kuwa rais. Kalonzo the same. Weta naye nafikiria ana joke ama anangojea kama hao watu wote kama hawataki atakuwa, lakini sidhani kama anataka. And then Gideon Moi anabelieve anaweza kuwa rais juu babake alikuwa. Unaelewa? Anafaa kuwa juu babake alikuwa. So among all these presidential candidates, the serious ones ni baba who will always vie. Baba atakuwa kivai. Msishangae eti ni kwa nini anavai 2022. Ni mtu atakuwa anavai. Kama utakuwa high 2027, baba atakuwa kwa ballot. So kama umpendi 2022, eti maybe 2027 sasa hatakuwa. Bado baba atakuwa. So William is the new face kwa watu wote. And I think he might give it the first trial and then win the presidency. Kwa sababu wengine wetu hatuna sera. William ametuletea hii kitu sijui na
Takoredo, acha nikwambie kitu tu.
Huyu ni Jamiwani. This is Jamiwani.
Sasa Jamiwani.
Jamiwani.
Acha nikwambie tu. Unajua vile unaongea vizuri tu kabisa. sisi kama watu wa Rift pale bwana na watu wa Nyanza hapo Muhoroni, yani hakuna hata ile watu wanafikiria ati wale Wajaluo ni watu wabaya sana. Sisi ni wale watu tunapendana sana. As soon as tulielewa the meaning of Nile, sisi tulitoka huku na huku, wale walienda kule, sisi tukabaki.
Daudi Tonje, mambo na kupendana inatokea wapi kwa hii uchaguzi tunaendea 2020?
No, ile hata hii tunasema ile sasa, hiyo kupendana kwanza, ile acha nikuelezee ile undugu kwanza. Mimi nilisomake Kisumu Poli bana wewe, na kuna mama
haijalishi umesomea Kisumu Poli ama Kisumu Boys. Kama mnatupenda,
sawa tu basi,
2017 mlitupatia.
Sisi tuliwapea 07 tuliwapea 100% ile upendo. Sisi wakale bwana, watu wanachukulia kama sisi atupende watu.
Sasa this time tuko na candidate, nyie pia mko na candidate. Kaeni na mapenzi yenu kwa candidate.
Sasa hiyo ndio shida ya Nilots. Sasa Nilots wakipatana tu candidate, hapo ndio shida iko, na stories inaendelea yenye in the future it can affect to our kids. So
Nilots hatuwezi toa urais. Ukileta hiyo Nilots versus Bantus. Utashinda asubuhi.
No, nilikuwa nasema tu ile
Daudi Tonje.
Nilikuwa nasema tu ile ya sisi na Wajaluo. Wakale hawana shida na Wajaluo. Wajaluo wanaishi vizuri sana.
Daudi, listen, it's okay. Your point has been made. I wanted Jamiwani to finish so that we can have other speakers.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes. Imagine the guy cutting me short just to tell me how much they love us, you know. And it's in 2017 they ran away to the Bantus, you know. So we bana unafanya na sahau points zangu. So bwana Jakes, ikifika hii election ya 2022 William Ruto anaweza kuwa rais. Kimandazi tu hivi. Juu watu wamechanganyikiwa from bottom to up. Ruto atakuwa tu rais hivi kimandazi walai. Ena anaweza kuwa rais bila hata running mate. Kila mahali watu wamechanganyikiwa bana. Ukiona rais anatangatanga Europe, lakini akirudi Kenya anapewa ripoti zingine sijui Kiambaa ilikuwa hivi mara nini. Everybody is confused. Ameweka in 1 month ama in 2 months amepeleka Jubilee Party in a crucial meeting mara 2 in 1 month. So William Ruto is not the best candidate, but anaweza shinda. Atakuwa mtu mzuri akisha kuwa rais. Juu saizi ni mtu mbaya. Lakini mambo na baba kutaka kuwa rais bwana Jakes every year, it's very discouraging. What is it that baba wants to do when he's president that he cannot tell his brother to do right now, that he never did when he was prime minister, that he never did when he was serving as MP for 15 years na mawaziri kadha wa kadha? So I think hii sasa ni ulafi. Hii sasa ni ulafi ya kutaka kuwa kiongozi. And it should be stopped. Nikimalizia, I am happy with what Zablon is doing, because he managed to silence Baba, and now he has managed to disintegrate NASA. Wajua Ngilu venye alikuwa anaongea eti unganeni, alafu Uhuru pia anakuja hapo eti anataka kuunganisha NASA, mpaka tukaambiwa alimit hao watu wa NASA. Then in less than 1 month watu wa NASA wakaanza kutoka moja baada ya mwingine, wakaachia ODM NASA. So hii meeting yenye Uhuru alienda kamit na kina Mudavadi aliwaambia nini?
Jakes, why do you give Jamiwani too much time to tell us? Is even out of the topic. All this thing is now saying is not according to what people are discussing. We are just outside waiting for him to finish, but he continue talking. Even Ngilu, we don't want Ngilu. We were talking about NASA and their.
Sawa Kizito. Jamiwani, are you through? want to go to bed.
I am not through. You have to let me to be through, because I just mentioned Ngilu, linking her to what she said about NASA. Kizito, I think now you are okay with that. I talked about Ngilu on something that she said about NASA. So, Bwana, I think kuna mkono wa Zabulon imeonekana katika kuvunjika kwa NASA. Mkono wake uko pale. This guy wants to isolate our baba, eti baba kuwe na part of Nairobi na Nyanza. Na ni ukweli amemanage. Ukiona baba akiongea leo, eti Nyanza itakuwa na declaration yao next week, ama ilikuwa next month. Na huko Nyanza pia hatujamwachia hivi hivi. Kuna His Excellency the Governor anakuja hapo mbaya sana.
Anaitwa nani?
His Excellency Okoth. Oh, jamaa si mchezo.
So you don't say Obado, just call Obado.
What's the problem with Kizito?
Go and pay Sharon's family first.
Jamiwan, can I ask you a question?
Not Jamiwan, Miwani. Call me well, my friend.
Jamiwan.
Yes.
Jamiwan. Yani the wife from Miwani. Ama what is it mean in Luhya?
Ja inamaanisha mtu wa. Alafu Miwani ni
place. I thought it's the wife from Miwani. Okay.
Wewe umefuata Raila mpaka ukasahau kurudi kwenu kwa Waluya. Hey.
Let me ask you a question. When you are saying Baba is isolated, it is your own man who has been in the media all the time being mentioned as isolated. But there is a perception. There is a perception you are creating.
Wanawaka, I'm coming to you, Wanawaka.
To look like Baba is isolated. Let me ask you, Mudavadi and Kalonzo and Weta, which region have they gained apart from their own counties? Which region? Tell me one.
Okay. Mudavadi, for Mudavadi to be president, he has to consolidate Western support. Na hiyo ndio ametoka NASA kwenda kuifanya. Unaelewa? ODM anataka atoe ODM kabisa kutoka.
Now, as powerful as Ruto is, he took 4 years to consolidate. This week, Mudavadi, how long will he needs like 10 years to consolidate Western, my friend.
You know,
took 4 years to make a
Jamiwani somebody mwenye amezoea kuchoma mewa, sasa yeye amekuja na hizo visu zake za miwani hapa. What he's saying is he's not even serious. Let me he cannot even defend those things tomorrow.
Let me answer Wekesa. Wekesa, I think you always tell us here that ODA will be a tribal party come next year. What evidence do you have to show that ODM won't be a tribal party come next year? What evidence do you have to show that Jubilee won't be a tribal party come next year? And I have evidence to show that lawyers will vote for their son to the last man. ANC will carry from MCAs to the governors to top. In fact, I support ANC taking all those seats from this gentleman called ODM.
Did you hear the meeting that Raila had today in Vika, and he was just in funeral? Did you hear the response? Or you are just in utopia?
Jex, huyu wanawake anatupigia kelele. Siache tumalize.
Jamiwani, kidogo tu. I want to give you exactly 1 minute so that we can have other two guys speak, Bernard and Wanakawa. They have really waited.
So that 1 minute is to answer questions or to finish what I was saying.
Just finish and answer in that 1 minute, please.
Okay, time now unanipimia na kijiko.
Unajua umeongea the last 13 minutes, unajua hivyo.
Na watu wangapi wameniingilia?
So, finish and give other people time to talk.
Control this goon from Kondele.
It's okay, you are protected. Go ahead, Jamiwani.
So Bwana James, kuna echo bana.
Rupia mute your mic.
Okay, thank you. So Jex, nikimalizia nasema hivi. I am a staunch supporter of one William Samoei Ruto. Okay. In fact, kuna clip naleta hapo ikisema kwamba Raila aliwapeleka Hague, Raila hakuwatembelea Hague, ile kiti cha prime minister ilipatikana ilikuwa ni yake, Raila na ndugu yake Omwami Musalia wakagawana, yeye akabaki bure. Hata ile agriculture kidogo alipewa wakamnyang'anya. So let us support this guy. Ako na agenda. The guy can transform Kenya. The guy will take us to Canaan. Kwanza hawa Kondele guys wenye wanaenda Canaan. Mamba bado yuko pale River Jordan. Mamba ni William. So acheni milale, lakini mimi si Clinton. Clinton hajafika leo. Naitwa Ja Miwani.
Enda na ukora yako bwana.
Sawa Ja Miwani. Okay, Bernard Weni legend. Allow us to start with this newcomer. Is it okay, Bernard? Bernard, is it okay?
That's fine. Wengine they are just undercover, but it's okay.
Wanawaka akimaliza, you'll be the next one. I just felt I start with him.
Okay, thank you. Let me start by differing with one of the speaker there that Western is now united. I tell you, you cannot say that Western is united when you see Mudavadi working with Weta. You see, when we talk about Western, you should start, in fact, by talking to this guy called the Oparanya. These people, they are working through Weta and Mudavadi. They have sidelined Oparanya. They have sidelined Eugene. They have sidelined some powerful MPs and the governor of Bungoma. And yet, you want to say that the Westerners are united. It's like when you talk the Oka, you say that now Mudavadi wanted to take the presidency. Just imagine hiyo siasa ya Mudavadi. Hata ukimwangalia tu vizuri, hana governor hata mmoja. Hana. And then, from nowhere, mnataka kutuambia eti sasa vile ameanza siku hizi anatembea yako Mount Kenya, sijui leo amekuwa Nairobi na Sakaja, hadi sasa huyo jamaa amefika. Hapana. Baba, as much as baba aka anapoteza umaarufu. Na mimi si eti mimi ni mtu wa baba ama mimi wanasemanga ati watu wa Western hatutaki watu wetu. Yes, tunawatakia kabisa, lakini watu wetu wenyewe hawataki kuinvolve kila mtu. Mtu anaamuka tu siku moja tu pop na kuenda hivyo ana sideline wengine. So that one it ends up making other people feel like hatuko kwa hii maybe government. Lakini mzee Rao, najua that guy is the fat of politics. As much as watu wengi wanafikiria saizi yako alone ranger, lakini still mambo bado. Huyu jamaa at the end anaenda tu kutembea polepole. Sasa ameongea leo akasema ameanza mwendo. Tomorrow's week, that is from Monday, anaanzia huko Nyanza. Next week, the following week atakuwa Western. Na unajua huyu jamaa akiendanga mahali akiongea tu kila mtu anamfuata. Take an example, as much as Ruto ametembea Kenya yote saa hii. Lakini take an example, tuseme hao watu wawili wanaenda like a place like let us say let me use an example of Bungoma. Tuseme baba anaenda one of the constituency in Bungoma, that is Kandui. Na tuseme same day Ruto anakuja wapi? Kabuchai. Na tuchukue Ruto, tuseme walikuwa wanawatangazia watu Ruto anakuja Kabuchai in the last 1 month. Na baba wanaanza saa 12 ya asubuhi siku yenye atakuja. Watu wataenda wapi? Watu wengi, 90% of the people wataattend mkutano ya baba. Kwa sababu baba, ukianza historia ya baba ni mtu mwenye amepikania hii nchi. Ruto ni mtu tu ameangukia tu uongozi tu papa na kukimbia mbio tu na anafika hapo. Sasa hii hata vitu zenye anasema ukimwambia explain vitu zenye anasemanga bottom up, hata yeye mwenyewe ajui. So this guy has no agenda. Ni vitu ukiangalianga huyu jamaa akiongea anaanza hizi hao watu hawana agenda, hawana vision, hawana objective, hawana agenda. Sasa agenda na vision in the whole speech. Anasema he wanted to take Kenya to where. So this thing, my friend, mambo bado ni kama this thing nowadays itapaki like 2 months to election ndio tujue sasa serious person. But saa hii kila mtu aache tu kupatisha, lakini what I know, Ruto will not be the president. Thank you.
Okay, Jex, that is what you know. Yes, Jamiwani. I want to go to Bernard.
Yes, I just felt not comfortable the way Mheshimiwa Willy has been addressed. Eti unasikia Ruto ni mtu amekimbilia tu uongozi pa. Nikimalizia Ruto, yes, I know will not be the president.
Ameongeza tu tanakali ya sauti.
Eti what I know nikimalizia Ruto will not be the president surely. Jex. I think that's harassing Ruto. What if Ruto watches this and he
how is that harassment? I thought the presidency is open to every Kenyan.
But there is a guy who wants to vie each and every time.
Yes.
What is Wekesa's party leader doing? Vying after vying after vying. In fact, if there is a presidential election, the guy can also vie.
There is nothing unconstitutional about vying. Is there?
Because he's viable. He's viable.
Thank you.
Go and organize your Luhya unity behind Wetangula and come back.
The problem with
who is Wetangula?
Instead of you sweeping your own house, you go and begin to sweep your neighbor's house, hoping that yours will become clean after you finish sweeping the one for your neighbor.
Wetangula has no vision.
That way.
Wanakawa says Wetangula has no vision. Bernard, go ahead. It's your time now.
Thank you, Jex, and greetings to everybody.
First of all, niaje leo kanisa najua ilishika kushika. I love the pull neck, lazima ili pull the heavens.
we live in heaven, we don't pull it. Heaven is in my heart.
Wekesa told us that today alikuwa busy akihubiri, so yes. I also know you are also busy the same way.
Mimi niliwahubiria WhatsApp na mliona message.
Na tuliokoka wengi. Sadaka tu ndo hukuitisha, ulikuwa mwaminifu sana.
Sasa sadaka inatolewa na wapokeaji wa ujumbe. Haipaswi kufuatiliwa. Ukishapokea ujumbe una respond kwa sadaka.
Sawa.
All the same. Let me about the Luhya leaders, so-called Luhya leaders, claiming that Baba has to support Mudavadi is neither here or there. And even the people claiming that they have no stake as far as Luhya politics is concerned, number one. And number two, you don't ask for support by staying in your house and wanting to be taken for your let's say dowry negotiation. Okay, you go get the girl, convince the girl, then you come for the elders to escort you to take the animals. You don't sit in the house and begin to claim who will come and bring you which cows and which animals so that you go and take to the girl. Whatever these people are talking about is just a manifestation of their cowardiceness, which in the Luhya community we don't appreciate so much. If you want to get the highest seat, you jump the highest. You prove yourself a man by challenging other men and putting. Lakini maneno ya kuomba msaada haitajiki, haiko hapa na hatapata. Baba is a man in his own class. If you want to humble him, you will end up being humbled. So it is better you humble yourself and learn from him other than try to attack him and sending women to make noise. Of all people, is it women that are the ones that who call Baba?
Bernard, please. Bernard, tafadhali, don't use that term.
No, Angela.
No, use the right. Don't you say women. We are not all women who are in Ruto's rally and Musadia's rally. Please.
Thank you. I was saying, Angela, Musalia sending a mama to make noise when Baba is talking, it is not acceptable. He's a man enough. Let him move his chest and stand up, not to be speaking through mamas. That is my point. Not that I undermine mamas. One of the most important people in my life is my mother. The English I'm speaking is because of my mother cooking Kenya and sending me to school.
So that people may understand where you're coming from. Maybe you can say it is I don't know if she's an MP or a woman rep who was calling for Oparanya and the rest to unite and support her.
Yes.
That is the lady you're talking about?
Yes, and she went ahead after sitting down to continue making noise. And
I didn't watch the clip. I think I should go back and watch it.
All the same. Do I continue and finish my point?
Yeah, please do. Sorry, I just needed us to understand.
Lakini wache vitisho eti Baba is in his own league. League gani?
He is in his own league. If you can't beat him now, what do you do? You join him. All the same, there was a guy who was talking about Luos being nilots. So are Kalenjin. According to our civics class, those of you who did GHC, who went to school when school was still school. Kalenjin are also nilots. So are Luos. Luos are River Lake nilots. Kalenjin are Highlands nilots. And then we have Maasais as plain nilots. Free history class. And then we move on. So the nilots are a necessary asset to this country. And so is every other community in this country. And right now, what we need is an understanding that we have a nation called Kenya, constituting of different tribes, and all these tribes need to be led by one leader at a time. Okay? So, and we will come up with different men from every community who wants to be that leader. The best man will win among them. So there is no need of saying this one should not vie so that this one get. Nobody needs to lose for you to get. This seat, you go in the arena. If you can convince more Kenyans to vote for you, you get the seat. If you can't, you try again in 2027. About NASA disintegrating, it is very healthy and necessary. Referring to the Bible, he said there will be no need for the New Testament until they find fault with the Old Testament. So it was necessary for NASA to die so that we can come up with something new that will not have attached strings. All the people claiming that there were promises and MOUs on NASA, yes, as long as we are using NASA letterhead, those MOUs are binding. But with the death of NASA, we begin a fresh paper, fresh contract, fresh negotiation. And wale mtu anataka hii kitu kupitia mrengo wetu, tukutane Kasarani. We utoe jina lako, mwingine atoe la kwake. Then let's have delegates from all over. Let the delegates decide who will be the candidate. Simple and pure.
Yes.
Why are people
my party leader Mudavadi cannot risk going to Kasarani where ODM goons will be lining up. Hatujasahau walirarua huyu mzungu anaitwa nani? Huyu wa Kiambu. Walimrarua masikio. Achana na huyu kuna Kimwarer Langat. Huyu kwa ODM organizing secretary. We cannot risk with my party leader coming to those nominations that won't take place. Accept your party leader
IBC. In fact, Baba said it is IBC that will preside over. So there will be no goons.
Bernard,
but all the
don't
same,
you remember the men in black?
The men in black are it's just one wing of our diverse, the biggest party in Kenya and the longest, strongest party so far.
It is a branch.
It's a small wing of our departments. But they saved the day. They saved the day. Somebody had planned to take our party and go and surrender it somewhere. So it was known in time, and we saved the party from being sold for nothing. Let us keep our focus. Back to Western. Western is not... we don't need the Western unity. The liberty there is important for Kenya, not just for Western. Because the rest of the community coming together and vote for anything and anyone simply because it's from that particular community is part of the problems we are suffering today. Where people come together on no agenda, on no Kenya as a priority, but because they want their son. And so they push their son into the national office, but when he reaches in the national office, he continues to serve his community interest and his personal interest. For now, we need a president in Kenya who will be for Kenya, that is a Kenya for all Kenyans. Somebody who is going to help us be proud to be Kenyans, not be apologizing to be Kenyans. And for once, we need that one now than ever before. So let us keep that soberness. People were asking for agenda. Kenya is an agenda, and a very big agenda. All these other things of bottom down, bottom up, and the other things they are asking for, those ones are just subtopics. The really main topic here is Kenya. Who can carry Kenya? With all our diversities, with all our debts, with all our borrowing, with all our sufferings, who can shoulder that on his shoulder and take us to a better place? That is the agenda I want to know. But this agenda of looking for one subtopic and amplifying it out of proportion, and you want people to rally around you because you have said you're going to be removing jinkers from our toes. No, we need somebody who can shoulder this country on his, who can put this country on the shoulder and be able to carry our debts, carry our problems, and be able to deliver us to a better place. That man needs to step forward, then we will know that we are going somewhere. But these are the ones who are looking for the
agenda is
easiest place,
buying.
softest place, easiest candidate, probable mathematics. All that is looking for, it's for weaklings. Let the strong man stand and say he's able to climb the mountain. Let him climb the mountain.
Don't hide behind agenda. Your agenda is always Baba vying, Baba
agenda
losing,
is
Baba
Kenya.
winning.
Our agenda is Kenya. Jamie one. And if Kenya does not bother you as an individual, then you are part of the problem. The kind of country we have right now, we need somebody who can help us come out of where we are to a better place. Not somebody who wants to work with a section of Kenya and leave the rest of Kenya. That's what we've been suffering from, and we don't want it to continue.
Shida yenye handshake imetupea ni William atarekebisha.
Handshake sio shida. William atarekebisha vipi na amehepa kutoka kwa handshake? Hataki handshake. Anataka kula peke yake. Anasema watu wasichukue vyeo na yeye anataka cheo. Mbona anataka kukaa kwa kiti peke yake? Kitu mkikaa wanaume watano, mnaweza kudecide mambo haraka. Kuliko
na huyu wa sahi amekalia watu wangapi? Huyu wa sahi ako peke yake ama wako wangapi? Huwezi kalia kiti yako miaka 10. Mwingine akitaka kukalia unaona sasa ni mbaya, lazima tuwe watu 10.
Ndio wakuwe watano. Shida iko wapi? Wamekuwa wawili wakaja kama tuongeze watatu.
Bernard kidogo tu sasa. Allow me to bring someone else. I love your African outfit. Inakufanya you look like Nabongo Mumia. You look very good.
That's a lawyer elder.
Yeah, he looks like a very strong lawyer elder.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Me today, I don't have much to say. Whether I look like Nabogo Mumia, I'm just spitting Kenyans. You know, sometimes when we are discussing here, it seems as if we don't look Kenya as a Kenya. We only talk about leaders, these people, this. Sorry. Even somebody whom cannot lead, like Wetangula, you find somebody is bringing his name in this panel. Surely, are we serious that we want to change something? Secondly, Kenya politics need somebody unbogable, somebody who is determined to make Kenya what it is, and that person, whether you like it or not, is only Raila Odinga. You might differ with me, but the only person, all what we want to do or to change in Kenya within the shortest time, as soon as possible, is only Raila Odinga can do it. All these people whom we want to elect, I don't deny that they are not good. They are only good, but they have got only simple interest. And what pains me more, to take the advantage of poor people, and you play around with their heart. Look, for example, Kenya is a country. Then you, as a politician, you are looking for a slogan that relates with poor people, and you play around with their mind. After 2022 election, what of if you will not, let's say UDA wins, and they have not given these people anything they promised? How many people will die with depression? Because Kenya, Africa, when you tell them that you people, you just sit there, don't go to work, I will be bringing for you that 100 million. It's 100 million just to say it. But before it reaches you, you will end up getting 1,000. Then they will say that, oh, we have given it. It's only that people are too many. What will you do? It's when you go to school. It's when you start looking for job. I don't have too much to say. I just want to listen to the way Jamiwan is misleading us. Clinton. In fact, the best thing we can do for you is to go and cut that railway passing next to your place. Then you see, you go with mud up to your places when you realize that to support your brother. Why are we not supporting? Look, Kalenjin, they are dying for Ruto, whether Ruto is dying, whether Ruto even is putting them into a ditch. They will say, Ruto is the best. Even what Ruto is the best, they don't know. Go to Baringo. Ruto is the best. He has been in politics how many years? Like Jamiwani was telling us, Raila has been in so many years. All these people, they have been in politics for so many years. What have they done? Baba has bring changes. People have seen. Baba has made after handshake, even Uhuru, who is the president, he had a breath. He said there was something that was holding him. Now, after the handshake, he managed to do at least something, which means he's very happy. Before, he was tired. He cannot even move. He cannot do anything. Who can do better as Raila Odinga has done to Kenyans? And you find the people here, you come and start shouting, this man is old, this man old. And when Raila come out of power, just one term, Ruto and Uhuru could not even do anything. Thank you.
Question, Bwana James. I've been mentioned 1,000 times. So, Bwana Kizito, I'm called Jamiwani, not Clinton. So, when I talked about all those things I talked about, it is because of the party I support. I cannot subscribe to your party where I don't see ideologies. I only naona tu matusi. So, lastly, Yes, I see a situation whereby Baba may become the president next year with the Kikuyu running mate, but Baba won't finish his term when William Ruto is the opposition leader. Being the smart politicians they are, those guys from where Mugambi comes from, wakiwa na deputy president, watatafuta Ruto wamwambie, sasa wewe uko na wabunge wengi, situunganishe na hawa wetu to impeach huyu msee. And that's how Mount Kenya guy will become the president automatically. Na William haisi kata venye anachukia Raila so Baba atakuwa sworn in kama atachukua running mate Mkikuyu, alafu huyu running mate wake akuja apige deal na opposition leader William, akuwe impeached very early in the morning, and then they change the constitution. William becomes the prime minister as Baba watches on Citizen TV.
Jamiwani, you have to know that where Raila sits, even Ruto, when he's standing, he cannot see it. What Raila see when he's sitting down, they cannot see whether they stand even on top of KICC. So, what you are thinking now that they will impeach him, he has already seen that thing before you. That is Baba.
But amesema amepata punda ya kupanda nayo.
Do you remember?
Gisito, hujamjibu vizuri. Mwambie they thought Moi was weak. And then what happened? 24 years.
And even during the time, the last minute where how Raila changed Kibaki toss and Kibaki won, how did it happen? Is the man who is holding the sword. He knows how to use this sword well. So don't think that he can even, what of if he finishes Ruto before Ruto finishes him?
Shida ya ODM supporters ni kama Man United supporters wako tu na history. I made Kibaki, I made JM Kariuki, I made so many things. Why did they not make you?
Is that not the politics we are playing? You know, politics, even if you want to vie, you will come out and say, I built this road, I was in power, I built this road, I built this school. If you are coming, that I will do. You will do from where?
Gizito,
you have to use history of what you've done.
Tell him this. Gizito, tell him he has told us that Baba has vied for 5 times. So what is that not history?
Okay, Jakes. The statement I've just made was my personal point, not related to anything. Yeah, so wale wakunimeza tafadhali.
Pole.
Ni venye tu nilikuwa naangalia maneno. Yeah. Thank you bwana Jakes. Mimi acha nilani.
No, don't sleep. Just wait. Actually, I want to talk to you.
Okay. Mwangi, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Hapa leo kuna mambo si mambo. Sasa topic, wacha tata turudi kwa topic. Topic ni should Raila now support Musalia's presidency and be a running mate?
That will never happen. This guy has fought all the way, over 4 decades.
Yes, niko na swali before Mwangi ya proceed. Anyway, pole.
Okay,
lakini habari zenu?
Salama.
Kwa Kizito
ameenda.
I'm listening.
Oh. Go ahead, Angela.
Nimesikia Kizito akisema ati in Kenya we need somebody who is unblockable like Baba. So me, I want to ask Kizito a question. You as a man, Kizito yourself, you are not unblockable to lead Kenya.
Okay. Go ahead, Angel.
I've heard Kizito saying that in Kenya, the only person, when he looks in front and back, side and side, It's only Baba who can lead Kenya and make Kenya to be in the right position. And I want to ask Kizito, supposing right now we say we are supporting you to vie for presidential candidate, you cannot be unblockable to lead Kenya?
That's very simple, my lovely sister. Me, I'm not unworkable to lead Kenya. Kenya is only a Guambo who can lead, because even if you take me now to Busia, what I know is only the road and these shops next to. But Raila, if you take him, you blindfold him, you go and put it anywhere in that country. He will tell you this is Wekesa's home, this is Bernard's home, this is Angela's home, this is Mwangi. You take him to Central, you take it. And those are the people who can lead, because he knows everybody per every constituency, at least 10 or 5. Me, if you take me, if I don't say, I used to know somebody called Wekesa. Where is he coming from? I will not. But for you to lead Kenya, you have to know at least 10 or 5 in every constituency. It's when you know how you are making your movement. And this is why you find when you are a president, you are being given nice people. These nice, they are everywhere. They have to collect for you all the information in every place, of which Raila, together with this nice information, he will have known, because he will be also doing his research in those areas. That's why, to me, I am unblockable only because I'm only unblockable inside my house.
Correct. Sasa kututishia kwa platform pia wache.
Mwangi, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Jakes. I think from the topic, you can't support somebody who is not even confident of himself. With all due respect, I don't even think Mudavadi believes that he can be a president. He only thinks about it. Just like you and me, though, you can think you can become a president. But the guy is not even confident enough to be a president. One, Luhya failed when they say Mudavadi is their kingpin. Luhyas are very strong. They are very confident, man. Like your kingpin fails you. If you're not having such a guy as your kingpin, I believe with time Oparanya may take over. I believe. I don't know about Luhya, but I believe Oparanya has what it takes to be a better kingpin than Mudavadi. About Raila bowing down, Raila cannot bow down to anybody, not Mudavadi, not anybody else in the country at the moment. And I don't believe that can even work. He cannot even. That is not even. Should not even be discussed about. He cannot support Mudavadi candidacy. He is just there to be endorsed by Uhuru. However, Jamiwani just mentioned a point that I was just to start with. The BBI, if BBI fails, if BBI is not going through, Uhuru's intention is to retain power in the Mount Kenya region. And that is exactly what is supposed to happen. If Raila is to be endorsed by Mount Kenya, he must have a running mate from Mount Kenya. And then we are just going to invoke the article. I can't remember which article it is. We just incapacitate the president. He's incapacitated. He's not able to perform his duties. Of course, we know he will be 77 by when he will be the president. We just allow him to operate up to 79. Then akitan 80 hapo, jamaa ko impeached. That's how Mount Kenya will get back the power. That's a discussion for another day, but that's occurred on the ground.
Correct.
Another thing, Uhuru, if BBI goes through, Mount Kenya will be safe.
Once we only want him even to be a president for one day.
But you see, well, one day is possible. But you see, at the end of the day, we are looking for the future of the country. If BBI sails through, the Mount Kenya will be safe. They will have a prime minister from Mount Kenya, whether you agree to that or not. But they will have a prime minister because it will be a parliamentary system. So what I mean is, Luhya lad and Kikuyu lad has become swing votes automatically. Central at the moment is divided. Luhya has never been united, never been lied to. Baba only needs 2 visits. 2 visits in Luhya land, Baba mwenyewe. He will swing those votes from Mudavadi. And then, of course, we know the current status at Central. So the main Nyanza is already on Baba, that's guaranteed. Rift Valley for Ruto. Any other part in the country is a swing vote. So how these guys are going to sell their manifestos in the next 1 year to winners? Yeah, but I've not seen me for now. I'm supporting the bottom up because I've not seen any other candidate with a manifesto. You are just attacking bottom up, but nobody else is coming to say what are you going to do for us. So, and because bottom up is an economic model that I understand so well, that may work.
But
Can you guys come up with
Mwangi kidogo tu. Baba has now of late said he wants to have build Kenya by Kenya. I think that's also another thing that is selling. Don't you think that also is something you should consider?
He just mentioned it when I think he was in Kwale, but he has not said that is his approach or his idea that is going to be the top list of his manifestos. He just mentioned it by Kenya and he posted it on Facebook and then he went quiet. He has not even talked about it anymore. But I think, that by Kenya, it can work. Let him sell it to us and we compare the two things. And then plus we add our political things there, is tukoroge kidogo tuone which uji itaiva haraka. But as for now, let's not attack people's manifestos if you're not giving a solution. Can you give us a solution? We make comparison. Mudavadi anauza nini? What is this guy selling? What is Oka? By the Oka is a business franchise open to the highest bidder. One, these guys sahi wameogopa sana, wamesikia ODM withdraw from NASA because they're not going to benefit from zile funds 150 million, 100 million, 100 million. Hizo zimeenda hivyo. Zile walikuwa wamepewa juzi because ODM has withdrawn from NASA. They're not going to get those money. So right now wameanza kuogopa, I don't know where that's why Kalonzo has gone silent. So they are now wishing ODM they are actually wishing they can be endorsed by either. Yani either wa support ODM ama wa support hii side ingine ya Ruto. But the fact remains, Oka is a business franchise open to the highest bidder. And Ruto may win that thing. You just need to pump up some money. But of course, you know right now, Raila has the benefit has a luxury of money, has a luxury of finances. Being Kenyatta and Moi family are on his side. Jamaa kona dosa hii. But Oka is not something to worry about. That's just a business franchise open too. And there's nobody strong there. Yeah, they're just the normal guys who wakikatiwa kidogo wanaingia box. So for me, Raila will still be in the ballot, as somebody said earlier. After 2027, the guy when he still be 82 years old, he will still be there. But maybe, of course, 2027 will be his last one. Because ukishagonga 80 Kenya, as an African, your mental kidogo inarudi chini. That is natural. So as an African, after 80 years, you can't do much. But it's a card on the table by the Mount Kenya region for Raila's candidacy if BBI doesn't go through. So that tukuja baadaye after 2 years, we impeach the guy and he will do nothing because military ako tu na jamaa mmoja tu huyo wa juzi. Wengine wote wamesaitiwa vizuri sana. So think about it.
Niliwaambia karibu animeze hapa mwana.
That is a good strategy but is not going anywhere.
You can't dismiss it until it is tried. You can't
if it was indeed a strategy, it will be hidden in the
No.
Now that
Bernard, for me, that one I don't dispute. Let's cross the bridge when we reach there. For us,
that one will automatically happen.
The rest leave it to us.
Hebu tusikie Mugambi anasema nini kuhusu hii impeachment ya baba kama rais. Kwa sababu yeye ni Mount Kenya.
Kubali urais wa baba. Sasa tuongee kama amekuwa rais.
It was a slip of the tongue.
Okay, thank you. I have no doubt that Miwani is Clinton. I have no doubt of that. Back to Mwangi's point. I think, Mwangi, when you say that Baba, if he gets presidency, he shall be impeached, that's a personal opinion, and you're entitled to your opinion. And as people from Mount Kenya, we have no plans for such a thing. Because if we do that, we will be causing kind of anarchy, and we will be setting ourselves into a trap. Okay, back to today's discussion about Mudavadi.
Just because Mugabe have mentioned me, please. You know, let me tell you something. And this is just for the record, but it's a personal analysis I've done. If Kikuyus and Kalenjins are united, you'll be very hard to defeat them. Right now they are divided. So at that moment, Ruto will be having and of course the Jubilee or Oka or something will be having the majority of the sitting members in both houses. Raila will have the minority. So it may work. And it's still a political tool. Yeah.
Let me make my point now.
Mwangi, what you need to understand is that political seats are not just taken that way. Kibaki had the minority of members of parliament in 2007. He ruled all through. After you are sent on the seat, it's very difficult to get rid of that person, except there is some heinous plan to inject the president with something that will make him sick.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. This is a plan. There's a plan on the ground.
If right now we have the numbers, but we are not impeaching Ruto. We have the numbers, but we are not.
Ruto. We would have impeached him long time ago.
You
attempted to impeach.
You can't impeach Ruto because Ruto was elected by the people.
Can I make my point?
You see? He was not appointed. So it's very difficult to impeach Ruto.
Kwani Angela, you mean Baba will be appointed 2022? What are you doing?
Unless Impeachment BBI, the only option to impeach Ruto is when BBI passes.
Allow me to make my point. To start with, from our caption today about Mudavadi and Baba, I will go back to when these people came to power. Mudavadi became the MP when he was 27 years old upon the death of his father, meaning he was given just the power in a silver platter. So Mudavadi does not have any pain or struggle to get to power, and that disqualifies him to make a good president. A good president should be a person who has fought for his dream from grassroots to where he is today. So even if you look Mudavadi from the face value, even his appearance does not look up. He doesn't have a presidential appearance because he looks so weak. He looks so soft because he was given power when he was in university, 28 years old, and he became a minister of finance when he was 28 years old or 29 years old, thereabout. So he's a person who does not know the struggles to get to power. I have heard what most of us here have talked about, and I want to make my point home. As things stand, Baba stands a bigger chance to become the next president, regardless of where he gets his deputy president. That said, whatever Baba did, he needs just an orator in his side or someone who comes from the vote basket. If Baba gets someone from Mount Kenya as a running mate, that's a sure bet, with a good promise to Joho from Central and Oparanya in Western. So if Baba can get a good accessible amount of votes from Mount Kenya, Lock Western, Lock Coast, Oparanya. Okay, in Western they have a problem. If you are a farmer of cows and you have so many bulls in the same pen, there's a problem of getting the best pen. So that's the situation of Western. We have so many bulls in the pen. We have the
Mugambi, let me give you a point there. You know, in Western, we don't work in one basket because ikifika pale ipasuke zimwagike zote zitapasuka zote. So we normally work in different baskets so that hii kianguka hii inabeba at least. Tunaona
and that is what we are praying for. Let it remain that way. because if it remains that way, the people of Baba get the upper hand, and that disqualifies Mudavadi from the presidential nominees in the coming elections. That said, I think if Baba gets to presidency, as Mwangi says that Baba can be impeached. Whoever gets the presidency gets the system, it gets everything running. Remember, in impeachment, you need money. Whenever you hear people saying about lobbying to impeach the deputy president, that is money exchanging hands. And if Baba have the exchequer, if Baba has such numbers of MPs in his side, he can't be impeached. So Mwangi, your point stands null and void. It's so hard to impeach a sitting president, regardless of who is the chief of defense forces.
Mugabe, I can tell you that this is a plan that is underway. It doesn't matter how much you see it or how you see it. This is a plan that is underway, my friend, and it's something that can really work. Because
it's just a rumor. It's just a rumor.
A rumor. I'm saying a rumor. We are saying it's a rumor. Everything is a rumor.
Are you saying you are already defeated with Ruto's plan to be president?
No,
First of all,
no,
we cannot carry
no,
the plan.
No. Let me make. Because I was saying this. You know, if Uhuru is working so hard to make sure that the power remains in Mount Kenya, that was my point. So if BBI sails through, he'll have no problem with Raila because they'll have a prime minister from the region. But if BBI does not sail through, they may end up supporting Raila candidacy so that he can sail through with a Mount Kenya running mate. And then, as fate will have it, this guy will be too old. 79 years old, my friend. And then
the
when
problem
Mugabe says that when
you are assuming that UDA will have all MPs from Mount Kenya.
No,
I'm not MPs
assuming.
From Jubilee and MPs from UDA. So
at that time,
the Mount Kenya that supports him and the Mount Kenya that supports Ruto. So they cannot just be automatically under Ruto.
And that is the trick, Wekesa, that those MPs that will be on the side of Raila and they come from Mount Kenya, at that time they will not be with Baba, my friend. In 2 years' time, watch the space.
If he becomes president, that stigma of Raila cannot sell in Mount Kenya will be gone. It will be forgotten forever.
Allow me to finish my Allow me to complete my
submission. Is bringing forth is the politics we are moving away from.
Allow me.
Whereby power is consolidated for a community.
We cannot move away from that. We are not yet mature to move away from that.
Can I finish my submission? Kindly, let me finish my submission. Someone by the name Dr. Mulind talked about Oka and Uhuru. Uhuru, he has already finished himself in the left-hand side. That is, he has betrayed Ruto. If Uhuru thinks of betraying Raila in 2022, we are going to have a repeat of 2-2 scenario, whereby upon Raila betrayal by Moi, Raila forwent his ambitions and said Uhuru tosha. If Uhuru betrays both Raila and Ruto may shelve his ambitions and say Raila tosha. And if Ruto says Raila tosha, that's a point home. We shall have the president in either ways. We have either Uhuru in our side or Raila or Ruto in our side. We have the presidency, and we are in the advantage hand of the 2022 alignment.
I think that's your personal opinion, Mugabe, because I don't think there's any way Ruto is going to bow down to Raila, at least not in 2022. And then when you say that when somebody gets the president gets the system, it's not automatically correct. One thing you have to know is system is built with time and it's built with trust. Military is involved. And something that you have to realize is that Uhuru has made sure that every part of military, isipokuwa ni juzi tu amepea baba cheo moja kubwa na cheo ingine dogo. My friend, you have to know the changes that he has made in the military. That is just a backdrop plan. It's not something automatic that's noted in public. And then on the other side, the Jubilee the Jubilee, kugawekana kwa Jubilee na UDA, they will come together after the next general election. Mount Kenya will remain united after the next general election.
Do you know
That one we can get it.
Mugambi,
Yes.
Mugambi Bernard na Wekesa, kuna kitu hamuelewi. Tumesema kwamba Baba can be president, yes, in 2022. But with the Kikuyu running mate is a risk. Tena akikosa kuwa na Kikuyu running mate, haezi pata kiti. So itabidi akuwe na Kikuyu running mate. Na repercussions za kuwa na Kikuyu running mate ni atachukua presidency, yes. William Ruto, with all the bitterness, will be in opposition with a sizable number of MPs. Then the deputy president at that time will talk to William, bring your 60 MPs. I bring my 79, 89 MPs. Then we impeach the president. It can happen. When the president is impeached under the current constitution, the deputy takes over for the remainder of the term. Now,
why are we discussing imaginations, brother?
Wait.
You must discussing imaginations.
You must be able to convince the parliament. You must be able to convince the Senate. There must be grave reasons why you want the president impeached. It is not a matter of gathering
Songo was a big problem. Even impeaching Songo was a big problem. Why do you think impeaching a president is that easy, my friend?
So
who wants somebody to become president so that they can be impeached?
Impeaching and Songo was a big problem, and there were no much campers in Nairobi. You guys, you are.
Wekesa, let me explain this. Najua leo tumewafinya.
How many campers MPs are in Nairobi?
The truth is one. Until you move away from this tribal politics, you are not.
We are tribal.
Kenya.
We are tribal.
You are not even
Kenya
part
is tribal.
of the future that we are talking about.
Let me tell you,
listening to Mwangi and claiming that the military has been arranged a certain way to favor a certain region.
Let me tell you what these guys are doing.
That is not
Bernard, these guys used to tell us 2007 that Raila is unelectable. When he was elected, what happened?
Okay,
who elected?
Wekesa,
was elected in 2007.
He's unelectable and he got all those votes. You know, unelectable person does not get votes.
In 2007, he took an early lead, but he never became the president. Now in 2022,
that is being electable is different, my friend. You don't have votes.
He's gonna be a president, but won't finish his term.
Out of the 41 tribes, out of the 42 tribes, he got votes from 41, and you told us there is an electable. How?
I think what you are saying, Sisi, that is a card on the table. We are not saying it's going to happen. We are just
can't even be a card on the table for anybody who is sane. Only the insane people can consider that.
So you think Raila doesn't have cards? You think Raila doesn't have cards? He has always been a political genius, my friend.
He has lost all the cards. What are you talking about? He has lost all the cards all the time.
Which cards? And he's still relevant, and you are still looking for him.
So I'm giving you the cards. So I'm explaining to you how Kikuyu does the politics and how they win it all the time.
And Ruto ran away. How did he lose the cards?
But you see, Wekesa,
why did Ruto run away if he looks weak?
Okay, let me tell you, Wekesa. I'm explaining to you.
Mwangi, listen to this. Whatever Wekesa is saying, whatever Mwangi is saying, is right in their own opinion. Remember, Mwangi, remember this thing. Even in 1978. When Kenyatta died, Kikuyu had power, Kikuyu had big people, Kikuyu was so powerful. But with all their plans, they failed to impeach Moi. They failed to make Moi not to be the president. Moi
they didn't have this constitution we have. We have a very different constitution, my friend. We have a very different constitution at the moment. Bogambi, there's no way they could impeach. You could not impeach Moi. We were still a very young country back then, Bana. At 1978, you cannot plan an impeachment.
The fact remains that
the only thing the guy tried coup is 1982 with this guy. Raila.
In
You failed
Africa, you are
miserably.
thinking an impossibility about impeachment. You are thinking an impossibility.
Wekesa, I think as it stands now in this platform, I think the people who are pro UDA, they are in the verge of breaking, and now they want
are
to think
accepting.
they want to think beyond the elections, which is acceptable. Let us get Raila to power. When it becomes to
Mugambi, this is my last point. This is my last point I'm making in this platform. Then I disappear. Ben,
You are selling
Nawekesa.
pork in Saudi Arabia, bana.
Mwangi M ameongea kama Mkikuyu venye anafikiria, na mimi kama jamaa kutoka pale Homa Bay nimemunga mkono. This thing is working.
It's very real.
Wakikuyu
That is your wishful thinking.
Wakikuyu wanasema kama BBI itapita, wait Mugambi, kama BBI itapita, we will be safe kwa sababu tutakuwa na PM. Either Uhuru atakuwa pale kama prime minister ama mtu wetu atakuwa pale. What if BBI fails? The best position that I can go for is the position of the deputy president. Now we have Anne Waiguru as the deputy president and Raila as the president. Ruto, the opposition leader. We are saying there is a possibility.
Now the question is, even there are governors who have been impeached and restored by the court. So what are you imagining that Raila will do, that he will deserve an impeachment and the court will approve? What is that imaginary thing you are thinking he will do as a mistake, and then he will impeach, then you go to court and the court approves the impeachment?
Let me make my submission before you continue with your argument. Bundle zangu zinaisha.
The court cannot reinstate him before he's impeached. We will impeach him first, and then the court will reinstate him.
Yeah, we talk about reinstatement later.
That reinstatement it doesn't exist. Let us not discuss something that's out of the law.
And then Bernard and Wekesa, if you want to know an alignment of a dictator, check how they align the military. Word for thought. Just check the way they align the military.
All those are speculations.
Why do you think? Let me ask you. Why do you think Ruto will benefit from what Uhuru is doing? Why do you think so? Why do you think that Ruto will benefit from what Uhuru is doing?
Wekesa. Listen to this. What Mwangi is assuming is that military is a political tool. Remember this. When a person is sworn in as the president, you become the commander-in-chief of the defense force, meaning Raila will be their leader, and there's no way they will go against the commander-in-chief. Whatever Mwangi is having is a wishful thinking, which is allowed.
We have seen coups, my friend. We have seen coups happening, even in Zimbabwe. What are you talking about?
Coups happen to people who have stayed long in power. You cannot come 3 years and there's a coup. No.
I'm telling you, military can be used as a political tool. We have seen it happen.
Let's forget this Mwangi's idea. Mwangi is here to waste time on nothing. That thing is unconstitutional.
Anyway, the only good thing about Mwangi's idea is he is admitting that Raila will be president.
No, and that is what we actually Uhuru is not going to endorse Raila. You'll be shocked. You'll be shocked.
Raila doesn't need anybody's endorsement.
We don't need endorsement. The plans are already. You only need to give room.
Ejo, make your submission. Leave Mwangi alone. Mwangi is having a wishful thinking. Ejo.
Acha tuzi bundle zikiisha, Bernard na Wekesa watanibaia na miwani.
Tuko hapa.
Tuma namba.
Sasa inabidi tu nimewapea nafasi waongee.
Just make your submission.
I want to make my kwanza mniambie topic ilikuwa nini? Mimi sasa nimesahau.
Musalia Mudavadi akisapotiwa na Raila kama running mate.
Musalia Mudavadi akisapotiwa na Raila kama running mate.
Yes.
It's very difficult on earth. Alafu Musalia Mudavadi amenunuliwa kuanzisha chama yenye itakuja kukufa na hao watu wakuje waingie kwa baba. Believe me or not, that is the only thing that has made, inaitwa Okoa ama Oka, hiyo chama ya Musalia Mudavadi, whichever the name. Yes, whichever the name, Oka. And if you know, you want to know that it is challenging people's minds, you have to look where Gideon Moi is standing. It will give you what the direction is Oka going to. You can't tell me that Gideon Moi will be in Oka and Baba will be in ODM and Uhuru will be supporting Baba. It's very difficult. Remember, before Moi died, there is, I don't know if it will be propaganda or it will be rumors. It was said that Uhuru should return the relay stick to Gideon because he was given by Moi. So ameshindwa venye anaweza sema, anaweza ongea, alafu when he look at Gideon Moi anamwona akiwa akona uoga. So ameona amweke kwa Musalia Mudavadi, watafute wafuasi, then at the end of the day hao wafuasi watakuja kufanya nini? Kuweka kwa kikapu kimoja. And that one was that plan, Musalia Mudavadi na Oka yake, it's a plan of beating deputy president. And I want to say this, that even if Baba is saying that Uhuru will support him, have to know that Baba is not sure 100%, because in his minds, yeah, these are my own opinions, he's like, they were together with Ruto for 10 years. They have done this. Remember that Baba knows the secret of Uhuru than any other person. So, hata kama atamsupport, Baba bado ana maswali ndani mwake, anajiuliza kama na huyu wamefanya hii, na bado amemruka na bado amemdump. And let me tell you that sometimes we normally call Ruto mwizi, but Uhuru inamshinda kuongea na kuianika because he knows that there is something they made with Ruto, akiongea zitaanikwa pia bado apate aibu. So inamfanya anakuwa na uoga, inamweka uoga fulani. And remember one time, Atwoli said that Uhuru is still young, anaenda wapi? Some time back, Atwoli alisema Uhuru is still young, anaenda wapi? Anaretire, anaenda nyumbani, anaenda wapi? Kufanya nini? Uhuru is not ready kuachilia Kenya hivyo, no. As much as Baba atasimama upresident, as much as Ruto atasimama upresident, but Uhuru is finding a way of himself to be in government of Kenya 2022. And that's why unasikia wakisema election 2022 will be postponed to 2023 or what? Kitu kama hiyo. That is the tactic Uhuru is using. Anatafuta kitu cha kufanya ajifix mahali, so that hiyo 2022 asienda nyumbani, bali arudi wapi? Arudi kwa uongozi. Lakini nayo that anajikuta amejifunga kamba kwa shingo, ameambia Baba, I'll be supporting you. So still bado inamkula headache. Unaona? Ndio sababu ana form Oka. You know I said earlier that the only problem with our Luhyas, tunapenda pesa. Ukipewa pesa, we kuisha. And that's what has been made to Musalia Mudavadi. Anatembea tu akipiga kelele, hii yote ni pesa amepewa, aform Oka, hii Oka itakuja kuuzwa huku, na story inafanya nini? Story inaisha. So Luhyas, hata even if I'm not a very shameful to say that I can't support, siwezi support Musalia Mudavadi. Siogopi kusema. I'm just proud to say that because hao ni wale watu wanatumiwa kama takataka. I know the coming generation, we shall have a strong Luhya who will just stand and tell us, give us the way forward as Luhyas. We shall have to support him. But for right now, Luhyas are not making anything, are not going anywhere. They don't have a kingpin. If you think Oparanya is a kingpin of Luhya, we don't have kingpins. As Mount Kenya has the kingpins and the spokespeople. As Luhya, we don't have. Somebody, you just wake up and fall where you just think that you are comfortable with the place, then you move on. The only thing that I'll have to say is that in Kenya, we need a leader who is courageous, who has wisdom, and who will care for Kenyans, and who will make Kenya a better place to live. And as I said earlier, and I normally make this comment, if we don't reason well, if you don't choose wisely, we shall be just crying day and night. 5 years after 5 years, tutakuwa tu bado tunalia. Kenya penye imefika, it is now heading into a hole. And we need a person who will remove Kenya from where it is, bring it to a better place of everybody to live, for everybody to feel at his own, hata kama ni ule mwananchi wa chini kabisa, lakini kuna kitu anaweza manage kufanya. That's what we need in Kenya. And this will come from I normally say, nyumba huwa inanyoroka kama baba na mama ni wakamilifu. Baba na mama na kwa nyumba wakiwa na discipline, hata watoto wanazaa watoto wenye wako na discipline. Meaning, tukiwa na rais mwaminifu, mkamilifu, anaijali maslahi ya Wakenya, hata MCA kule chini hata kula pesa ya wananchi, hizo pesa zitafanya kazi. Hata MP zile pesa anapewa za basari zitafikia yule mwananchi wa chini kabisa, yule anahitaji basari. Hata hizi mahospitali, ukienda unaambiwa wenda ununue dawa. When we shall have somebody in Kenya who speaks for Kenyans, hizo dawa zitaonekana na watu watatibiwa. Each and every corner, maneno yatakuwa sambamba. You see? But kama kutakuwa na yule mtu ataingia pale with his own interest, ni kujaza mfuko wake, ukishajaa then anatudambu pale, anaenda, tunapata mwingine. Bado tunaendelea kulia, bado maisha yanaendelea kusoroteka, bado tuko tu pale, hatutakuja kusonga hata siku moja. Tutabaki tu Kenya ya madeni, tutabaki tu Kenya tukilipa ushuru yenye hatupati faida, tutabaki tu pale. And as in Kenya, mi huona each and every year, every university, every college inatoa my graduates. So, we need somebody who will come and say, leo hii amefungua industry fulani, hata like I normally say, hata right, if mtu akikuja na atuambie amefungua industry, imeajiri 200 youths, na amekopa loan, ukilipa ushuru, hausikii uchungu, because there is something in a grow somewhere. At the end of the day, it will give us the outputs from that place. Iko sawa, watu wanapata kakitu pale. But si ile yenye madeni zinakopwa, ushuru unapanda siku na mchana, and we are not gaining anything. So I think if Baba will be okay, aseme atanyorosha Kenya, it's well and good. If it will be Ruto, it's well and good. If it will be Uhuru Okot, it's well and good. But we need somebody mwenye leta Kenya penye Kenya we have money. Si lazima tuombe loan. Kenya tuko na pesa za kutosha, tuko na kila kitu cha kutosha, but ni uongozi hatupati, uongozi ulio bora. Kenya tukisema tunalima mahindi, tutalima mahindi. Tukisema ni maziwa, ni maziwa. Tukisema ni sukari, ni sukari. Tukisema ni kahawa, ni kahawa. Hakuna kitu tutahitaji kutoka huko nje. But ni uongozi ambao hatuna uongozi ulio mzuri. So, ukisupport baba, support baba ukijua baba leta uongozi ulio mzuri, ataleta Kenya penye iko. When you support Ruto ukijua Ruto hata fika huko ajaze mifuko yake asahau wananchi wa Kenya. No, wacha tu support wisely.
Well said. Umesema
Okay, so
fiti sana.
Ejo,
Ndeto,
let me ask you. Ejo, I have a question for Ejo.
Kidogo tu Mugambi, wacha tusikize Ndeto, amenyamaza sana. If I go to Ndongo.
Yes, good evening, guys.
Good evening, Mr. Ndeto.
Yes, for sure. Today I've been silent listening. You know, we are used to heckling, especially when points are not favoring some of us. So, kama kawaida, I have not changed my stance. Ni ile ile. And going to today's topic, should Raila endorse Musalia? Ama inasema aje?
And be a running mate.
I think Kenya is quite diverse when it comes to those people who are maybe yearning to be president of this nation. I think a presidency in Kenya has much benefits. Maybe when it comes to sharing the cake, I don't know, because there are a lot of things maybe that are getting on in our country, but what we can only maybe hear these people talking about is 2022. So, and that opens my eyes that in the future I should also vie for presidency. It is a good thing in Kenya. So, let me say, following what happened, I think it was on Friday when NASA was disintegrated. I think these guys are reorganizing themselves. You know, I've seen everyone is against Ruto. And I don't understand why. Because if anything that is forcing even these guys to really keep on planning every day is to defeat Ruto, nothing else. Yesterday, I heard Muturi. Muturi was in Embu. This newly selected guy as Mount Kenya spokesperson, who is like waiting maybe to succeed Uhuru. And the language of those guys who are escorting Muturi, they were calling him a hustler. They were saying that, you know, in Central, we do not have problems with Ruto. So you can even merge with Ruto, or you decide to go alone. Then when I see NASA brigade like breaking down into its constituent parties, one, I don't see if these guys, they are planning to join UDA. But one thing we should all understand is there are dynamics in politics, and you may think that Uhuru has broken his party, Jubilee, and they are ready to join with now the ODM because NASA is no longer there. But I think differently, because it's all about interest. Because after all, if we elect Musalia Mudavadi, it is Kenyans who will vote for him. If we elect Raila, the same. But the big question is, if so-and-so becomes the president, how safe am I? You know, these guys are big investors in this country. We have heard of cases where some of these aspirants, they are said to have owned almost half of Kenya. Then you think that whoever will be entrusted to carry on from 2022 is an enemy of these people. You know, maybe he can decide to like bring them down. If it is the issue of the lands, a president who is incoming might decide it's a high time to legitimate all portions of land. Maybe there are those who are associated with problems to do with ownership of lands. Maybe there are abusinesses which are still existing in Kenya. They may be companies, they may be big businesses, but whoever who is coming in 2022, if the person is against this big fish, then that's why you may find it may be so hard to give these positions to anyone. But I'm happy because the politics of the day is not about that, you know, you have come from this big family, you know, you have come from where. Kenyans are no longer fools. And I think civic education has really played a part. People are now open. They can easily be able to judge who they can vote for. But I think for Mudavadi, basing on his previous kind of experiences, like in 2002, you see he is a short-lived vice president because he was vice president of Moi. Then immediately when Moi endorsed Uhuru, this guy also was like the running mate of Uhuru. Within no time, in 2005, the guy joins the no referendum side. And in 2007, we saw him becoming even the prime minister. Then in 2013, he was ready to be the president. In fact, he came out of the ODM coalition, and he was ready to be endorsed when the case of Hague was a bit problematic to Uhuru and Ruto. So what I understand with Musalia, he is not stable. This guy is an opportunistic, and he does not, like someone said, I don't know whether it is John, that even the nature how he comes into politics after his father died, in a way, it's like the guy he did not struggle for it. You know, there are people we see who really fight, like Ruto, for instance, is a real fighter. And you can see him campaigning, you can see him doing a lot of things. But for Musalia, he is just a cool person. He is there only to wait for people who are maybe who want to fill the basket. And I think that's why he has been losing. And it has come now to a time when they are realizing it is too late. And if they do not make it 2022, for example, for Baba, I don't think in 2027 it will be possible for him to vie still as a president. So some of them, even if they are saying that the bullet is the gun has a lot of, he is remaining with a magazine of bullets, I think I disagree, because 2022 might be like maybe his end point when it comes to vying for presidential candidate. So for this reason, I don't see him endorsing anyone, bearing in mind that I think he is approaching 80 years. So you can imagine at 2027, the guy will be approaching 80 something, almost 83 or 85. So with young people like who are approaching 60s, and Kenya, you know, is a youthful nation, and people in one way, they do not buy the idea that, you know, this man is so experienced, we can give him to shape the nation. Because if these guys were to shape the nation, Raila could have taken this opportunity that he has with Uhuru to ensure that all that he has and he has been thinking about, which is good for Kenyans, is implemented. I know he is doing much, but we should beyond BBI, because you know, we can be told that it is coming to bring unity to us Kenyans, but you find maybe also they are looking for positions. So I think it's a high time these guys is either they join with a good reason, or they just leave it. Like the One Kenya Alliance, I think if you do the aggregate of their votes, like Ukambani, maybe there is like 1.5. Western, I don't know how many counties support Musalia Mudavadi, but you will find maybe if he has very many votes, there may be something to do with, I don't know if they can get to 4 million or so. So if you add with the one for Kalonzo, maybe it's something like 5 point something or 6. And also bearing in mind, Raila also is a very strong, is strongly supported also in that Western region. So in one way, plus cost, you may find also Raila also will have almost the same number of votes. And also for Ruto, you will find maybe he might get an advantage, because right now in Central, we have very many votes. And I know maybe by 2022, we will have almost 10 million votes. So if you get something good there, then plus Rift Valley, and also we have seen Ruto's model. In one way or the other, it is accepted by the bottom majority, because like I think it is Wekesa who was saying, or I don't know if
23 minutes.
Okay, I'm concluding. I don't know if it was Wekesa who was talking about the model of Ruto. This hustler thing is like carrying everyone. It doesn't matter if it is in Kisumu, if it is in Kisii, if it is in Nairobi, or all over. I think it's a unifying factor that I am poor, so, and I am a hustler, so let us support this guy. So, and I think that can give him an added advantage, and you find the majority of Kenyans are maybe voting for him. So for this reason, if Mudavadi collaborates with Raila, plus Kalonzo and Uhuru, in a way, it will be a bit hard for Ruto, bearing in mind also the deep state or machinery and systems also plays a big part in making one a president. But I believe Ruto, he has the support of the people. and this can make him the next president. Yes, so is there a question?
Yes. Bwana Wekesa, are you there?
Kabisa.
So, leo inakaa ni kama tumewafinya sana. Me, I beg to...
Hakuna kitu umesema, sisi ndio tumewafinya. Umeenda 2026 mnaanza kudiscuss impeachment kwa sababu mswada imewashinda. The real debate will run away from it.
Wakati tulikuwa tunaongelea
ngoja kwanza, Mugambi alikuwa na swali ya kuniuliza. Clinton na Wekesa, tulia kiasi, waniulize swali.
Mimi nitauliza Ndeto, wewe ulizwa, alafu mimi nitauliza Ndeto.
Hata mimi niko na swali kwa Ndeto. Now that I was the first to speak, simniruhusu tu.
Hapana, Mugambi alitaka kuniuliza, Jex akasema Ndeto aendelee kwanza, akimaliza aniulize. So Mugambi, umesahau hiyo swali tu, nani miwani aongee. Mute. Haya. Go on miwani. Mugambi amemute na anaongea.
So Wekesa, wakati tulikuwa tunaongelea hiyo story na impeachment, mlitupigia kelele mpaka hamkuelewa point yetu. And it is good that it has been confirmed by someone from Mount Kenya. Tulikubali kwamba ni ukweli anaweza akawa rais, but only with the support from Mount Kenya. Na hii support pia inaweza kuja kumuuma baadaye. In that, sisi kama wana UDA, ile hasira tutakuwa nayo kwa opposition. Tukiambiwa tu eti kujeni mnisaidie kung'oa huyu, bwana tutakuja. Hatutategea jamaa amalize hiyo statement. So Baba
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
It is Raila who supported Kibaki honestly akapata presidency, but they came and undermined him. It's okay in politics, it's obvious. But when they undermined him, what did Kibaki do? He went and picked Nyacha, a small party, and he formed something called Grand Coalition. And the Grand Coalition was able to finish the term. My friend, when you are in power, you play around with the beauty about the confusion we have right now. Not everybody will be in UDA, not everybody will be in ODM. There will be small parties that will have MPs, and when they go in parliament, they will always side with the ruling party.
But
even this small thing called inajiita hika kitu kanajiita PEP katakuwa na MPs in Mount Kenya. So when it comes after power, if you become president, then you have the privilege of collecting these small parties and work with them, and you change the matrix. Full stop.
But Wekesa,
if I may ask a question, is it for somebody to be a president in Kenya from any tribe, lazima tu Mount Kenya uchukue second of king kutoka huko ndo ukue president, or hapana?
No, what we are saying, you see, it's because of you cannot avoid the big numbers, and that's why how they play with it. And that's why they have been having the privilege of being president, because they have the numbers. And as a president, you don't ignore them because their numbers count. So you know you have to work with them so that you can be able to establish your throne. You have seen countries like the countries which are unstable, especially these which are led by prime ministers. Sometimes when somebody with a small minority party comes to power, they come but they are short-lived. Why? Because they are able to be toppled by the big tribes. Are you getting? Or big parties, let me say that. So it is something, it's a reality you cannot run away with, and you have to know how to work with the big parties or big tribes so that you can extend your throne.
Okay. I get you. Is it possible, or is it true that what we were thinking with Mwangi can happen?
It can happen, and even there's a time we thought we can impeach Kibaki. It's always something people entertain. In politics, any idea, if you have a problem with the sitting president, you entertain the idea. The issue is, will you have the number? So let's cross there, and after 2022, let's see the numbers, how they look like. Sometimes it's the numbers that decide. If the numbers don't look bad, you cannot just say, I will impeach.
Wekesa, and to add on you, what you are saying about the impeachment, you know, when these people are elected into parliament as MPs, they look at who fills my stomach more. Okay, if maybe Ruto and whoever will be the running mate wants to impeach the president, these MPs will play the second role of who fills my stomach more. If
it's true.
If Ruto and running mates can't fill their stomach as Raila and the system, of course they will support Raila. So there are so many things to consider on the impeachment of the president. Number two.
In fact, ask him why is it that Tanga MPs have been voting on the side of Uhuru when it comes to voting?
Because these people have mortgage to pay, and Uhuru is paying their mortgage. Okay, John.
Yes.
My question to you was, you saying that the Luhya land, you are the swing votes, and you don't have the kingpin, right?
Yes.
Today, if we have Raila and Ruto in Western Kenya, can Raila beat Ruto in Western Kenya as we speak today if they come for vote in Luhya land? Who can be emerge the winner between Ruto and Raila?
They can be, if Raila beats Ruto in Western Kenya, he cannot beat him, yani hayatamshinda sana.
Lakini atamshinda kidogo.
Yes, you know Western Kenya is mixed up with the mixed tribes. You know. When you come to the only place where Ruto will defeat where Baba will defeat Ruto is when you go to Vihiga, Kakamega.
Do you know the whole of Busia is ODM? Whole of Busia is ODM.
Busia, Mumias, you see those sides. Bungoma part of it. Bungoma part of it. You see, but part of it you will find that ni watu wa Ruto damu nao walisema huwa hawadambu mtu wao, so atamshinda but hatamshinda sana.
So I wanted to know if Raila can beat Ruto in Western, I'm okay. Haina shida as long as atamshinda niko sawa. So
Mugambi, let me answer you this.
Let me help you. Mugambi, in Western, right now, Wycliffe Wangamadi is working with Raila. All the 5 governors are with Raila. Kwanzia ule Kaemba wa Trans Nzoia, come with Oparanya, come to huyu wa Vihiga anajiita Otichilo. All of them are working with Raila. So he has an advantage. I always ask even Mudavadi, which governor is working with Mudavadi? Zero, completely zero. So even they are speculating that they may have a governor 2022, but for now they are zero.
But Wekesa, let me tell you, somebody like Wangamati, but I'm 50% sure he will go back. But somebody like Haemba, I'm 75%.
Haemba has finished his 2 terms. They will be new governors.
He has finished his 2 terms. So you see, the 2022, Baba still have a journey to go back to Trans Nzoia to
What I'm saying is that in leadership, you have to manage to control the masses. You see, when Raila went to Central, they said that Raila is not liked. When he reached there, he was received by 4 governors. That is how you gauge a leader. He's able to mobilize the people on the ground. That is, you cannot just imagine that he will have the new leaders in 2022, and right now he doesn't have the grip of any leader. It doesn't work that way. In fact, right now is a yardstick, and that's why we give a Ruto a plus, because he was able to mobilize leaders from Mount Kenya. And Raila is also making inroads, because when he goes there, you can see governors, you can see influential people, business people. That is how you gauge leaders. But you cannot just come here working with only 2 MPs, Kina Sakaja and the Malala, and you say that I want to be president. Honestly, that is a big joke.
Sorry, but you know, we are talking of the current Kenya we are living in. Naongelea kwa zile kura zilikuwa za 2017. We don't know 2022 how it will be. Maybe people will change minds from ODM to UDA, from Jubilee to Oka. You never know. So let's wait and see. Have you ever seen
politics? There is no magic in politics. Have you ever seen any serious rally Mudavadi has done, or serious mobilization even in Western? There's no magics in politics. It's what you are doing. When you see people following Ruto, he has been making inroads, and you can see it. If you see people following Raila, he has been making inroads, and you can see it. Tell me which inroads Mudavadi and Wetangula have been making, my dear. Things don't just happen. They don't just happen.
I told you earlier that Mudavadi and Wetangula cannot make anything, cannot move anywhere. And those are the guys that will give Ruto chances, you see. Somebody will just look and say, acha nipe Ruto sasa Mudavadi hayuko, acha nipe. They won't take us. You know what, let me tell you, like somebody like Moses Wetangula, he has been in government for long. And the criteria Wetangula has been using for leadership, people knows it.
Yeah, and you see, Mudavadi went to Mount
excuse me. Sami Serema naomba link. Sami, mimi si moderator, natumia tu kabambe yangu hapa. Sina link. Link iko kwa nini? Inaitwa nini? WhatsApp group. Na we ni member. Fungua WhatsApp group, kuna link.
Wacha nimtumie. Ako hapo chini.
Hapo kwa comment section, yeah.
Sawa.
Okay. Otherwise Wekesa, mimi acheni nilale bana. Otherwise it was nice. I wish tungeendelea kudebate na nyinyi, lakini
wewe ni Clinton.
Lala, najua hata
mimi si Clinton Mugambi John. Mimi ni Jamiwani. Miwani iko katikati ya Kisumu na Kericho.
Kesho kuja na jina yako kamili.
I'm not Clinton, man. Ni sauti zinafanana maybe. Hata huyo Clinton ningempata hapa leo, tungepelekana mbaya. Anakuanga wa UDA. Tungepelekana mbaya.
Ni wa twin brother wako.
Basi ni twin brother.
Anyway, thank you guys.
Okay, Deto.
Simon Ndungu hajaongea. Yes. Simon Ndungu, unaweza tupa maoni yako?
Ndio kile nimekaa sana. Nilikuwa nimeacha kwanza watu waongee. Okay, nilikuwa nasema hivi. Ukiangalia historia ya Kenya tangu independence.
Now, I was to ask Ndeto a question. Where is Ndungu? Aongea ama niulize swali?
Kuuliza kwanza. Tumalizane kwanza na Ndeto. Alafu Ndungu ataongea.
Kuuliza mimi niongee baadaye. Uliza tu.
Sawa. Ndeto, you have insinuated that Ruto's model has been bought by many Kenyans.
Yes.
I don't know whether you are devoid of Kenyan political history. You see, you guys are very ambitious. I don't remember any elections Kenyans have voted on ideas. And some people are thinking that there will be magic. Let me give you an example of 2010 Constitution. 2010 Constitution, the red camp was for, mostly it was dominated by the church. And then there was the Ruto side. They were against abortion and a few other things in the Constitution. Now, someone could expect that because that was a church thing and a few things, it could have changed the electoral map in terms of voting. When it came to the final vote, it was only Rift Valley which was supporting Ruto, and all other regions voted yes. And you ask yourself, where was the church? So was there a church in Central? Was there a church in Western? Was there a church? It came back to tribes because Raila was in yes, all Luos voted yes, regardless of whether they were against abortion or whatever. The church thing even didn't matter. Central, and then this Eastern and whatever. So I asked myself, do Kenyans really vote with issues? And when you look at it, ask yourself now, and let's go, even maybe the 2010 is very far, you can say Kenya has changed. Go back to Kiamba. Kiamba, this guy said that Nani had a very good agenda. This guy called Kariri Njama. But ideally, they voted to punish Uhuru. And so they ignored the whole agenda, the whole good agenda about Kariri Njama. They voted for a guy who even did not understand what he stands for, but because this party is punishing this one, they voted. So don't tell me you have come up with a model and is resonating with Kenyans. It's either
and Wekesa, just to add on you is that what is really messing us in Kenya is the way you are explaining that the way Kiamba voted for whatever Wanjiku is to punish Uhuru. You see, we leave the ideas behind and vote for somebody because of wrong understanding. We leave along the benefits we are getting from the somebody whom we are voting for. Una vote kwa kitu chenye hakita kusaidia, you know. Ndo sasa inatuumiza. If we don't change minds to vote kwa ideas za kukutusaidia, badala ya kuvote at let me vote for Raila to punish Ruto, let me vote for Ruto to punish Uhuru. You see, or Raila. No, let's vote for ideas yenye itakusaidia kesho.
So that will respond. Has Kenya changed?
Okay, thank you so much, Wekesa, for that question. And I would say Kenya is changing. Reason being, we have, like when you come to Central Kenya, we have had, I think, out of the 4 presidents since 1963, 3 of them have come from Mount Kenya. And you may think that place or that region is so developed. But to tell you the truth, yes, the 3 governments has really tried, but still there are people who are in need. There are people who are really getting through a lot. And when you check, especially on like something to do with corruption cases, for instance, like the COVID billionaires, there are people, when you walitajwa, there are people from our region. And yet, the reason they are doing that, it is not for the greater good of the community, the gamer community. Ukiangalia NYS, those who really took part when walitajwa, they still came from Mount Kenya region. Then when you aggregate all those, I think it has come to a point where tumeona sisi tunasema ati sijui mtu wetu, but there is nothing big that is changing. But the reason why I said the UDA model, it's catching everyone, is because I might be a Kikuyu, but all of us cannot be Kikuyu. You might become from a different tribe, but all of us cannot be your tribe. But the moment you talk about need, I might say I'm in need of something. You find the majority of us, there are very many of us who are like myself from different tribes. So issues or needs do not look whether you are a Kamba, you are a Kikuyu, you are a Gusi. No. And that's why this guy's idea is really selling. Na tena ukiangalia like I've seen a certain idea where the Mount Kenya, those who are Tanga, the MPs, they are demanding for something we call GMR, guaranteed minimum return. For instance, if it is coffee or maybe any other farming, let the government pledge and indicate that even if there will be adverse weather or whatever that might come to destroy our produce, the government will be able to return or repay the farmers or compensate the farmers. It's like it's like insurance. So that if I'm in the coffee business, I will not fear of brokers. I will not fear that my coffee will be bought cheaply. If it is in Kakamega, for instance, and the guys are growing maize, for instance, then the government will be accountable. If something goes wrong, farmers will be compensated. So, and I think with the Ruto's model and what I've given you an example of what the Mount Kenya guys, those who are MPs and senators, what I have heard them talking about, the guaranteed minimum return, which will be implemented when Ruto becomes the president. So I think I don't see which farmer will refute that. I don't see who will just be against that. That if today I do my maize, then maybe while something comes and destroys, or maybe the market, the demand is maybe it's very low and supply is high. In a way, the cost or the prices of those commodities will be regulated. So I see this being a very big like a push, or maybe a very big benefit to all the farmers in this nation. So as Kenyans, we are united by some common characteristics. Like I might lack something, or I might have something, but tribal cocoons can never bring us together. And that's why it is
but
so
I
hard
asked you
for
a direct question. Ndeto, I asked you a direct question. And I gave you statistics of how the 2010 constitution happened. It was a tribal thing, even when the agendas were burning. Then I asked you about Kiamba. The two candidates, one was, people say he had an agenda, but you voted, despite the good agenda he had, and even he still has, he has not stopped, but you voted to punish Uhuru. So what happens? Okay, has that culture stopped, or is it's only bottom up that will change the grain from voting for issues tribes to issues. Are you not seeing that danger? And I ask yourself, we have been told that vitu kwa ground is different. We have been told that song was sung for 3 years. When the by-elections came, we realized that Bungoma is still in Fort Kenya. It did not impress the UDA. Kakamega did not impress the UDA. It was still ANC and the ODM. So the question is, which are these people who have impressed your model and these things are resonating with them? How? I haven't seen it. Even Kiamba was a struggle for you guys. The win was a struggle. It doesn't, 400 votes doesn't show that this model is superior to the Uhuru who would never even, you guys are saying Malisa aende. Malisa anaende na anapata 49 and the other guy gets 50. So you realize even what you are saying is resonating with Kenyans. It's not there. It is just in your mind, but when you go to the ground to look for votes, you realize these things are different.
Okay, Wekesa, let me touch on what you have talked about the nini about abortion. One, there are some things that I would talk about the value system, maybe as a Christian, as a Muslim, or as a religious person. And, something like abortion cannot be politically been highly influenced. Because for sure, if the church vote yes for abortion, for instance, I think it will be against morality. So there are things we cannot just tie with a political what. Even if you come and campaign that let this abortion be maybe be passed as a bill or let it not, you will fight. After all, the church will go to like no abortion. So there are things you cannot use to predict whether one is politically influential or nini. When you come to Kiamba, Kareli Jama, if you do not have much information, this guy was the UDA project, because since 2017, the guy has been hand in hand with the deputy president. And it is in the last minute during the by-election when this guy is compelled to join Jubilee, because they thought that being Uhuru's region or place, people will go with Kanjama. He has a foundation. He has done a lot on the ground. And people even knew about him. But he was associated with a certain force. And this force was the deputy president. Yes. So when this guy is like bought by Jubilee and fails to stand with UDA so that to punish Ruto, I think that's where now there is this other guy who is very young. He has never been heard so much. He just comes and through the sympathy, because the one of the objective.
Exactly my point. Now you are supporting me that despite the good issues we have, Kenyans will either vote for you for sympathy, like the way we are sympathizing with the Ruto because people, the government is punishing him, and then we sympathize with the widows and we vote for them because they were wives of the MPs, and then we don't focus on the issues. So this bottom up, will it sail through where we want to vote on sympathy or our tribe? Will it sail through? Will people want to know what bottom up has for them?
For instance, what Ruto has been saying is that to support this agenda, he will skip or keep aside 100 million Kenya shillings for every of the 290 constituencies. This thing is not new, because when you get to, there is something we call Women Fund and Youth Fund. But what is missing is a civic education. It is there, but not many youths who know that it exists, not many women who know that it exists. And if they know, you will find that those who are settlers of the rural areas, maybe they don't know they don't have the know-how. Like what are these things that are really required for you to apply this loan? And even if you apply, maybe there is something like a fear. But if there are enough public officers who are just moving around training these women groups, training youth groups, and assuring them that there is enough fund, then I think this fear will come to an end. And what Ruto is planning to do is to expand that kit because it is already existing. And also, it will come with it more enlightenment, because I believe if that fund will be set aside, then we shall also need to employ more officers who will be training these groups and who will be even explaining to them. And you know one thing about the...
Can somebody help me ask Ndeto what I'm asking? Maybe I'm not getting him. We don't have a problem with the agenda. You can explain it from morning to evening. Yes. But we are saying our voting patterns.
No, hebu ngoja Ndeto sasa, what you mean is that hii bottom up naambia watu ni vitu already ziko hapa na sisi. You are not bringing anything new at the women fund julikani. Nobody doesn't know about women fund. Hakuna mtu ajui youth fund iko. Nobody, hakuna mtu ajui hizo vitu zote ziko.
But what I'm saying, Mutembe, is even if it is there, the amount of money allocated is very little. Because
Hakuna
like you will find
pesa iko mingi sana. In fact, hakuna time hata watu uchukue hiyo pesa yote. The money has never been taken out of it. Kuna corruption scandal that the youth fund peke yake it can't account for 4 something billion. Which means pesa iko hapo na inakuwa mpaka watu wanaanza kuiba.
And Mutembe, you see, Kinandeto are on the record saying that we guys wanted BBI to increase 15 to that 5%, and they say we are defeated with 15%. So where will they get the funds if they say that BBI should not be changed because there are no funds to increase?
That's the problem.
You see
with you. Ndeto, ngoja kidogo, ile shida naona ukiwa nayo ni kuamini these MPs wenye wanafuata Ruto that wanadhani ati Uhuru ni mbaya. These guys wamekaziwa tu tenders because zile pesa Ruto alikuwa anasukuma sana na matenders na powers yenye alikuwa nayo anawapea hii tenda, jenga hii barabara, jenga hii barabara. That's the only mistake yenye Uhuru amefanya, akanyang'anya Ruto those powers. Sasa hao guys wenye wanamfuata ni wale alikuwa ana issue tu tenders hapa na pale, 2 billion hapa, 1 billion hapa, nini billion pale. So sasa since those things are ziko na hawezi afford kupata hizo pesa, wamebaki sasa kwenda pale kwa Ruto for handout. Sasa mtu aende achukue handout anunuliwe na pesa kidogo, then akuje andanganya the whole community eti huyu mtu ndiye mzuri na nini. For how long will you guys continue kupata hizo pesa zenye mnachukua? But mkisema eti mnakuja kuongeza sijui youth fund sijui nini. So what's new? What is new about that? Hiyo pesa imekuwa hapo. In fact, ile kitu Ruto anafaongea about ni corruption. He will never talk about corruption because wale watu wote wanamzingira hapa ni watu corrupt. Na wakishikwa na corruption anawatetea. He is the first guy could defend kina Gachagua. A guy who can explain alipataje over 12 billion zinapitia kwake, but
Mutembe,
hiyo ni kutafutwa ndio ana support. Yes.
Mutembe.
Yes.
Kwani unatutusi ama?
Kutusi nani?
Unatusi Hustler Nation kwa nini?
Nikawaita.
Mutembe.
Si useme wameitwa nini?
Are you aware kwamba every county every financial year it is paying 100 million to a known family in Kenya for the medical equipments zenye zimekuwa leased.
Stop propaganda.
So
that one is not that one is not propaganda. It is the truth. Eh?
No, iko wapi? How can you prove that is the truth?
There are dialysis machines that were leased in this country.
The question is, how can you prove that is the truth?
Si wewe enda kwa ile kaunti yako ulizia finance minister wewe kaunti yako. Wasikia?
Is that an argument actually?
It is. Yes, your county, every person hapa mwenye ako hapa aende kwa kaunti yake aulize kama kuna pesa kama
hiyo. The only dialysis machine which we know is that one of Nyeri, and it was quoted under the one of the
Skiza, wacha nimpe scandals ambayo atashtuka. The other day we were Skiza, the other day
if they have not been mentioned in court, that is propaganda.
The other day Kenya was hosting World Champion Safari Rally. Where was it held? Ilifanywa kwa shamba ya nani?
Is that a scandal? Is that a scandal?
That's a corruption of the highest order in this country. Yes.
My friend, you are talking about things that you don't understand.
Which things I don't understand? Hizo title deeds tunajua mahali hiyo Safari Rally ilikuwa hosted. Ilifanya
Arome, you are just a brainwashed guy.
No. The first person who is corrupt. In fact, let me tell you, my friend. Those people calling.
Who is the corruption there?
Can you check the definition of corruption, young man?
I think Mutembei, there is something you were saying before that guy had come in. That the reason why these guys behind Ruto, maybe they are like suffering so much is because the tenders they used to get, it was somehow curtailed. And what if we imagine
mtu anafungua over 40 companies, then anakimbia kwa Ruto, anything ikiadvertisewa anakimbia huko, anapewa hapa. Sasa those things zimekataliwa, sasa ndio anakuja anasema huru ni mbaya sana. Ni simply because hakuna hiyo avenue ya mtu mmoja kupata all those tenders.
But you see these guys are
Eto. Hebu nikuulize.
Let me first answer Mutembei.
It's just a question in conjunction. Among the political leaders in Mount Kenya who are supporting Ruto, who is a seasoned politician? Do you have any seasoned politicians supporting Ruto? The answer is no. The reason being,
they are.
Listen. Who?
There is.
Like?
There is. You know.
Kama nani?
Hapana, ile kitu hapa inaenda. It's all about influence.
No, kama nani? No, listen to me. Listen to me.
Kama Gachagua, for instance.
Gachagua is a first-time MP. He is a first-time MP.
But he is ukiangalia his influence on the ground.
Listen to me. No. Listen, Gachagua is a brother to the former Nyeri governor. Listen to me.
Yes.
The reason why I've asked you that question is all these newcomers in Mount Kenya who are following Ruto, they have a lot of mortgages. They need someone to finance their mortgages. That's why you'll see Didi Nyoro, you'll see Kina Gachagua that you are talking about, and all of them that you are talking about, they are following Ruto because they need those tenders so that they can finance their mortgages. And in Mount Kenya, note this: Mount Kenya does not vote an MP more than 2 times. So if Ruto is depending on the newcomers to give him votes, that's a null. Minor commander you may see him as not an influential politician in Mount Kenya, but that's a man who is experienced. So we need people who are experienced to lead these people who need the votes. It's just a brainwashing. So what can Didinyoro bring to Ruto anyway? Imani Shungwa, what can he bring to Ruto anyway?
John, you have asked a question. Ile kitu iko on the ground, you know, it doesn't matter whether you are a first time elected or what. What matters is if you are able to resonate with the people on ground. Unajua kuna watu wanashidanga kuna watu watashinda huku town or wherever they live, lakini when it comes to the groundwork, these people are not connected. But look at the Nyoro. Even he was rated the best MP in terms of utilization of community development fund. Kwa sababu ukienda hata mashule iko na tiles, everything. Kwani people are looking for a person who can work for them. They are not looking for a person who cannot just who is just there in the parliament talking.
Can I correct you? Let me correct you.
Which people?
The Peter Kenneth that you are seeing, Peter Kenneth has been rated the best in his 5 years to utilize the CDF, but the people of Gatanga voted him out. So, irrespective of whether you are performer or not performer, political solution.
And also Tuju. Also Tuju.
And another thing. Look at 205. Raila himself defeated a position.
Mugambi. Peter
Yes.
Kenneth.
Peter Kida did not contest for a member of parliament.
He was not.
So
exactly.
Hata kutudanganya hapa.
I was about to tell him that.
Yeah, I was running for the governorship of Nairobi.
And so, Mugambi, let me educate Mugambi. If you are telling us experiences helping people, then the experiences of such people like James Orengo could have helped Raila to become president of this republic.
Absolutely true.
Remember, the voters we have now, they are very young.
Raila
so
got the presidency is only the system, my friend. You know it, and you know it.
Which system?
It's only the system which reaches out.
Can you compare?
He has always been getting the vote. He has always been getting the vote. He has more than two.
Arome.
Yes.
Let me give you an example.
Yes.
But before you give your example,
wait.
I will forget your question because you are connecting something to do with Peter Kenneth being a best performer and he was never returned in the.
Kindly wait. I want to give Arome one example. In 2005, the entire government was for the new constitution. Raila alone defeated the entire system and the government, meaning irrespective of whatever you go, Raila has all the cans, Raila is experienced. In 2010, Ruto trying to overturn the government decision, but because Raila was pro-constitution, he defeated him foot down.
In 2005, Raila was with you. He was with Uhuru Kenyatta. He was with members like Najib Balala. Let me tell you, Raila right now, as we are talking, is just a Luo Nyanza. Is just a Luo Nyanza kingpin as we talk today. If Mudavadi will go to the ballot, Kalonzo will go to the ballot, we are taking the win. We are going to win by 4 p.m.
Mudavadi only, as I say, in Vika constitution, is not even Western Vika.
We want them to split the vote from the Western region. That is our target, nothing else. And if you come together, all of you, remember the fact that
Handshake has a plan to meet. The whole Handshake has a plan.
The fact that has been helping Raila to become a second run-up or win an election in this country is the Kikuyu factor. Because every time Raila is facing a Mount Kenya, a candidate who is very strong. But this time round, we have an alternative who is coming out of Mount Kenya. And this person is the one who is going to ensure that Raila, we are sending him to Bondo very early in the morning.
We have heard that saying several times. And every time you send him to Bondo, you find him in State House.
I want to tell you, all those guys who were born between 1985 up to 2000, I think 2002.
That guy has adolescent dreams.
No. He has some facts.
No. They are not tangible. He's saying that this time, because somebody is coming out of Mount Kenya, it's a disadvantage for Raila. How? It's a plus. That's why Raila is making inroads. He has said that nimepata punda ya kupanda mlima. Now look at this. This kina Musalia walienda Central. Nobody even questioned. Nobody even, the media was not excited. Raila stepping just in the home of this guy called what? In the home of SK Macharia. The whole media was frenzy about it. They know, they fear this guy, and they understand the power of Raila in terms of mobilization. And they say that Mount Kenya doesn't like him. He went there. Out of the 7 governors, 4 were present and 2 sent apologies. He knows how to mobilize people, and these guys knows that if Raila steps on Mount Kenya, the vote for Ruto is split, and they understand it. That's why they are worried.
Wekesa, you know, the way you are explaining it, someone may think, yeah, thank you. Wekesa, the way you are explaining, someone may think that you are very correct. But let me tell you, there is something we cannot assume, numbers.
Meaning, I don't talk hearsay. I have facts from the ground. Because even when you talk about the SK Macharia meeting, I was there personally, in person. So I don't talk hearsay. I understand. I know the dynamics that are going on. There are things I don't share here because it is secret from our side. But there are things I know that you guys hakuna mahali mnaenda.
Okay. My point is, I tried to give an example when Mugambi also came in, that those leaders who are behind Ruto, you people, you are saying that they are, because they are one or second term, they are in their first or second term, that they are not seasoned politically. But I'm telling you that what Mount Kenya needs are leaders who can work and who can deliver. And I have given you an example of someone like Dede Nyoro. He might be so young, but that guy has proved he can manage a CDF fund the best in Kenya. So also when you go to even a place like Madera, you will find it's a home place of Kibaki. And also, Legathi Gachagua, having come from the same place, this guy has connections. And if you look at the road networks, they are very nice. Go to Kikuyu, where Kimani Ichung'wah comes from. This guy has been able to befriend those who are in the highest, like Ruto or maybe even Uhuru. And if you go to Kikuyu, you will also find development. And that's why in 2017, someone like Ichung'wah, there was no one to contest. He was just declared a winner without even voting. Why? Because this guy has proved he can deliver. And the group of the MPs working with DP, I've seen it. I've seen it myself, what they are doing. So saying that these guys are not influential, I think you also saw what happened in Kiambaa. Despite that, Uhuru had the machinery. People like this guy of Daragwa, I think he is called Kemunya.
Jeremiah Kioni, Daragwa.
Not Kioni, but I mean Kipipiri.
Amos Kimunya, yeah.
Kemunya, yeah. Those guys have been in government for a very long time, and we saw them there. They are just manning the election not to be leaked. But after all, they were brought down. I mean, Kenyans washafunguka macho, and what we wanted is to see the money allocated, through the various kits is utilized appropriately.
Deto,
yes.
Did you tell us that Kariri Jama was a UDA proponent until he went to Jubilee?
Exactly, I said.
So if you say that shows the reason as to why the Gawajiko won. It's because already Kariri Jama and set the base for him. So with the moment he went to Jubilee, his graph went down.
Stop
And
that.
out of those seasoned politicians, they pulled him out.
You guys don't
He had
pretend you are not.
achieved.
You are,
He had
let
he had achieved that. Karere Jama had achieved that through the support of the deputy president and the other brigade.
And
So,
the question
and
you are
because
not answering, which I keep asking you, if Karine Njama had achieved that, so why did he fail? You are telling me Kenyans have changed and they are voting on issues. You are still the one person telling me that Karine Njama had better agenda than the other guy, but you still voted for the other guy. So the issue was, what was the basis of your vote? If you answer that question well, you will understand the political dynamics of our country. If you don't answer that question, you will live to answer it in 2022. I'm telling you, you can have a very perfect agenda, but unless you sort out the political mindset of Kenyans, your agenda will be baseless.
Wekesa, listen here. I am saying that, for instance, Karere Jama was associated with Ruto since 2017. And whatever he was doing, I believe it was in collaboration with the big team, the Tanga Tanga. So his achievement, to some extent, can be attributed to Tanga Tanga team. So by him dissociating with the Tanga Tanga, I think people had a strong feeling of Tanga Tanga than an individual called Karere Jama. And that's why even if
that's where the problem is, and that is where the problem is. Why did you dissociate with somebody who had issue-based politics, and you went for somebody just for the sake of the name UDA? And that is why I will keep on asking you, in 2022, will people dissociate bottom up with the real?
This guy, Karere Jama, Karere Jama was bought by Jubilee. Yes.
Let us have this Arome to see what he stands for, because he is making so much noise. Arome, what do you stand for?
Mugambi. Mugambi, before Aroma comes in, the younger men, thank you very much. I'm not a voter in Kenya, but I'm interested. I'm interested in what you do in social media.
All right.
And Mugambi, I've been following what you do. Now,
thank you.
I'm a political scientist to the last iota on earth. Me, if I were a Kenyan, I would not vote Ruto for one day. You know why?
Tell us.
One, you see, you have a baggage. You are telling people you have bottom-up economy.
Yes.
The only place where bottom-up economy worked in the whole world,
yes,
there are two countries, China and Singapore.
Yes.
But bottom-up worked when you have to kill people. You have to shoot people. You have to take people down, take them to prison. Lee Kuan Yew took his friends to prison. Mao Zedong, have you any of you heard of the Cultural Revolution of China? Do you know how many people ended up dead? Look at China today. 40 years ago, China had one rice scheme in Kibimba, in my country, Uganda. And don't hate me because I'm a Ugandan, because I'm an East African like you.
You don't have democracy.
In fact, Wekesa is part of me. Wekesa is a Mutiru from across. And the rest, Aroma Audi. This time, the other time in 2017, I was on the side, I opposed the Raila. But I want to tell you this time.
I know.
No, wait. This time. And there is somebody who made a very good point here, Mugambi. This time, look at my eyes. We shall give it to him. You can sing with your Ndindoro, what? What are you talking about? These guys cannot even write a policy. Ndindoro can do what? Apart from running around. This was my news presenter.
We are going to donate Raila to your country.
Where? No, Raila will you donate Ruto to my country because Ruto works with Museveni. You expect me to support Ruto? Ruto is Machiavellian. Ruto is dangerous. Ruto, if you want to say bottom up, start by finishing some of these people, locking them up. How do you elect a man who has a baggage of corruption? Wow. Every corrupt institution, every general manager who has left his job, who has lost his job from KPLC, KPM, Petty, oh my God, everybody, they cry one name. Sky team came on Friday to collect money. You know you have a very good president. He's humble. If you had ruthless presidents like Museveni and Kagame, some of you would not even would be just putting your hands here. Because a person has stolen. A person has 5 choppers. He's telling you to have a wheelbarrow. I want to ask this man in a green t-shirt, top there with a jacket who looks like a Kabando or Kabando. In fact, he talks like a Kabando or Kabando. My brother, if you grow those tomatoes, if all the wheelbarrows are full of tomatoes from bottom up, who will buy them? Who will buy them? No, you tell me. Where will you sell them?
Is it a rhetoric? Is it a rhetorical?
No. Boss, I am asking you a real question. And be an intelligent person. Don't be a hooligan.
Let me
if
answer.
you're a hooligan, I don't
answer your question.
Mugambi, I have asked a question. If the wheelbarrows that you are giving to people in Muranga, they are all full of avocado. Where do you sell the avocados?
Nowhere.
The green guy answer me. Because he's
let me answer you.
Yes,
and I will say
thank
this.
you.
I will say this, that we cannot think about like offloading the wheelbarrows without having a very good foreign market. Because
how do you get where Kesa? How does he get to the foreign market?
Through connections and linkages.
Which connection? Do you have capital? Who is the owner of capital? Rubbish. Where, boss, you came from the university. Learn more. Don't vote because you want to vote. The connection, who will get you connection? Isn't it the same route who will buy your tomatoes and sell and get profit and give you nothing?
So you are assuming that Ruto does not have international.
Boss,
that's
I have
an assumption.
The person you are talking to is 65 years old. I've woken up because I love this program.
Thank you very much.
I have woken up. No, I am 65. I'm like your father. So when you tell me that I don't know Adam Smith, Fiore, which I can use, Karl Marx, I can even close my eyes and recite for you. So when you come here, you tell me that I don't know bottom up, which policy, where, which one? What? How do you take your tomatoes? How will they? Who will buy them? If all people are poor, who will buy them? You first to broaden the tax bracket, tax the middle class, give the middle class money, such that the middle class will buy what you produce. and then broaden the tax band. Forget about the bottom. You know, there are certain things I don't want to tell you, my son, on these steps. But one day Mugambi will tell you, call you somewhere and you sit, all of you, I'll tell you. I know why Mr. David Indi talks about bottoms. I don't want to tell you this on here. But I'm a very deadly man when it comes to telling the truth. Bottoms.
Kindly share.
Let me ask you a question.
Open free
It will
forum.
be taken. It will be
Let me
taken.
ask you a question.
Mugambi can record it and create problems. But bottoms up is connected. Have you ever seen
Daktari, let me
David
ask you a question.
Have you
Let me
ever
ask
seen?
you.
Let me finish and you ask. Have you ever seen David Indi change his shirt? Answer me. Did you wash your shirt this morning? Boss, nyenye wa Kenya, it is up to you. Some of us have suffered. Wekesa. I have been in exile for 36 years. Not because I cannot negotiate with Museveni and go home. Because I stand by principle. I worked with Dr. Milton Obote Wekesa. I was his PA like a Jomo. I suffered from 1985 to date. I've never seen a joy in my entire place. But it is very easy to cut a deal and go home. And it is very important to keep your country united. What Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta did, even if you go to Angel Gabriel and ask, he will say it was a good sign for making Kenya move forward. You will never change it. History will never erase that. Some of us do, I do transport. I have trailers, 4 trailers that carry goods from Rwanda up to Mombasa. During that time, I lost. Some of you think that maybe I borrow money change from Uhuru is younger than me. How can I borrow money from him? I grew up in a fighting mood. Wekesa, I have been there. This is the man you have been hearing. When I was talking on BBC, Ruto was not there. When I was fighting Museveni, Ruto was not there. I've fought battles, but it's not good to fight. We fought until 2008. We decided, let's cool down, shake hands. And I told Museveni, 2 bulls cannot stay in one crowd. I am a bull and I'm a Mugisu, like a Wekesa. When a Mugisu shakes your hand, he doesn't come back with a box to box you. So today, that's why you see, people say, oh, you are a refugee in Kenya. I have never applied for asylum in Kenya. I wish you knew where my country is. I'm a global citizen. Even if I suffer because my children, all of them, are in the global world. But to have a peaceful country, my brothers, is better than to have a man who's using Museveni's tactics to come to power. You watch the space. You watch the space, you will see. Let this election be held the way it is. Mugambi, let this election be held the way it is. The first man who will jump on the table and oppose will be none other than Ruto. Trouble will begin there. You are there. God willing, Corona has spared us. We might see these elections. But the first man who will say this was rigged will be His Excellency, Deputy President. Before even Raila says anything. You saw it in 2007. That is my contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Masanga. But I can assure you, Ruto will never be the president.
Yeah. Thank you. The gentleman in green wanted to ask me something. I'm ready.
Let him respond. For us, we
Yes.
don't want to dilute that message.
Let me ask Daktari a question. Thank you so much, Daktari, for enlightening us and also for your contribution. For sure, on this platform, whatever we say, it is not like so much personal. We are just here to share what everyone knows so that we can be corrected or so that we can know more. So my question to you is the way you have said and like the way you have challenged the bottom-up approach model, and you have given an example. If today all wheelbarrows are full of avocados or are full of tomatoes, who will buy? I have tried to tell you that we have the international market, for instance. And as an example, before Kibaki government came in, Kenya used to depend so much from the Western nations. But after that, we saw that he went to the Eastern, where we have the China and the rest. So what makes you believe that Ruto do not have, I would say, a framework on how to resolve this marketing issue when it comes to what is produced by the grassroots population?
Corruption. The answer is corruption. You cannot have a bottom up without removing corruption. How will goods arrive there? For bottom up to work, that is you want, let's just call it a policy. It is not even a policy. It is a populist word that has been used to hook people like you to think that it is workable. But it is in real terms, for it to work, for any government in this country to work, you must fight corruption, remove corruption. Whether it is bottom, whether it is up. Yes.
Daktari.
Yes.
You know you are the age-mate of my father, so I think now I should either ask question or maybe educate you something with a
go ahead.
very.
Even if you ask a question, I will answer.
Okay, I want to tell you one thing. You know the maybe you might not know, but the politics of Kenya and that one of our sister country Uganda is very different. Yeah. So beginning with Kenya, maybe you have learned in the books of history about Kenya.
By the way, I have been in Kenya since 1978 when you are not born.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
I was a rebel.
So
by the way, I was a rebel. I am a soldier. I left Uganda National Liberation Army with the rank of a brigadier general.
So what I want to tell.
Go ahead. And I've read. I went to Britain. I read and increased tools of analysis on an African country. Yes.
So what I want to tell you, my dad.
Yes.
It is that in this country, there are families that pretends to be more special than us, the majority youth who were born in the 1970s up to date. And those families, you know them. I will not mention them here, but you know them. And for any politician who would wish to compete or to fight these families, he must have prepared himself financially to face them. That's why today, as we talk, you find that there are people who are ganging up against a person or a son whose father is not even known in this country. That is the problem we have in our country. My dad, let's be realistic. Kenya gained its independence in 1963.
Yes.
you find that those forefathers who led us to independence, more so, let me just go straight, the first president of the Republic of Kenya, by the time he was dying in 1978, he had almost taken half, not even half, one province. I can take an example of Nyanza region. He had a land like the Nyanza region of today. So my dad, if somebody comes and tell us that this young man, this son of a peasant, who was brought from nowhere in the 1997 elections, and he beat all the odds and become a member of parliament, and because he was seeing ahead, he had to prepare himself. Maybe there's no politician in Kenya who is very clean. All of them are corrupt. But because we want to cross the river for now, we believe the young people of Kenya, they believe that it's through William Ruto, who's one day passed through problems. He went to school without a shoe, can also make us cross there. But if we take example of the three big families, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, these two people, the manner at which they were raised, they did not pass through problems from their tender age. So if you tell them about being hungry, if you tell them going to school with the barefooted, they will not understand you, my dad. So the reason why we are behind Ruto is because we believe this is the only chance that as the young people of Kenya, we can have one of our own who one day pass through the problem that many youth are undergoing in Kenya, so that we can reach there. Then after that, we can think whom to put as our president. You know what is going on in this country? What is going on in this country today? A young man like me, maybe I'm capable of getting something because I have been. Tulia Mugambi, relax Mugambi, relax Mugambi,
Are you
relax.
asking a question or contributing?
Ask a question, my friend.
Relax Mugambi.
I've got your question. I want to answer. Don't mix up.
Yes, answer him.
So
you
I'm
have
trying to tell.
You have no wait, Aramo. You have brought very good points.
Yes.
Are you the one who created the class struggle?
Class
struggle. Do you know what class struggle is?
Yes, I know.
So if we were all born poor, what would happen? Did Uhuru choose to be born where he was born?
No,
did Raila
but
choose? Wait, I'm going slowly. Did Raila choose where to be born? No. Okay, let's come to your candidate Ruto.
They should embrace what Fidel Castro did to his country. All the resources that were looted by his father, he returned them to the public and became properties of government.
Okay, but you talk about looting.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a tick? A tick?
Yes. Yes.
I believe you know what a cow is.
Yes.
Isn't Ruto a tick? How did Ruto grow up? How did he accumulate his wealth? How did he reach where he is? You are telling me, a younger man from a peasant. You are now discussing compensational politics.
He was elected.
Wait, elected by Moi. Moi just made him.
He was elected in. He was elected in 1997. He beat a candidate supported by Moi.
I was here. You were not there. You were growing.
He competed with a Moi candidate and he defeated him.
Yes.
1997 to date in Kenyan parliament. You are paid well. You can make money.
Okay. Then he came. When he entered the parliament, didn't he accumulate? Hasn't he accumulated?
He has.
Where is a factory here? Has he built a factory where he gets his money? Is there any factory, man? At least Kenyatta has a factory that produces milk.
But Ruto has.
You are destroying my line of reasoning to this guy. Ruto, two wrongs cannot make one right. I agree, the president. I agree, Raila. I agree, Moi. I agree, others. They are not the only ones in this country who have accumulated wealth. There are thousands of people who have accumulated wealth, who have grown out of the systems that have been there since 1963.
And they do business with government.
Wait, doesn't Ruto do business with the government?
He takes all the takers, even the small ones.
He started the other day, but the big families have been...
Boss, you wanted me to answer. How many times has Ruto been mentioned in almost... Surely, even if you are a wizard, like a wizard in your clan, everything that happens in a house somewhere, they call it is you. It is you. Surely, don't you feel ashamed that
the tree with good fruits will always be, stones will be thrown at it every time.
Is Ruto good fruits? Is Ruto good fruits? Let me tell you.
You have understood what you are saying is just a narrative, because you have cleverly talked about the families that existed, Kinamois, and to return. Now, you are talking about Uhuru, the second generation, to return the wealth of his father. But the person who is the first generation who has accumulated wealth, when you see, you don't want him to return. Are you okay?
Yes.
Because I cannot bear the sins of my father, but for him, it is direct. This is the same person who took it, he should return. But you want the sons to return the wealth of their father.
That's why I was telling you, when Fidel Castro became the leader of Cuba, the first thing he did, all the loot that was taken by his father, he had to return.
Who is Aroma? Who is Fidel Castro here?
Uhuru was asked when they were doing the presidential debate, and
who is Fidel Castro here?
He was asked about the land, isn't it? This is what
Who
he
is Fidel
answered.
Castro?
He was asked by who?
The land was about willing buyer, willing seller.
Okay, sir. The problem with the Kenyans is one. The problem with the Kenyan youth is one. We believe in what we are told than what we can verify.
Yes,
exactly.
That is the problem. Because somebody like Arome, the way he's talking is like the three families have been like urinating on us. Who is us?
The Ndungu report is very clear.
Perception.
Okay.
That's why I say
Arome, the Ndungu report is clear.
It's clear, and it
is it not clear? Is it also
country?
not clear that the person you claim not to be coming from a rich family, his father was a civil servant? How poor were they? The father to William Ruto was salaried. He was a civil servant, somebody who was earning a salary. And what do you want to tell somebody whose father was not rich?
What is the name of Ruto's father? What is the name of Ruto's father?
No, you know Ruto better. We don't know.
No. Okay. Let me tell you something. Me as a person, my father was a teacher. I cannot say that we didn't have anything to eat. My father was employed by the government and privileged.
Let's pray to God. 2022, we take the government. Then we open up the Ndungu report.
Government?
Then the Ruto presidency.
I think we are not here to swear in on. We are not here to swear. Let's take, because even if Ruto becomes the president today, there is nothing personally you are going to benefit. I think we should always have this platform so that we discuss things that affect the common mwananchi. We should not have this thing here. Yes. Dr. Masanga, I always watch his program, and I've never agreed with him. Because I know.
Let me tell you, Aroma.
I think Ndeto was really tackling. Ndeto was really tackling Dr. Masanga, but Aroma interfered. I think Ndeto should be given the chance to handle him. I wish I was with you. I wish I was with you in the opposite.
No problem. Younger man, I am ready. I am one of the people who will never get annoyed.
Yes.
And I will never get annoyed.
Let me say something.
If I were annoyed, I would not have managed the Kenyan politics. They insult me from morning up to evening. But I don't get annoyed. Let me tell you, the people like Aroma. Aroma, I want to tell Aroma, do you know how many types of states we have? We have the top state, middle state, shallow state, deep state, and the darker forces. You can make a conclusion.
We defeated them, all of them, in the recent by-elections in Kenya.
No, you can't use that by-election to do anything. I know you are supporting Ruto, but you're not supporting him right. The problem with Aroma, I think you are in the group of Alice Wahome who are supporting narratives that they can't question. They can't say what
In fact, Alice Wahome don't even explain what bottom-up economy is.
I think the person who can handle this question, Ndeto should be given the mandate of defending William Ruto anytime on this forum, because he comes with the facts. At least he argues his point.
No, he has no facts where he cannot even sell avocados.
Yes, because at least it's only that he is not economically, he's not economically like empowered to understand, but at least he can talk what we understand. Arome is coming with things that he hears from the border shades. So those are things that cannot make us go anywhere.
Arome from Busia?
Yeah, because he is coming with an argument of like, if you talk about the families, the three families, in 2013, Uhuru was elected knowing so well that he comes from those three families. Raila was rejected knowing exactly that he comes from the same families. So what was the dynamics of 2013 elections? If they come from the top three families, what was the dynamics of the 2013 elections?
And Collins, if to add on that, Ruto has consistently, his mentors was Moi, then came Kenyatta, and he came Ruto before he went to Raila, and then he went to Kenyatta.
I would disagree. I would disagree with you. I would disagree with you, Wekesa. Those are not his mentors.
Okay.
Those Kenyatta, Uhuru, and were not his mentors. Ruto has been going.
Let's call them sponsors.
Those are his sponsors. Yes. Those are the people he has been using to climb his ladder. Those are not his mentors.
If is like a woman who is sponsored by others.
If you cannot beat them, join them for the moment.
In 1992, what was he supposed to defeat? By getting into Jirongo, and then they used the money. He was the Secretary General of the YK 92. What was he supposed to defeat?
In 2002, when Kenya was looking for liberation, he sided with Uhuru, and Kenyans were voting for
Did he know that Uhuru comes from the high families? Did he not know that Uhuru was coming from the high families?
He knew.
He
confessed. This is how he confessed that he had always served the name of Uhuru in his phone as president.
As future president.
And can I now shock this man here? When we went to the ICC the first time, you remember I was one of those who was against these cases of ICC. Ruto did not have money to pay for legal fees.
And in fact, we crossed with you. I remember I crossed with you in Times 24. I crossed with you because you are supporting and I said,
do you know that Uhuru Kenyatta family paid the legal fees of Ruto?
Just say it in plain. Mama Ngina paid. Just be plain. Mama Ngina paid.
So for you, Aroma, look at a man who is insulting.
Urinating on them.
Yes, who is insulting Uhuru Kenyatta. His legal fees. Now, Mugambi, another thing has arrived. Something that you Kenyans be careful about and see. Even Aroma might start going to the toilet very soon. If Mr. Gicheru, whichever way the case of Gicheru goes, somebody is going to cry tears.
Another thing that people should know, Dr. Masanga, I think you should inform them. Can you count in the Jubilee's administration how many times has Ruto gone to the international community and involved in any discussion with a sitting government in any out of Africa.
Apart
Where he has
from
taken
Museveni
48, out of Africa, how many countries has Ruto gone and taken 48 hours? Just 48 hours.
No, some countries he can't go to Britain. He's directed, the visa is paid. The visa is said you go straight to that meeting and come
back. Even in New York, he came and came back.
And that's why he has come up with the bottom up, because his wealth can only come from inside. It cannot come from out.
They will not, because you see why he's making inroads. These two guys have not hit the road also.
Yes.
But when Uhuru Kenyatta settles down, and by the way,
they are not in a hurry even. They are not in a hurry.
I was saying Ruto was in the United Kingdom.
Where? He went,
did he meet anybody from the government?
Do you remember what happened? They canceled the university where he was going. Didn't you see?
Okay, even if he went to the university, did he meet anybody from the government? Because he's coming from the government.
Colin,
but you have asked, you have asked if he has ever been in those.
No, I asked, can you count how many countries has Ruto gone, met the national government of those countries and taken 48 hours?
He has been in Rwanda.
Oh, you say out of Africa. Is Rwanda not in Africa?
Rwanda is not in Europe. What? No.
I thought it is outside this nation.
I say out of Africa. Because our wealth will never come from these other countries.
The white people will not come and vote here. We are the ones who are going to vote.
The white people will not come and vote, but anything you use, including your toothpick, comes from outside Africa.
Yes.
Let me ask Aroma a question. Just one question. Apart from you knowing the father of Uhuru and the father of Raila, do you know the father of Kibaki? You know the father of Moi? You know the father of Jomo Kenyatta? Or is the Ruto is the first person whose father is not known?
And even Wekesa, the father of Wekesa. Even the father of Wekesa, I don't know
him.
No, or Aroma.
I have two questions. I have two questions.
Yes.
The first one is Dr. David. You really brought down the point I was trying to raise about Dede Nyoro, and you said his contribution in a way is just basking, but this guy drew a balanced scorecard of maybe the performance basing on the utilization of the community development fund. This guy was rated #1. So are you telling us that the systems or the committees or those groups that vet who is performing well, they are not good? The other question is about the money you have said that Ruto was paid for during the ICC. I think the reason why that happened, it is because in terms of numbers, Uhuru could not have made it to presidency alone, and they needed the Rift Valley votes, and the person who had a big collection was Deputy President Ruto. So I think even if it was done for a reason. But we cannot say that just because Ruto maybe did not have maybe the industries or the factories to build this money. This guy, let me finish. This guy, he is known to own a lot of rental houses. He is known to own a very big farm where he
did he get the money to build those office?
So
he is a public servant.
Let me ask you.
He is a public servant who can get salary and even take loans.
Listen. When the whole country is struggling, even the biggest farm like Safaricom is struggling, the guy has the luxury of getting money from his businesses. Which kind of businesses does he have?
Who is telling you Safaricom is struggling?
We have heard of hotels Ruto is owning. We have heard of these farms like in Eldoret. He has a very big farm where he keep livestock and chicken.
Grab the farm.
No.
The man even grabbed. You remember when I grew up, there was a bus called Eldoret Express. He grabbed their farm, their land, and the bus went bankrupt.
Let me ask you a question. Daktari.
Eldoret Express is based in Kitale, not was in Gishu.
But do you know the owner?
My question is.
Yes, I know the owner.
The owner bought. Did you read the Standard newspaper?
Standard is owned by my family. It is just a propaganda newspaper.
No, the case was in
Aroma, you're becoming petty.
No, Aroma, the case was propaganda.
Let me ask a question to Dr. Dr. Matsanga, answer this question.
Yes.
In every statement, you are saying how this guy is corrupt.
Yes.
And I am wondering, for instance, Aroma talked about the Dungu report. We are also talking about various cases where the deputy president has been mentioned. We have independent bodies. We have independent bodies in this nation, like the DCI. We also have the judiciary who deals with such cases. Why haven't we seen, even at a single event, this guy being brought to book for accountability? If he is really a person who can.
No, Neto, you're just trying to be amnestic. You know, when somebody is applying partial amnesia in reasoning, it becomes very difficult because when there are facts, sometimes you need to understand that among the political class contesting to be president, there are only two people who are having pending cases in courts, and that is Musalia Mudavadi and William Ruto. Those two people. And the person who has whose case has been tested towards a conclusion is William Ruto with the land case in Eldoret. His land was there, and the owner of the farm, the person accused, which was William Ruto, agreed and he accepted. That means that's only a single case.
You are becoming petty, you guys, eh?
That's not pettiness, because we said, yes, all Kenyan politicians are tainted, but you said that we want to see a single case. And one of the single cases is this.
The land you are saying, Collins.
There's somebody who is living on an NYS. Somebody is living on NYS land. NYS land.
Okay, there are people who are living on NYS. I know people
is living in NYS land.
Yes, but you may say that.
Raila Odinga looted molasses in Kisumu. And
that is what you. Okay, that is what you are talking about. If you talk about the case of Raila Odinga, it's not looted. The people collected money. And it's not about looting. The people collected money, and people were supposed to own the shares. Okay, and then the company collapsed with the people's money, and then after that they bought the company on receivership. So
yes,
you see, that's the same thing. Like today, if
doesn't have facts, he just
the problem with these people, I wish I was in Tangatanga. I would know what to defend, and I would know how to get my voters.
Collins, let me ask you a question.
You are saying that there is no single case. Let me answer you.
Neto. Too many questions.
Neto, you have asked a question that I'm answering. There is a next question I'm answering. That William Ruto has not been known. There is no single case. Yes, okay.
Join it with this one.
Yeah.
Like you have given an example. You have given an example of a land that Ruto had grabbed, and he returned, and he even compensated with, I think, 5 million.
But he was convicted.
Does it mean? Let me finish.
Collins.
Okay, Dr. Masanga, allow him to finish because I want to give him a very good answer. The answer is next. Yes.
Yes. If today you claim that I have taken your property, then I give it back to you. and you
After
recover
being
it back. Am I
convicted.
still a thief? Am I still a
What
thief?
makes what makes you not a thief if you are caught with it? If you
It's not
go
But
to
you
the
have
market,
recovered.
it is
You
stealing
have
property.
recovered your property.
Okay, let's do this.
We have had
if we
even
go
of the Moi family. We have
Okay,
had
let's
cases of Moi family in
wait. We are
Westland.
not comparing. We are not comparing families because if you brought the topic, we need to answer the topic and then is when we go to the next topic. Number one, if we go to the market today and tunauza masamaki na tunauza nyama na tunauza slippers pale, alafu kuna viatu imepotea na mtoto mwingine akasema ni yule mama ndiye alichukua, alafu mama aseme sio mimi, alafu ifanywe msako, they search for the bags and then they get the slippers inside the mama's bag, amepatikana, si ndio? Akarudisha na akaambiwa kwa sababu ulipatikana na slippers yangu tunataka ulipe slippers 2, akalipa 200 because slippers ni 100. Does that one make her not a thief?
Is a thief.
Ameiba. Suppose hakupatikana nayo. Suppose hakupatikana nayo kama mwenyewe hakuna mtoto aliyemuona because there was no evidence. Angeenda nayo. So that does not solve her from being a thief. He is still a thief, but he is a thief that has returned. Kama hangepatwa nayo. The next thing is Ruto was taken to task to explain how the hustler jet was overpriced.
Good.
Is that not true? The next thing is there was a land in Langata, which he said the land where Weston Hotel stands. He said, yes, I bought the land, even if the land was irregularly allocated to the previous owner, which he accepts. So which other court do you want us to take him to? I supported Ruto and I would still support him, but the fact still remains that once you are convicted, that means you come to America one day, you will be asked, have you ever been taken to court? Whether you won the case or you lost the case. The thing is, have you ever been taken to court? The answer is yes. Were you the accused?
Collins, have you ever, when you are going for an interview, they ask you this question. Have you ever been convicted of any crime?
Of any crime.
You
don't want to see the direction of the case.
Don't compare US and Kenya, my friend.
That is not US. That is also in Kenya, Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Corruption has one definition.
Chapter 6 of the Constitution of
Kenya,
dignity of a
US,
leader.
Uganda, China, Tanzania, etc. Corruption has one definition. It does not have different definitions.
Today, Collins and Mugambi, let me tell you why I disagree with Ruto. When I did all these ICC cases, and Collins never wanted to hear me at all. In fact, Collins wanted to bash me one day.
And I said, you have to go to Uganda so that you can solve the case of LRA. I said it.
I stood first and I stood all the stones of international community. Everybody, Maina Kiai, Makao Mutua, all these Githongo, they wanted me locked up. But when the cases crumbled, I want to tell you, among the 6 of Ocampo, only one came to say thank you. Only one. You heal 10 lepers, only one came to say thank you very much. Ruto has never come to me and even said.
And the others?
The others, Mudavadi said thank you, yes.
So Uhuru did not say thank you too?
No, Uhuru said thank you. That's the only one. I did not want money from Uhuru. I did not want money from Ruto. I wanted a thanks. Today, Mugambi opened this site for me to come in. As we finish talking, I will say, Mugambi, thank you very much. Because he has done me a favor to know you people and to clear even some of the mess my name is besmirched in. You hear now that friend Collins, he never liked to talk to me. He thought I was a very dangerous man. But now you see, Ndeto is going to learn something from me. So you have to say, thank you. Aroma is going to learn something.
I will also look for you. I'm vying for an MCA seat in Bamburi Ward, Mombasa County.
No
this
problem.
Coming election.
I will sponsor you. I am not a blogger. I'm not a blogger.
I think Dr. David, I'm also going for MP in my
as long as it's not on UDA.
You know, it's
condition has to be.
But you should, if you are decided to support, to support you should just mentor, because I'm a young man who is aspiring to bring change in this nation. So party should not be.
Okay, let's talk. So, but the truth is this: Mugambi, I think we have discussed Ruto and his difficulties. There is another elephant in the house, which I would like to have ideas from you people. If you may allow me to introduce that elephant in the house.
Introduce.
Kindly do.
This elephant is the current case of Mr. Gicheru, Paulo Gicheru. Where does it leave our candidate? Where does it leave our candidate? Because most people seem not to know what is going on. Under Article 70 of the Rome Statute, tampering of witnesses, obstruction of justice is the worst case that ICC cannot let you go. Nobody has ever won a case under Article 70. Me, myself, speaking to you now, I was indicted, arrested for 3 days by Saitoti and the ICC for tampering on witness number 4, OTP 4. But later on, I stood my ground. I defeated them. Because what saved me was witness number 4 did not have a protection order. So I asked one thing, my lawyer asked, can you produce a protection order that protects witness? When you're a witness of ICC, you must change your name. But Mr. Witness number 4 was on Facebook and Twitter. And he was using the same name, calling himself Maina Kabutu. So I went to the United States as an investigative journalist and I got him on tape. I brought my tape and I distributed it to the world. That is the crime I made. It took me almost 2 years to struggle to get myself. I lost my job in Sky News. I lost my job, everything, a lot of money. But now you Kenyans have to discuss the case of Gicheru as you plan your voting pattern in the future. Mr. Aroma, Mr. Andreto, and those who support this hustler chicken thief, you know, you can support him the way you want. You must plan, because this case, whichever way it goes, there are tears. If Gicheru turns up and says he has done what we call a plea bargain and becomes ICC witness, then Mr. Aroma has to look for another candidate, because the candidate for 2022 will not be there. That's all I can tell you. Can we discuss it and see? Mr. Collins is an expert there. Try to tell us what you think is going to happen.
Did somebody give me the chance?
Yes.
Kindly, yes. Collins, go ahead.
The cases in the ICC are You know, the case of William Ruto did not finish. It was not taken to conclusion. So it would still come back at any time. And whatever has brought it back so bad is it was alleged that he was having bribed or interfered with the witnesses, but there was no evidence. That's why when the case was put into a halt, there was like, there is no clear evidence. And the case of no clear evidence is coming where there was no clear evidence. So at least the, you know, two negatives, when you put them together, they make a positive.
Yes.
That is what's going on now. There was no clear evidence, the case was put down because the evidence was cleared. Now the person who participated in clearing the evidence to clear the case is now back. Those cases may be there. And at this time, I would wish that William Ruto would work together with Uhuru Kenyatta so that he does not work on taking him to Hague if suppose he's called again. But anytime he's derailing his relationship with Uhuru Kenyatta means Uhuru may say, okay, if you need him to appear in a person, then because he's not a sitting president, I will now bring him. And you know what happens when he is now brought? He will not be brought because he's opposing Uhuru Kenyatta. He will be brought because he has a case to answer. And at the same time, he is not having the state protection. Remember, Uhuru Kenyatta, when he was going to Hague, or when Ruto was going to Hague, they had some state protection. Why did Karim Khan resolve himself from the hearing when Ivan Gisheru was being questioned? He was the lawyer to William Ruto. He knows exactly what happened, and he cannot take part as a prosecutor in the same case. So he had to remove himself because there was something called conflict of interest. So he had to remove himself from the case because the case is putting him on the wrong side. That means if he is not in the case, he will only come to confirm whatever is being said, is it true or not? And you are his lawyer. Exactly, your guess is as good as mine. He's not going to say it's true or not. He will say, I'm not sure, my lord. The word I'm not sure, my lord, in court, when you say the word I'm not sure, my lord, in court, means you cannot verify, but whatever you are telling me may be true. Is that not so, Dr. Masanga?
It is true.
When somebody says, I'm not sure, my lord, that means whatever my lord is saying, I don't know it, but partly you are not wrong. So when Gisheru goes there and he says the witnesses were bribed, at the same time, it was his person. So it means whatever he's being accused of, and you know, he's going to, there's something called positive results in the law. I don't know if there's anybody who has done some legal studies around here. There are always positive results. Whatever questions are coming out for Mr. Gisheru, the witness will come out to be positive. And the positivity of response in a case incriminates the person, so it remains only conviction. When Ruto will be convicted, it will be upon the president to take him to Hague, the way the Uganda guy was taken to Hague.
Yeah.
If he's taken to Hague by the president, that means he may not have a chance of coming back. When Atwoli said that Ruto may not be in the ballot box, whether you riot and do what, I know people will be, Akinandindi Nyoro will whip the people so that they can riot. Whether you riot or not, the fact still remains that it is not the problem with Uhuru Kenyatta, it's the problem with the international community. So if I was an advisor to William Ruto today, I would tell him, please, even if you don't agree politically, mend fences with this guy when he's still in power. We elected Uhuru and Ruto in 2013 because they were not good enough to be president, but they were good enough to be with us in the country than being in the Hague. Otherwise, if another president would have taken power, they would have been told, now because you don't have the influence, please march them to Hague. They would have not come back. I think I've answered that.
Yep. Mugambi, that is exactly what I am fearing. What is the way forward for Kenya? And I now want to speak as an African. One, I hate ICC. I would never be a party to sending an African to The Hague. That's why Collins did not like me, but I am now your friend. We are together. I hate ICC. Kenya should have done one good thing, and please, all of you here are opinion leaders in your country. In BBI, there is a chapter called Reconciliation. Reconciliation removes hatred. It creates healing. But the same Ruto has now destroyed BBI. He told you himself recently, you saw him say that we finished BBI. Wana kitu ngine. He actually hired 3 professors, good friends of mine. Professor Dr. Juang is my student. We have been doing all these international data jobs together on ICC. He came to my house, told me how he was hired to write the ruling that the judges read against BBI. And they were paid by Ruto. So now, as time goes, now the time has arrived. The chicken are coming home to roost. As Kenyans, the first thing you should have done, and which I advise up to today, I went to court to remove Ruto, to remove work envelope. I think most of you saw me in that court. I was in court, newspapers, and TV. I wanted to expunge, to remove work envelope from your books, the statute books. Call it a bad report, a bad commission of inquiry. Because Moses Kuria came out and said he paid people 2,000 shillings to give evidence against Ruto. So that is a bad commission of inquiry. Do you know the person who went and told Justice Lenola to throw me out? The same man. This is the truth I'm telling you people. The same man threw me out. Justice Lenola said, one judge agreed, 2 judges refused. They threw Matanga out, and they said the case cannot be removed. The envelope and the commission cannot be expunged. As long as that commission still exists, somebody in the United States where you were, Collins, or wherever you were, will call one of these suspects, say, you come here. If you are in Spain, in Madrid, you will say, come here, I have a warrant for you. Honestly, you know, you have seen presidents being picked. He said, you come here. I want you to go to the Old Bailey in London, sort this mess. I was doing business in Kenya, and my workers were killed in the farm in Naivasha. He will arrest you. Collins, you know that law. You know it, they do it. You remember Pinochet? He spent almost 3-4 years in London house arrest. He never returned. Of crimes he committed 40 years ago in Chile. So until you Kenyans remove that report, until you get that report out, of your books and throw it away, you are not going to be sit comfortably in this country. You can go take that statement to the bank that someone will come back and pick someone. Gicheru's case is cooked because these guys got all the evidence they want. Collected evidence here. While we are busy fighting to loot money, Ruto was busy looting. He was not able to close the loopholes. How can you be invited to go to appear in a police station and you carry your laptop? Isn't it the first thing that Mugambi would hide first? Because the laptop is the one that the police will use to get everything you have been doing for even 10 years. Once they take out your hard disk. Do you remember when the chief prosecutor Fatu Besuda asked for the laptop, which was in police custody, and he got it. She got it. The court gave her permission to check the phone and the laptop. In the phone, they found telephone records of conversation between the person they were looking for and the person who was in court. Now, Collins said they will arrest. There is something in ICC law which says an sealed warrant. A sealed warrant is somewhere hovering here, which will be unsealed by the state. Immediately, because when the hearing starts, the name of Ruto will be sung like 2,000 times. The witnesses will say, we came. Did you know that a man, this is a man Deto, is calling very, very knowledgeable. He went to these scenes himself. That's how stingy he is, to make sure that he has seen 2 million shillings given out. He was being recorded. So how are you going to escape? Will you blame? Whom are you going to blame? Usually in your country, you have the weaker tribe, which is always condemned, is the Kikuyu. They will say they are the ones who have fixed you. Ndeto will be condemned because they don't condemn Wekesa. They condemn Ndeto, they condemn Mugambi. Those are the ones, the offense they go for. But the man fixed himself. He's in some of the videos. Some of the videos. It's a very serious matter. So as you discuss this question of election 2022, be careful. Also look at whether we might be having candidate X on the ballot or not.
I hope Ndeto is still alive with us.
Ndeto,
are you following?
You know that's a line of thought, and I also think there is also a very different narrative from the same. So let us just leave it, because that case maybe is under investigation and such. Let us not arrive to conclusion.
We know the different narrative you are talking about. We are not discussing the case. We are discussing the outcome. And we are not making a mistake. We haven't said the judges should condemn and sentence some. We are only saying this could happen. We are not committing any crime there. We know the narrative. We know your narrative will be Tumbi. You know this is the Tumbi's boy. The narrative will be Tumbi that you have brought. Is this. You have now brought this narrative of Bangkok. This man is called Bosire. Bangkok Bosire. Itumbi wrote yesterday, you saw on Facebook, isn't it, Neto? can you ask Itumbi where did the Bonkoko go? Because they were last seen together. If you are thinking of narrative, we know what you are thinking about. We have already picked you. Because you want to turn it on.
I think we can stop it at that point, Dr. Matanga. We can stop it at that point because it's now not getting so healthy with the NATO and with the team that supports the deputy president.
Okay, bring another topic, Mugambi, before I go to sleep. Unless you are
the topic we were discussing, I don't know how you people changed it, but the topic people were discussing was about.
No, we didn't change.
Well, the topic people were talking about was should Mudavadi, the lawyers are saying that Mudavadi should be supported by Raila. Is it viable? Yeah, like.
But Colin,
yeah. Somebody's
talking. The bishop.
Yeah, like and I don't know why every
a section of ANC, not lawyers. We are here lawyers. So we don't
like
support.
No, the leaders from the Luhya are saying Mudavadi, Raila should support Mudavadi.
Mudavadi is not boss Collins.
Yeah.
If you are going to bring the name of Mudavadi, I didn't know you are discussing. This is a bishop of a church. He cannot, Mudavadi is not a politician. Mudavadi is like, have you seen Kukuanaku? I don't know whether Naniwekesa can interpret it. A boy who's silly. You look at the formation, the morphology of Mudavadi. Look at him, the way he looks. He's not worth a president.
Are you trying to tell us that you are not worth the president because you have the same body structure?
No, my structure and the head is very. My structure. Ask anybody who has studied the morphology. My structure is brain. The brain. I'm clever. Look at another structure of which is very, 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 very brainy.
Dr. Masanga, I now want us to discuss that. And the person who is not.
Mudavadi cannot be a president. Will never. Mudavadi cannot even bring 10,000 people in Uhuru Park without Raila.
Okay, let's have Wagungu talking about it. Wagungu, do you think it's wise? Do you think it's wise for the Luhya leaders to demand their support, Raila to support Mudavadi? Is it viable? Wagungu, you are muted. Check on your mic. Ndeto. Unmute. Okay, we can have that from Ndeto. Ndeto, do you think the Luhya leaders demanding the support of Raila Odinga to Mudavadi is right? They are demanding. They are not requesting.
Okay, what I would say, Raila, he has tried, I think, 3 terms. This will be the third time. And this guy has been supporting him. But the guy has never won. So, and I think that's why the Luhya community also is very bitter that our kingpin, who is maybe Mudavadi, he has been supporting, and he has never thought of being supported. And that's why they are threatening that if he is not going to be supported, then they will give all their votes to DP Ruto.
Okay. No, I didn't want you to put anything about DP because that is not given. I want us to speak as at now, because I now drive this, I would only want us to talk facts so that we don't mix things.
Okay.
I don't want anyone to call Ruto's name.
Yeah, but
because
Colin,
we are not talking about.
Not run away from what you are saying, Colin.
And you said something. Okay. Let me. Wekesa, just give 1 minute. When you're saying that they have supported Raila and Raila has never won, you will also be put to task again to explain to us who won the 2017 election and who won the 2007 elections.
Okay, the court. If we trust the court,
yes,
the court of law, Like in 2007, we saw what exactly happened.
Who won the
It
election?
was forced,
Because Raila did not win, according to you. Who won the election? And by how
he
many
who was
votes?
declared, he who was declared, who was Moi Kibaki. Because that's what, as a citizen, I would say. The rest would remain like in question, but he who won the election was Moi Kibaki because he was declared.
Okay, and who won the 2017 election?
Okay, 2017, there were allegations that the first round of the election was rigged, and the court nullified. Then, when it was called for, maybe these guys should get back to the ballot, Raila mobilized his followers not to attend or to participate in the election. So in this case, because no name was removed from the ballot, they remained. Even the October 26th election, that made up a kind of election. Uhuru won, and that's why even Maraga, who was the chief justice by then, endorsed him as the president.
Are you sure Maraga endorsed Uhuru as the president?
He attended the inauguration ceremony at Kasarani. And you know, if it was not regime,
Collins, I have a question. Collins, I have a question.
Neto, one day you will strangle yourself because there are some statements. You don't have to say that. You could have just told us because we are discussing. I'm fixing him, and he's not seeing, and he's just going towards the same fix.
I like
Collins, I have a question.
Neto, I
Collins, I have a question, kindly.
Okay. Wekesa, can you ask Neto a question? And remember, he has not finished talking.
Neto, you say that Musalia supported Raila 3 times. You know, it's an assumption we normally make.
I've not said 3 times.
Okay, let me not put the figure. He supported. Okay, Musalia supported Raila. But sometimes we make assumption that that support is only one way, from bottom to up. Support is any way. And I can tell you for free that after 2002 election, when Musalia was defeated and he went home, it is Raila who went and picked him from home and brought him to the national scene and elevated him and he became somebody. So the support there, when he supports Raila's candidature, it was not him supporting Raila, but he grew under the wings of Raila. So can we look at it objectively? So that when you are in my camp, it does not always necessarily mean that you are supporting me. Some of them, even under the wings of Raila, is when they caught the political lifeline, when they had already been defeated and they had gone home. So for me, that one is wrong completely.
Okay, let me explain why I feel also, Wekesa, you might be wrong. In 2002, Musalia was the running mate of Uhuru through Kanu, of which Kanu, in 2005, they joined now the ODM in the referendum. And that's why when the elections were in 2007, after what happened, that's why Uhuru and Musalia, they were being given seats, the positions on the deputy prime ministers. Then when it came to 2013, through UDP, Musalia was to be endorsed because you remember that's when Uhuru and Ruto, they had a case to answer in Hague, and they were to give Musalia that privilege of being the president. Before Uhuru said, a devil just passed through his mind, and he has just thought about. I think it was after push by the elders or those people who say it in Mount Kenya. And in 2015, the same Musalia came up with the ANC, and we saw what happened in 2017. They joined together with Kalonzo, plus this other guy from Western. He is Moses Wetangula, drew for the Kenya and ODM to form NASA. So if I just cross-examine that, I would say in 2007, Musalia was together with Raila. In 2013 also, maybe that's where he tried like to drift, but later he still supported Raila in 2017. That's why I'm saying this will be a third time when Musalia Mudavadi will be required to support Raila Odinga be the president. And that's why the Luhya community, they are feeling like, I think this guy is, he is over, I don't know which is the best, over, you know, when you become so generous. It seems like the way Dr. David has said, that this guy, he is not complete because we have not seen Mudavadi struggling for it. Like you can see Ruto, for instance, going to
I don't want us to
Central
talk
region.
of Ruto anywhere because I know the Tanga people must always mention Ruto. I don't want you to mention Ruto anywhere because that's what will bring. That's what's going to bring us with another question. So we want you to discuss Musalia Mudavadi.
Allow me to come in
another
here.
discussion.
I'm trying to compare and contrast. I'm trying to compare and contrast.
No, we are not comparing
you need
Ruto to
to get
Mudavadi.
your
We are
facts right.
we are asking you, is it wise or is it a right of the Luhya leaders to demand the support? And in the same statement you are discussing, remember you are talking of, do you say that a child who becomes number last in the class is always number last because he allows number one to take number one?
A good question
No.
Because in 2007, Mudavadi went with Raila on nomination and Mudavadi was defeated. He was number 2. So he did not support Raila because he wanted. He supported Raila because he was number 2 in the party.
Okay, let me tell you something, Collins. And even
Collins,
mentioned.
Collins, where is David Motsanga? I wanted that guy. Why did he disappear?
Okay, let me back. Okay, let me finish my point. Wekesa stated that the only place where Musalia can be supported, if I quoted well, he said, is it Vihiga?
In Vihiga, which he lost also.
In Vihiga, which has, I think, 300 and something, 300,000 votes, something so small. And you see, for you to become a president, you must have something heavy in the basket. And that's why you see, like in the central region, the reason why every time they have an advantage is because all those counties are, they are together, they are united as Gema community, and they talk with one voice. So with their 10 million votes, or maybe something to do with 9 to 10 million votes, at least they just need another candidate or another person with 2 million or 3 million, because if the total number of votes is 19 million, for instance, and we already have 80 million, this other guy comes with 2. We are already beyond half. So, and that's the arithmetic done when it is coming to the presidential candidate. So for Musalia, I think 320 something thousand votes, if compared to Raila, who will marshal for something to do with 5 to 6 million votes from the whole Western region, and maybe some other support from the coast region. I think that's why it is not logical, even if these guys are demanding, that's why I don't find it so logical that Raila will support or endorse Mudavadi as the president, because he has no numbers.
Okay. So you've gone around to come and say that the same thing, that you needed even to say one word, that because we are just asking, is it viable? Bernard.
It is not. It is
Brother
not.
Bernard. And it's by fashion that I gave it data first, because they are not in the boat. They are talking from outside. It's always good to talk with a player who is outside. The spectator knows what player should have done. Bernard, pick it from there.
Thank you, Collins. And just to bring Ndeto up to speed, there was no running mate in 2002. We were still under the old constitution where the president won and then picked on who will be the vice president. Mudavadi was the shortest. He still has broken the record. The record is yet to be broken. He was the shortest serving vice president under Moi, not under Uhuru Kenyatta.
But what I was saying, Bernard. Sorry, Bernard.
Hold on now. Yes.
I was saying he was to be the running mate of Uhuru through Kanu in 2002.
But Uhuru ran in 2002.
And he lost.
Yes, and he did not have a running mate.
He was to choose him. If you get to the records, Musalia Mudavadi was to be the vice president of Uhuru. That is in the record.
Mudavadi was vice president to Mzee Moi the few months before the general election. He was given it after the Rainbow Coalition came together, and then he could not take the heat. He ran back to the kitchen, and he was given something to hold the cooking stick while the cooking is being prepared. So he served for 3 months as vice president.
Bernard,
yes.
You see, immediately after the Moi regime, he endorsed Uhuru to be the candidate for Kanu. And that's how he connected him with Musalia Mudavadi. Get to the books also.
Yeah, Musalia was the running mate of Uhuru.
What is your problem? I am telling you that Musalia became vice president for 3 months under Moi, just before Uhuru ran for 2002 as president and lost. Then he not only lost the national seat, he also lost the Sabatia seat to our PAG pastor, Agarang. Yes. And then it was from there, now he went into the Oblivion until Baba came and picked him, cleaned him up, and brought him on the scene. And he confessed. He said, ng'ombe ikivunjika mguu malishoni inarudishwa nini? Zizini kuponywa. So akadungwa sindano za kutosha, akapona. Then he became an ODM member. He's among the founding member of ODM. He was doing very well as an ODM, I think was a deputy party leader or something like that, until he was deceived to move away from ODM and go form his own thing, which he did not form. The thing was formed somewhere, and they called him and told him, take it. And it went and hanged him until Baba came and cleaned him again, brought him back on the scene. So to cut the long story short, Mudavadi is my kinsman, but he is yet to demonstrate leadership that deserves, not that he's incompetent, he can deliver. And I've said on this platform before, he is a good leader, he has good brains, he can deliver, but not as the leader, as the assistant. Make Mudavadi the deputy and he will perform for you to the maximum. He will deliver everything you want delivered. But give him to lead the way, he will not. That's why he goes around Mululu, then moves to Vihiga, then comes back. He goes around Mululu, he moves Kidogo to Mumias, then he comes back. It is that way. So he's a good assistant, and we need him even as we form the new government, as in the finance. We need our economy to recover, so his brains will be utilized. He will not go to a pavilion, but as president, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mugambi, John, do you think it's viable, or do you think it's right for the Luhya leaders? I'm not saying all of them, but the Luhya leaders who are saying They are demanding. They're not saying
Luhya leaders, Collins. Put it in the proper context.
Okay. A section of Luhya leaders.
A few of ANC members.
Why don't you say
who want to
ANC
endear
members?
themselves?
Okay.
No, I am a Luhya. I'm a Luhya, and I'm not interested. I don't want to hear anything called Mudavadi. I don't want to hear.
Okay,
thank
Dr.
you.
Okay,
Thank you, Collins.
Mugambi.
Let me put across my opinion.
Yeah.
I will begin from where I come from. We normally say you can't make a poor man an elder. That's it. For you to be a president, there are some key factors to consider. The factor number one: how much do you command behind you? That is how much numbers do you have? Number two: how much resources do you have? Because a presidential contest is not a walk in the park. What do I want to mean? If we look at Mudavadi, away from his physical appearance, I think he lacks numbers behind him. Because when you go to Luhya land, you'll meet Wamalu has his people, Wetangula claims to have his people. Now the deputy party leader of ODM, the governor, has his people. Kotu leader has his people, meaning the Luhya land is divided. Meaning Mudavadi is not a kingpin of Luhya land. Therefore, he does not command any numbers. That said, and that is demonstrated in 2013 when he ran for the presidency. If we could run for a president and his own people could not vote for him with the big numbers that they have, it means the man has no grip on the ground. So that factor knocks him out. The factor number two, Mudavadi does not, I don't think he has resources to oil a good presidential campaign. As person or his friends who can support him, he has not demonstrated to us that he has enough businessmen behind him to support his political ambitions. Number three, when you look at Mudavadi is more of a manager than a politician. What do I want to mean? A politician is more of it's an orator. Mudavadi is not an orator. A politician should be someone who has a convincing tongue. When you hear Mudavadi talking, even to a church, that's the people brought to him in a church, he can't convince half of them to follow what he is saying, meaning he does not have that natural blessing of a politician. However, if Mudavadi can get someone to put him to be a president, he can make a good president from how I have seen him. Number three, Mudavadi is a good economist. Yes, he can turn around our economy, but not as a president, but as an appointee of a president. Therefore, our point of if Raila can support Mudavadi, even if Raila supports Mudavadi to be the president, Mudavadi cannot be the president for this thing. Before you are supported to be a president, you must prove that you have the numbers. What do I say? Take, for example, Raila with his 5 million votes. He supports Mudavadi with his 500,000 votes. It means Raila and Mudavadi will have 6.5 or 5.5 million votes. Ruto and his people can have maybe, let's say, 7 million votes. Already has beaten us down. Let us stand the chance. We have Raila being supported by Mudavadi. In that scenario, even Mudavadi will not bring so much votes to Raila because Raila, as a person, he has a lot of influence in the Mulembe nation, right? Meaning, in either cases, if Raila plays both the cards, he becomes the president and the Mudavadi the vice. He has a challenge of influencing the Mount Kenya, the eastern and the coast region. So, for Mudavadi to be supported by Raila, that is an imagination dead on arrival. However, if Raila can manage Mudavadi to be in his side, not as a deputy president, but as a person who can appoint it in the government, then he gets a running mate maybe from Mount Kenya. Raila has a very easy run to the presidency. Therefore, what do I want to say in this debate or in this caption of today? As it stands, Raila should never think of supporting Mudavadi because if he does, he won't get to the presidency. Number two, Raila should not think of making Mudavadi a running mate because if he makes him a running mate, he will add no much value to him. He would rather make Joho a running mate or someone from Mount Kenya region a running mate. But then when he gets the government as the president, let him not throw away Mudavadi. Let him bring him in.
Thank you. Thank you. Community ancestor, you're next. We are still discussing, is it justified for the ANC leaders to demand the support of Raila Odinga towards Mudavadi's presidency? Community ancestor, unmute, please. Wekesa, you're next.
In fact, it is now. I've joined. Kindly just go around. I'll come. I'll come.
Wekesa, is it justified for the ANC leaders? You told me not to call them Luhya leaders, but ANC leaders to demand the support of Raila Odinga for that Mudavadi should be the president.
Collins, can I interrupt a bit, please?
Who is that interrupting? Wariahe? I'm giving you a chance after Wekesa.
No, just on the issue of Mugambi has discussed, I wanted to make it a clarification that Raila does not command anything like 5 million. That was 2013 and that was 2017. Right now, Raila does not have the cost, does not have Northeastern, does not have
what you're talking about is rumors, and I said when I'm directing the debate, we talk of facts, we don't talk of what you hear. So I'm sorry, we are not going to go that direction. We are talking with the numbers that we have already obtained. So if you want to correct somebody, please give us the numbers. I'm a man of order. I'm sorry. Let's go on with the Wekesa.
Yeah, I think it's today that I shared the clip of what Raila was talking when we was in Vika. And one of the things he first direct the question of now that NASA has disintegrated, what is the way forward? And he said that NASA has not disintegrated, but it only achieved its purpose, and that was the end of the road. But it doesn't mean that the players have now gone sideways and they cannot work together. So he said that we have gone different ways, yes, but we are even making a bigger coalition where we can meet in a different platform and focus on the way forward. And this is what he said, that he is now going to mobilize different regions. He go to Central, Nyanza, and then come back, then he can talk to Oka. So I want you to get his point from the way he outlined his roadmap. So that means he's saying, I'm going to talk to people and demonstrate that in the whole of these regions, I have the support. Such that when we come to the negotiation table with the Oka, I will still be the big guy in the room. So that when they sit down, it's about numbers. It's not about who I supported you and then support me. He has demonstrated not once, but several times that he's a good mobilizer, that he can go to the regions where people doubted that he cannot get support and get a greater support. Akina Mudavadi have gone to Mount Kenya, but little happened in terms of political realignment or political, ruffling up the political feathers. But when Raila stepped just in the home of SK Macharia, the whole media was frenzied about the event. So that means even the opponents know that there is only one strong contender, and that is one Raila Amolo Odinga. The rest are there to offer support and crystallize regions so that they can be one formidable force. So can Raila support Mudavadi? Yeah, he argued. I think when they were pressurizing him, he argued like, let's go in the field and let's see. We can have even joint nomination and see who emerges the winner. And he said, we will not support somebody who will make our team weak. So in other words, if you have not demonstrated that you are strong, that you have even a base, if you ask them, which is your voting base, even in their own bedrooms, he commands a strong following. I was giving people an example. When we go to Eastern, Raila has a relationship with all the three governors. Ngilu,
Let's go straight to the point. Okay, sir, let's go straight to the point, please.
Yes, let me submit the way I want. I know you are going straight to the point and you have no point because you are telling us that Raila has lost Eastern, has lost, and there is no
Wekesa, you are not supposed to attack. You are not supposed to attack Warai.
Colin, give me time.
You are not attacking Warai.
Giving you data.
Warai is after Nani, after community ancestor. So Wekesa,
no, I'm after Wekesa. Community is away.
I'm finalizing. Can you give me time for answers? And because for me, I'm giving you tangible facts. The people who are in a relationship with Raila, and these are facts. But for you, you're just telling me he has lost ground. We have no idea how he has lost ground. You will give us those facts. So let me not go to the Kalonzo side. So in Western, all the 5 governors have a relationship with Raila. Talk of Kaemba of Trans Nzoia, talk of Wangamati Wycliffe of Bungoma, talk of huyu wa Vihiga anaitwa nani, Otichilo, then talk of Oparanya, then talk of Ochamong. These are facts now on the ground. So even when we focus on Western alone, Raila has an upper hand over Mudavadi, and so he cannot support him unless he has just chosen to retire from politics.
Okay. I thought you were going to say something about the types of campaign. Mudavadi has been campaigning in home ground until people like Masanga complained. I remember Masanga and Manyora and also Barack Muluka. These are the big brains that I had them complaining. This man is campaigning home every weekend. He's home.
Yes. Let me
I want you to talk about that.
Yeah, shortly. Let me give you an example. My uncle was a lecturer at Kenyatta University, and he resigned 2017 to run for a Kimilili seat where nani yako huyu Titmas. He ran on ANC ticket. My uncle told me even when going to the home of Mudavadi, it was the wife who was giving them the tickets, but Musalia could not even have time for the people who are running on his own ticket. He also went ahead and said he never stepped in the constituency to give them support as the party leader. So the question is, the guy has no mobilization strategy, even if you went, and that's why he has always remained with the 12, 13, 14 MPs, because he doesn't have the mobilization strategy of growing the party.
Well, we don't work like that. You always have a system. You know, if community is not ready, then I'll give you the chance.
Yeah. So I'm finalizing. So the
Bernard, Wekesa, I'm giving you 1 minute. You are finalizing 3 times. That is not...
Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah. The people running the show in ANC right now is Malala, because he realized the party leader is very weak, so he has to be loud enough so that people can have attention of the ANC. Then he has picked this other guy called Sakaja, but the guy himself cannot convince anyone.
Okay, because I know there is something. There are some allegations you're making, and some of them I know are rumors, but we are going to handle them. Community.
Leave it for me,
You
please.
said
Community, leave it
about
for me. Let me
Wangamati.
talk, please.
Wangamati is a for the Kenya person, and so if you say he's in with Raila, Raila has. That's what you need to tell
that
us.
one is not
How
an
many
allegation,
governors do we have in Western that are in ODM? So that is the only thing you need, because when we are using facts, we should
that
use the
one is
last
not an
election
allegation.
facts.
Let me tell you this: when they were mobilizing for BBI, and that is where they have differed with Nini.
No,
This guy, there's a team of for the Kenya.
Okay. Let's leave it for that.
Western region has how many counties? ODM has Vihiga, ODM has Kakamega, ODM has Busia. The majority are ODM.
Yes.
And I was saying the two Kaemba and the Wangamati and Fort Kenya, but they are working with Raila. Even when we were doing the BBI, that is how they were aligned. And until Mudavadi and Wetangula came together, they had been sidelined. So that is what I was saying.
Okay, can we have community husband, community husband or community what? Community ancestor.
Everybody, can you leave it for me, because you spoke before? Let me talk a bit to the community.
Community has not spoken. But he can leave it for you. Waria, can you tell us something?
Okay, now, Collins, I was following up on these issues. So I was following up on your discussions for some time. When this Ugandan guy, what is called Dr. Matsanga, was speaking. He thinks he knows a lot of politics in Kenya than us, and we are born and brought up in Kenya. Let Dr. Matsanga keep away from Kenyan politics, because he knows very little of Kenyan politics. He's saying he's a Uganda, he's a Luhya, and I don't know if he's a Bunyoro or whatever, but let him leave the issues of Kenya.
Collins.
No,
I think
Dr.
Masanga, please.
Let me
let him finish. I'm going to. Okay.
Why is he covering
you're coming to tell us about ICC and whatever and those things. We know these things more than you. Not that you. Not that because you put some propaganda there.
You can't attack me.
Okay. Let me order, please. Waria, we are in another topic.
Yes, gone.
Again, I want to make it very clear. Dr. Masanga has been in Kenya from 1978. You were not born before. So if you are born anything around 1980s, just know that he is a more Kenyan now than you, because you are born after him. And I think we should not go so much on his personality. We want to talk of the issues. And the next thing is, we are now discussing the Mudavadi people forcing that Raila must, because it's a demand. That is what we are talking about. And
let me talk about the Mudavadi issue.
Yes.
Collins.
Yes.
Let me talk about the Mudavadi issue. Dr.
Masanga, I'm giving you the chance. I'm giving you the chance after him, please.
Yes.
Kindly.
Now, let me speak about the Mudavadi issue. And I had Bernard speaking about that. I had also Mugambi speaking about that. We saw some Mr. Wekesa also speaking about that. Mudavadi does not have a good chance becoming a president in Kenya because of that Raila will not cover. Raila is covering him up so much on in Western and so many other places. Mudavadi does not have enough capacity, the capacity to run a campaign to become a president of Kenya. If somebody is trying to prop up Mudavadi, please let him not waste his money. Let him not also waste his time and energy. Mudavadi cannot be able to put up a show against Raila Odinga or William Ruto for that matter. If I can be able to substantiate on that, one, Mudavadi, there's a time he went to campaign in Western, and there were only two Land Cruisers and some 15 people on the streets, and it was very, very hard for him, to sell himself there in Western itself. One side there is this guy Wamalwa. One side there is this guy, the other guy Wetangula. You know, Western itself, he doesn't have that graph of Western, leave alone Eastern, Northeastern Coast, and so many other places. So let's not discuss so much on Mudavadi, because Mudavadi cannot be able to do anything against when Raila is here. But let me put some things very clear. We should not underestimate these 2022 elections. 2022 elections will be Raila against William Ruto. That one, let us discuss on that kind of line. I'm very much sure we can leave Mudavadi and Kalonzo and these other people. These people, they are like cheerleaders, you know, cheerleaders to whatever, to 2022. Otherwise, let us not spend a lot of time, you know, with those people. It is between Ruto and Raila. And some people here are bringing the ICC stuff and whatever. Ruto has never been a thief.
We are out of that. I know you want to bring
hold on. Ruto, you discussed about Ruto and UDA, and I'm from UDA and Ruto. And let me tell you one thing. Ruto has not been a thief 2007 when he put Raila to become a prime minister. Ruto has not been a thief in 2013 when Uhuru became a president. Ruto has not been a thief in 2017 when Uhuru became a president. Now in 2021, he's becoming a thief. So let us go very clear. Let's go.
How is that related? How is that related to Mudavadi's people?
Mudavadi, we finished with Mudavadi. I told you Mudavadi does not have a chance.
No,
just leave that alone.
Collins.
Yes,
Waria is misleading us because it's the same Raila who sacked Ruto when he was a minister.
My friend, Ruto helped Raila become prime minister. Nobody will find Raila Odinga in prime ministership.
How did Ruto help Raila become prime minister?
He gave him votes from he gave him votes from Rift Valley. Otherwise, Raila does not have any votes right now in Rift Valley, does not have any votes in Northeastern, does not have any votes in the Coast. Coast is almost 65% UDA right now. So what are you trying to tell us about 5 million of Raila?
There are things that stop it, because this is where some of us are messing the country, because anybody who is saying Ruto has votes, how many elections have been done so that we can know Ruto has votes?
My friend, Musambweni Raila was beaten hands down. Musambweni is a case in point.
Let's wait.
Should I answer that, Collins?
Anybody who is saying Raila, Neto, I'm still making a point. If anybody is telling us that, oh, Raila has gained the central, or Raila has Meru, that is a liar. If you tell us that Raila has votes in the central, Raila has votes, you don't say he has, because we have not done any elections since Uhuru was not out of the power. So we can't say Raila has votes in central. In
course, it was tested, and Musambweni, he has lost. Raila was there and lost.
How was Ruto in Musambweni with which party?
Collins. My friend Raila was going by ODM and Ruto was going by UDA, and UDA won there.
Let's give Masanga. Let's give Dr. Masanga. We are not discussing.
Let not Dr. Masanga bring the.
Let me answer that before Dr. Masanga comes in, Collins.
Okay.
We understand that the very same team that campaigned for the guy who won through independence are the very same team that came together to form United Democratic Alliance. So that's how we assume whoever won was supported by Ruto Brigade.
That is a fallacy, because if it happened like that, there is a seat in Ugenya where Ochieng won with another party. It's not independent, something like Farmers Party. Do we want to say that Ruto now defeated Raila hands down in Siaya? We can't argue like that. That will be arguing with people with border shades.
Exactly.
That is argument at the border shades. We are people who have gone to school. Can we have Dr. Masanga?
Let me ask you a question. Collins.
Yes.
Ndeto, you are wasting a lot of time. I am an elder here.
No.
I'm an elder at 65, and I choose not to belittle myself in answering uncouth allegations and uncouth primitive way of thinking in a global world. As I speak today, Wekesa, I have 27 refugees in my clan, Bududa, where I'm born. And I want to tell Mr. Wadio, what is his name?
Waria.
Yeah, let him hear. These refugees settled in 2008. They left Kenya. They are in Bududa, they have shops. They are Kariuki, they are who Kenyans. They have been assimilated. Nobody has just a single person. 2, I think you can make a conclusion out of that anybody can stay anywhere. You don't determine conditions that come. But I will not go deeper that way. According to Mr. Wadiao, it is good for Ruto to go to Kampala.
It's Wariahe.
What I don't know the name, I cannot read it properly. Wariaha, something. According to him, Ruto can go to Kampala and dine with Museveni and even build factories, build Makerere University Hall, but he doesn't want Matanga, and even do politics across there. Didn't you see Ruto in a chopper going to campaign for Museveni?
Correct.
Who chased him away?
Nobody.
2 or 3. So I am a Mugisu, not a Munyoro. And you have, Wekesa will tell you, we know you. You have a habit of uprooting people. I don't know whether you want to uproot me.
No. I don't want to uproot you, but I am telling you don't know anything about Kenyan politics. Just go to Uganda and stay in Uganda and go inside the dictatorship and whatever.
This platform is not yours, it's ours.
Yeah, but you cannot say anything that you want because of the word.
Yes, you are not a moderator here. The moderators allowed me to speak. Can I speak?
Go ahead, sir.
There is nothing that I've taken that I take here in this country, Kenya. I employ over 46 people who are Kenyans in my businesses. I don't do handouts from Ruto. Ruto knows. Uhuru knows. I'm not here looking for handout from you. Go and look at my businesses.
Okay, Dr. Masanga, we are asking the question where, and I think we are losing the track.
No, let me, I am now coming.
Yes, that's what I want us to...
I would, as an editor, I would not go into those codings.
Very good. We don't need anything personal.
Yes.
Like, I know you attacked,
no, but it was very bad.
We have to make it a bit clear. Yeah.
Collins, it was very bad. And it is very bad. You have been in America before. I don't think it is very good for somebody to attack you in this global world, but it's okay.
Yeah, okay.
The point I want to make here is I am a scholar who has read African politics. I am entitled anywhere on planet Earth, if called upon, to discuss politics of any part of the world. Now, about whatever my friend said, thank you very much. I'm not bothered, but I'm still here because I don't even see whether you have even authority to tell me to go away. But let me come back on the issue of Mudavadi. Believe me or not, Mudavadi I'm a Luhya like him. But if I were him, I would not even try. I believe all of you on this, some of you are married, some are not married. I can see from the faces who are married.
Do we have anything showing married on the face, Dr. Masanga?
I studied morphology.
Are you going to say that Wekesa is married to 4 wives?
No, Wekesa is married.
Okay.
But I was
was
bringing a point here that what Wekesa someone said that when you go to Mudavadi, and you younger men, don't make this mistake ever. When you are in political life, don't allow the wife to command you. One of the problems that my brother Mudavadi has is the wife controls even the money for campaign. Several people have called me. They have told me. I've even confronted Barack Muluka. Why Barack Muluka left Mudavadi is the behavior of Madam. So the point that somebody raised here, I don't know whether it was Wekesa or Mr. Bernard or someone raised the point, is correct. 2, Mudavadi to become a president, he needs to convince the entire country. It is not enough to talk about economics only. Kenya's problem is not economics. Kenya needs a political solution. It does not need an economic solution. The problem of Kenya is a political solution. That political solution is found in BBI. Whether you like it or not, whoever is going to win the next election, if he's not going to bring on a platform of BBI and say, I want to unite Kenyans, I'm telling you, towards the voting time in August, people would reject that person and they vote the people who want to unite this country. You are very good people. You are welcoming people. You are very generous. You are very democratic. You have your democracy. Fine, but you don't have unity. You reach election. When you hear the date election, Neto starts looking for a panga. He's not going to vote, but he's going to look to sharpen in case somebody comes to his house. Can we remove that fear first so that Neto can vote his UDA and go back and sit and wait for the results? Collins, that is all I can tell you on this.
Okay. I know on this, we are also going to request you, because we know from you we can get Dr. Barack Muluka on this platform for our next sitting.
Yes,
kindly,
I will tell you.
Kindly, if you will bring for us Dr. Muluka, we'll appreciate it. And I will personally do the moderation of this if Dr. Muluka will be coming. So kindly.
No, he will. I'll tell him only that he's a petty bourgeois, not a hustler.
I know, but I know he's a good man.
He's a petty bourgeois, he's not a hustler.
We are
He's
giving you
not
the
like
power
me.
also to invite for us Herman Manyora. I tried to reach him, but I could not reach him yesterday.
No,
So
Herman will come.
You
Herman
are the
will
person
come,
we are.
but yes, Herman will come, but not Mr. That petty bourgeois will not come.
I hope you are not doing something called character assassination. So
no, it's not character. It's
Dr. Wagungu, Dr. Wagungu, sir, can we have you? Is it just for? Okay, I want to make it so that you discuss it in a broad-based thing. The ANC leaders are saying Raila must now support Mudavadi for them to get the presidency. At the same time, I wanted to combine it with something like the Luhya leadership and presidency will pass through Raila, according to Prophet Masinde. So is it this time?
I don't know if I'm the right person to be commenting on this one.
Prophet Masinda will be the one talking. You do talk the others.
Yeah, just tell us. Are they justified to tell us that are they justified to demand the support of Raila to become to become the president?
I think this is mostly an ODM thing, for them to tell us if they want their candidate supporting Mudavadi. But I find it.
The community, you've been umekuwa ukihepa hii kitu sana. Now, are they justified?
In fact, thank you for giving me this very opportunity in order to hear my views. But first of all, in fact, I'm gonna say thank you for bringing on Mr. and Dr. Masanga in this platform. In fact, so Dr. Masanga, I've heard that you came to Kenya in 1978 after all those ill things which happened for you in Uganda. So in fact, since 1978 up to this very moment, kindly ask for Kenyan citizenship, because in fact you saw recently we acquired or we got our 45th tribe, that is the Shona. You see the Shona, yeah? So that in fact after 20 years they were given they can now walk freely as Kenyan people. So even you, having stayed in Kenya for all that long, kindly ask for citizenship, and then you'll be part of us. Because I'm hearing that you and Wekesa, you are from one place which is very good. Wekesa will just only show you where you can buy a slice of land, and then life goes on. Now to the topic of today about ANC. ANC boss, that is Musalia Mudavadi, demanding or maybe saying that this is his right time for him to take over from Uhuru Kenyatta, so that he can be able to occupy that beautiful house which is at the hilltop. To my side, I'm gonna say that in fact to Musalia Mudavadi, in fact he's so dull. Sometimes you need someone. Yeah, you need someone. Look how William Samoei Ruto, when he talks until you are shaken. Come to Raila Amolo Odinga, same. It's true. So that is how, in fact, whosoever who is a leader, sometimes you are supposed to take maybe hard decisions. Let's take an example of maybe there is a president who has marshaled some troops and they want to attack your country. You are so calm, like Musalia Mudavadi. In fact, those people will come and take you out of power and take all your territory. So that commanding power, Musalia Mudavadi, he lacks it. But let us give. I cannot dispute it. Let us give it time, because I had when Raila was in Migori, in Vihiga, he said that he is now starting what we call he's starting his journey of ensuring that he's taking on William Samoei Ruto head on from Kisii, and then he will go to Kakamega. Then there will be a declaration. Now, maybe if Raila Amolo Odinga is going to welcome One Kenya Alliance, they say that now let us go for nomination, and then Musalia Mudavadi beats the likes of Ford Kenya leader Kalonzo Musyoka, Raila Amolo Odinga, and he be a flag bearer. I'm very sure we will give him a support. But if at all Musalia Mudavadi is going to go alone on the ballot box come 2022, I tell you, presidential elections, they are very, very expensive, because you heard from the statistics of recently that in order for you to look for the whole country to look for votes as a president, you need, let's say, 15 maybe to 20 billion. Where will Musalia Mudavadi get all this money? It will be a problem 1 year to elections. So that is my take. Now, Dr. Masanga, I want to ask you one question about one question. This child we are calling BBI, is it a political process or is it a healing process? The BBI, is it a political process or a healing process? I rest my case.
Any other person with a question for Dr. Masanga? Because I want him to answer them fully. Any other person having a question for Dr. Masanga? Ndeto, you had a question for Dr. Masanga and you didn't finish it. So can you ask? It's a question, it's not a statement. I know you have a question for Dr. Masanga. I want him to answer them, all of them. Do you have any question for him?
I think he diverted from my question.
Okay.
Because I remember when I was talking about, you know, there is something I mentioned about Dede Nyoro. And I said that this guy, there is a certain body that is legit, which vetted for these MPs to assess their performance. And they found out that this guy had utilized the community development funds so nice. And this guy, Dr. David was saying that Dede Nyoro is very young.
I wish you call him Dr. Matsanga. You know, we don't call people with the title with the first name. Yeah.
Okay,
so,
Dr. Matsanga. Sorry.
Good. Yeah.
Sorry. And he was saying that this guy is very young in politics, and he only basks around, maybe trying to sell the narrative of the UDA. As well, there was another question about this issue of who are thieves, who are not thieves. And I was asking, we have independent bodies which investigates, and even they I don't know the best word I can use.
I think we answered that. Because I know when we give Dr. Matsanga, if we give Dr. Matsanga time to speak about that, it will take a whole 9 hours here. So,
but let him tell me. Let him answer the first one. The one that I have asked.
Yeah, that's a very good question about so Dr. Masanga, you have 2 questions already. Any other person with a question for Dr. Masanga? Wekesa, do you have a question for Dr. Masanga? Because I know he's our guest, so we should handle him as our guest. So
maybe I want him to answer Ndeto in this way, because Ndeto looks like he's arguing. You don't treat people as suspects until they are proven guilty. because this he has a problem with us mentioning that some people are thieves.
Okay, so that's just a direction. Bernard, do you have a question for Dr. Masanga?
Wekesa.
Do you have a question for Dr. Masanga? Mugambi, do you have a question for Dr. Masanga?
No question. So
No
far,
question.
thank you.
No.
You know, I know it's not going to be easy to get him again because tomorrow you will be at the TV.
No,
So,
I know now. I also invite you. I invite you to my TV. It's
yeah,
free.
I know. Tomorrow you will be on the TV,
All
and then
all of you are invited. The Zoom is open. You will come in and talk.
Okay, Dr. Masanga. Ashley,
Yes,
Ashley,
Dr. Masanga,
the only
we have
lady.
a group. We have a WhatsApp group. You will leave your number.
Okay, we have Ashley, our sister Ashley. Yes. And I think Ashley should talk before Dr. Masanga talks because Ashley, can you say something about this thing of, it's our time and Raila must support us according to the ANC?
Sorry,
is it
sorry,
justified?
Colin.
Yeah.
Colin, a second, please. A second, please, before Ashley comes in. Dr. Masanga, you have talked about a TV. What is the name of the TV and how shall we get the link?
Oh, when we are finishing, we'll mention everything on that. Nice. Ashley.
I'm here.
Good. Welcome. The people of ANC, I was told not to call them loyal leaders, but they are saying this is the time that Raila must. And I say they said must, the word demanding, that it's the time for Mudavadi. And Mudavadi is in another camp. Do you think they're justified? Again, when you answer that also, can you keep in mind that ANC, ODM, and other parties have exited NASA? Is there necessity again for them to work together with the OCA?
So my answer would be one sentence. You see, like the guy who was just kicked out, I don't think he should have been kicked out. I think we should have given him
No, nobody has been kicked out. Nobody has been kicked out. Yeah, nobody has been kicked out. The first time he left, nobody's kicking anybody out.
So the same thing with ANC, when they say they must, nobody can force anybody to do what they don't want to do. So that in itself, that would, if somebody should disqualify them even as an option, if they are forcing someone to, they should sell whatever policy they are sera, wauze sera zao, and then they will be supported. They can't say he must support us. I don't see the sense in that, where you're forcing someone to support you.
We have supported Raila for many times, and every time, this time around, Raila must support us. So they're justified.
He can't force him to support. I mean, like, he's using must, but he can't force him to support him. Raila will decide to support him if he wants to or not. He can't be forced. So that's my view of it. He can't force him. Raila will do what he wants to do. If he wants to support him, he'll support him. If he doesn't, he won't. That's simple.
Politically, is it viable?
It depends. If Raila supports, and Raila will become his assistant, his deputy, or what does he mean by that?
With them, they're saying Raila should not be a presidential candidate.
But then, is it viable constitutionally? But Raila has the right to run if he wants.
Okay.
So legally, it's not. So they are being childish. That's
okay. Okay. So, now
I came because of Dr. Masanga. I was listening to him. And one thing that I get angry about when I hear people calling Ruto a thief, and I've always said, I know he has stolen. That is not a secret. And so has Uhuru, actually the majority. And so has Gideon Moi is sitting on stolen property. And being in possession of stolen property is a crime. And so has Raila. So I think we shouldn't talk about corruption and Ruto, because what I am asking is, do some people have a license to steal? Where they do not become liable, where it doesn't follow them, or some don't, because in Kenya, white people are killing each other to become to get, like in America, Collins, being in politics is not a thing. In Kenya, it is like everybody wants to go there, because of what they get when they get there, because they are stealing. If only they would open the files nicely, you would be shocked. Maybe only 1% would be and not guilty, if any, or even a 0.01%.
Okay.
And that's why they are fighting for. So I wish we talk about other things, because I personally think we should get someone else like Isaac Alioch, I think that's his name, as a potential presidential candidate. Someone we have not heard of any crimes, some fresh person to come in as a patriot, someone who cares about Kenyans, someone who will work for Kenyans. But don't talk about Ruto is a thief, because even Uhuru is a thief, even Raila is a thief, even Mudavadi is a thief, even Kalonzo is a thief.
So according to you,
Kalonzo and Raila agreed to be given money during COVID, their retirement. A patriot have said, I can wait. I am able to feed myself. People are not going to cook stones while you're giving me 73 million.
Let me ask you something, Ashley, on that, okay?
Yes.
If I owe you money today, okay, and then the business goes down, but I was having your money, should you leave the money because our business has gone down?
What are you talking about?
The money that was given, to Raila and Kalonzo, as those are their personal money.
So
okay?
What I'm saying is, Kenya is broke. It was during COVID. They are personal servants. They were not dying of hunger as patriots. Remember, I said they was owed to them. But
so
that is where we get the demarcation between a patriot and someone who is selfish, because they could have said, you owe us. But let me tell you let me finish. I had your question. What I want to do, I will wait. Let us first feed the country. Let me tell you, today he would not be looking for votes. People would be. That's why people like Sonko. Let us feed the country. Let us use this money, 73. It was either all this time they've been owed. That was not the appropriate time to spend that money that way. That is where our government goes wrong. Even when they gave look like now, Collins, they gave this, we are on a lockdown. So our MCAs are not doing anything, yet they were given car grants 1 year to the election.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Ashley. You are turning the same questions around, and it's so nice. For example, the old men who retired, including my dad, was their pension not paid because the country was in COVID?
I don't know, but I'm talking about public servants who I know about. I know about people who want to lead the country, people who want to lead Kenyans. They have to have the love of the Kenyans at heart. Like their leaders, like, Trump was pretending when he said, I am going to donate my salary. I am owed, but I'm going to donate it back so that it can be used. Some people don't even like Uhuru. He doesn't need the money. Uhuru owns Brookside. You know what you would have said during COVID? This month, I'm going to donate all the milk from Brookside to feed the people, because he can afford to do that. Is it only white people who can give us? We have very rich people in our own country. They want to be leaders, but they don't care. Let me finish. Please don't keep interrupting me. I'm just giving my view. What I am saying is that we have people, and this is the thing, we need a leader who is a patriot. This is what we are lacking in Kenya. Ruto is not, neither is Raila, neither is Kalonzo, neither is Uhuru, and that is why I have a problem when we come on this platform to crucify Ruto. Can we also put all the other thieves on the line too?
Okay, nobody's crucifying Ruto, because the problem is here.
Dr. Masanga was earlier today,
but
and
we cannot. We passed that, but the truth is, we cannot say that. Okay, according to you, you are saying Raila sits on the wealth that was stolen by his father.
No,
okay?
no. I don't know whether I haven't done enough. I actually think.
Okay. Gideon Moi sits on a stolen wealth. Okay.
I talk about Raila himself. I don't know what the things I know about his father were good things. I don't know anything bad where he stole something. In fact, I know that the reason
because you have not done your homework.
No, let me tell you what I have done. I'm not a politician. I'm just a common man, a raia. So I know just a little bit. What I know about Ramogi is that they split with Jomo Kenyatta because Jomo Kenyatta wanted to steal land and he refused. So that is where the disagreement came in. That is the basic what I know. So I don't know much about him. When I say Raila, I mean him. I know about Moi. I know Moi stole. I have had people who have bragged where he was giving them money. I know that for a fact. And I know people say Gideon is not stealing. But if he's so righteous, he needs to do the right thing and return what was stolen by his dad to the Kenyans so that we can spread it. Uhuru the same. So what I am saying is all of them have stolen. So we don't need to just talk about Ruto. And if we talk about Ruto, we also have to talk about his boss. Because did Uhuru just find out that Ruto is a thief? Did Raila not know when he was running with Ruto in 2007 that he was a thief? So who thieves company in the company of thieves? You cannot be a thief and I'm thinking that we are both
Ashley, something you have to accept here is
I
this.
have a question for us.
Anything that is being said about Ruto to have stolen was stolen between 2013 and now. There is nothing
become a bigger theft than the one which was stolen in 1963.
That's where I'm coming to you now. I want to help you, Ashley. I want to help you reason like this.
I am very capable of being as articulate as possible to express my views. So I do not need any help.
Yeah, we were discussing about Mudavadi, but you brought in the theft and the other things.
No, you asked. I was giving this was a question or a comment on what Mr. Dr. Masanga was saying earlier. Because that's why I joined, and I said
Mugambi has a question for you before Ashley, you continue.
And Ashley, I have a question for you.
Yes.
If today you get an inheritance from your father, do you say that your father stole your inheritance that he gave you?
Excuse me?
I'm saying if
a pointed question. Don't ask me about. Let's not talk about hypotheticals. Ask me an actual question. I cannot.
I'm asking you.
Let's save time.
Because kindly listen to my question.
I'm not going to answer hypotheticals. I'm sorry.
Listen to my question, please.
If it's an hypothetical, save yourself the energy.
It's a very practical question from what you have said or you have alleged. Yeah? You have told us that Uhuru and Moi Gideon should give back to the community what was stolen. Now, if your father gave you an inheritance, or if you made well with your father, are you going to give it back to the society? Whereas you don't know if your father worked for it or he stole. That whatever you are saying is just a fallacy.
The law says if today your father gives you stolen wealth today, and you're caught with this, you will go to jail. In a working democracy, in a way.
How do I know he stole?
No, I'm telling you, unless in Kenya, I don't know. But where I live, if you're in possession of stolen property today, even though you didn't steal it, but you're in possession of it, you will go to jail if you know it is stolen. So that is
but Uhuru does not know if his father stole anything. Moi does not know if his father stole anything. So what you are saying is just a wishful thinking. That's a wishful thinking.
Excuse me?
Actually, somebody is saying in the comments that you are giving a very good point, but the problem is you are becoming emotional. So I want you to cool down.
It has nothing to do with me.
Okay,
Sorry,
I want you to cool down.
I will temper down.
Somebody is saying in the comment that Ashley is giving a very good point, but the problem is she becomes emotional. So I want to. And here is what we are telling you.
No, Collins,
yes.
He's very, very impressed by seeing
me. My question?
We guess
are you
a question
impressed by seeing me?
You're a beauty to behold. I can say that. The Bible says we are wonderfully and fearfully made, all of us. But let us be fair. You know, in order
Mr. Wekesa, can you ask Ashley a question? Ashley was a person asking a question, and people turned into asking you questions because you opened a can of worms. So Wekesa.
Yeah, the challenge is she did not ask a question. She brought a long comment that provoked questions. So my question to Ashley is this: when we talk about legacy, we talk about Uhuru's legacy is between 2013 to 2017. So let's relate do we relate legacy with the ills they did, or do we relate legacy with the ills done by their fathers? And then do we hold the sins of the fathers to the sons, or do we hold the sin of people to individual people? Again, let me finish and then you answer. When Uhuru was asked to clarify the issue of land, and I remember it was in the presidential debate, this is how Uhuru put it. That the land you say that we own a very huge land, it was a willing buyer, willing seller, and he defeated Kina Raila on that. They never questioned him again. And this issue has never even brought in any court.
You know that.
No, has it ever been brought in any court? Because the issue we talk about Ruto, some of these issues are in court. Some these issues are in court.
I don't even want to talk to you because you're not straight. Let me tell you, the reason it hasn't been brought to court is because, and that is why they want to even dictate who is going to come to power, is because they're afraid of the property that they have stolen. They don't want it, and I'm sorry I'm talking like that. Let me cool down. I'm not emotional, but that's
are you talking like Uhuru has been in power forever? He has just joined power 2013. He has been in power 2013.
The reason he doesn't want to go and he wants to decide who comes to power is because he wants to protect.
John Mugambi, please, can you mute? Because Ashley is talking, but a lot of voice echoes are coming. Mugambi, mute, please. Thank you. Ashley, you can go on.
I think there is noise too where I am.
You are now good. It's now okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying, and I'm not going, we all live in Kenya and we know the reason they want to make sure that the next person who comes, someone said that earlier in the show, that is because they have some wealth that was illegally acquired and some businesses that they are doing this interest, like taking this tender stuff. They want to make sure that it is protected. And that is why they're afraid of just anybody coming to power, because they want their items protected. That's why you're seeing this being 2022 a big deal, because those thieves that are licensed cannot be taken to court, and they want to make sure it remains like that. I have answered the Wekesa, and I don't want to answer beyond that.
Okay,
you haven't answered me. You haven't
want you to ask a question
can
to
I?
Dr. Masanga, because I'm giving him.
Intense, we're all intelligent, and Wekesa is even more, but he's on a payroll right now, and I'm not going to answer beyond that.
That's an allegation. That's an allegation.
Assumption.
That's an allegation. That's just an assumption.
They don't work with any other company.
Ashley, when you start like that, then you are.
Everything else you are saying is false.
I bet it on my life. I know what
Ashley, you are out of
okay, Ashley,
Cambridge Analytica.
If you talk about things that don't exist, I assume everything else you are saying is false.
Ashley,
if there is someone who is now,
okay, Dr. Masanga.
Ashley, if you tell Wekesa that is Cambridge Analytica, I think you are going to even name me worse names.
I don't know about you, but I can tell you. I told you I talked facts. I know about him. Wekesa, I know who he is.
Tell me what you know about me.
Okay, we are not saying anything personal, please, Ashley.
Okay.
And Wekesa.
Kindly, let us move on, please.
Okay, Dr. Masanga, we have a question from Ndeto. Ask you one question.
Let me finish. Kizito is telling me don't lie like Miguna. Kizito. Anyway, thank you for listening.
But those are my opinions.
I told you to ask a question to Dr. Masanga, and you never asked him any questions. So it seems
I didn't
like
ask him.
yeah.
What I just told him is like it is unfair because we all know there are so many. Our money has been stolen. Even just the other day, Uhuru's family members, they are said, or his friends also are in the camps that he's not brought them forward, even when IMF has demanded that the list be put forward. So when we want to fight crime, if we really love our country, I don't know when they say I'm emotional. I'm not emotional. I have nothing to gain. I have nothing to lose. By the way, I just want to make sure our country is a country I can be proud of. I can speak of. So if we really want to fight crime, let us fight it completely. Let us not weaponize it.
We have a question from...
Let us say Raila is a thief. Let us say Uhuru is a thief. And let us pray to God
Ashley, the blanket of calling everybody a thief to balance another thief.
No.
It's not a standard in any law.
What I like with Ashley is this. What I know with Ashley, what I like with Ashley is this. In the same statement where he's calling other people thieves, he has not said that Ruto is not a thief. So that's the best answer that we can get.
But that does not justify the fact that the thieves should be left alone because they are thieves.
And that
no,
is what
she has said something, Bernard. She has said that the others are sitting on the thief. The other thieves are sitting on wealth that their father stole. That is what she has said.
And some people, we cannot...
Actually, if you get your husband cheating, do you say that before I entered in this relationship, I was cheating?
What I'm saying, Bernard, that if they are all thieves, we should prosecute them all because they are stealing from what we should be having as Kenyans, but we should not choose who to victimize and who to leave, so that what we are saying is that some people are licensed to steal without any repercussions, and some are weaponized to where it becomes they are branded as thieves while they are all thieves. And we know.
Now, Ashley, if I say you are a thief,
Ruto and
hold on. Ashley, if I say you are a thief, okay, and you are not a thief, okay, do you go to clear your name or you call me a thief also?
Okay, can we have
when I say they are thieves, I can account for you one by one why I say they are thieves. I'm not just saying it. I know that they are thieves. I know they have stolen. I know.
Okay, let's go. Dr. Masanga, you have two questions, one from Deto, and the other one was from community. And yes. I would also ask you another question so that, because I know we are rounding it up, we have only 30 minutes to go. So, yeah, so I would also add you one question. Like Raila said something today that after they have talked their own thing, from next week, they are going to roll down some communications and discussions and conversations. After that, they will be talking again to OCA or any other formations that come in. So I would ask you, do you think our main undoing in Kenya is having very many political parties, where every community thinks that they belong to a party and their man should be a leader? Do you think that is our main undoing? So as you answer my questions with the Ndeto's questions and also with the community question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all start by thanking Ashley
for sparing you.
Not sparing me, for bringing out some facts that we need to converse and discuss at length and with truth as Kenyans and Africans. It's true that the entire Africa, including Kenya included, people are corrupt. The type of corruption that you have in Kenya is spread. It's spread amongst people. Every valley, mountain in this country has a thief. Let's be honest. There's a thief or two thieves or three. Someone who has got a tender, who worked in a tender. Not that all people are thieves. Ashley has brought out something that in the future, you as the younger generation should look at. But to Ashley, for example, Raila Odinga did not know how the father Oginga got the land that he took over as an estate. Uhuru Kenyatta did not know what was happening. He found a business being run and he took over the family as the heir of the family. The same goes on to everybody. Ruto also equally. Ruto has a different version of acquiring property. He either bumps you off or grabs it openly and is taken to court, and then he said, yes, I'm returning it and I'm guilty. Or he does like what he did to Express, Eldoret Express guy who had to lose his business and went to court in Kitale, Eldoret, and got this land back. It is there now. Or like a Western Hotel, which said he bought, he did not buy, it is a company, it's what. It is still there. So I agree with Ashley, and at the same time agree with Bernard that when you steal, you don't again say, because I've stolen, because the other one has stolen. Time has come to stop that type of theft. And for Kenya to move forward, there's one advice I want to give you. Ashley, vote for BBI to change the constitution, to catch everybody. Have you read the section on corruption on BBI?
BBI was unconstitutional, so we cannot even open the book.
No, look now. I know it's in court, but I'm pleading with you to go back today, because I'm going to be mostly a guest here. Go and read the section on corruption. What did the BBI
when it is
propose?
well constitution legally, I will open the book and read. I'm not going to read something that is illegally constituted by.
No, I think actually that does not make, even if you are, we had to know the devil first, what the devil's work is, when we can say we call the Jesus for him.
You cannot read the book written by the devil to know the devil.
Okay, Dr. Masanga, let me just cut you short. Let me tell you something, Dr. Masanga. Actually, if something is wrong,
you know, Bernard is a Christian, he's a pastor. You know, Solomon was told he cannot build the temple because he was unclean. Uhuru has no standing to be involved in any making of any referendum until he obeys court orders.
David was told not to build the temple because he had blood in his hands, and we know some people have blood in their hands.
Musando, the referendum should not be done because the pillars of Musando are also in that they are making that referendum. And also, until Muguna is returned per the court order, anybody who has disobeyed that court order should not also go and start giving us a constitution. We have to start refusing to be taken for fools. That's what I'm talking about, having an honest discussion. Uhuru
remember, the people who brought this constitution killed the Ambombai with the person who brought the evolution.
So that is why we need the popular initiative is for the people. It is for the governed.
And when you was removing corrupt churches, you were complaining.
The government is the people who make the popular initiative.
No, actually, you're just not correct somewhere, because
so that we move on, please.
Yes, we actually is trying to lie to us, because if something is wrong, you will not know how wrong it is until you interrogate it.
we first read the 2010 and understand it before we start reading a document that is illegal.
How do you know it's bad? Okay, let's have Dr. Masanga,
Same
please.
people that gave us 2010 are the ones giving us the BBI, and the same people who opposed 2010 are the one pretending to defend it.
Dr. Masanga, please, can you go on? Because we are finishing up. We have only we only have 19 minutes.
Actually, don't read the BBI. just change your constitution to catch thieves.
If we start there,
no.
Let me tell you
please.
what.
No, you are not going to tell me. You are not going to tell me. I'm going to tell you as a constitutional expert. I've read it.
Okay, let me add this as you talk. This is a question.
No, but let me tell you, you have talked, madam, I've listened. Your constitution cannot send anybody to jail.
Correct.
So change it.
Leave alone the BBI thing now.
Even if you change it without the BBI, change it. A person in Kenya allegedly steals money. Can you actually tell me the 3 thieves who dug a hole in KCB branch in Thika? Have you ever heard whether they have been condemned or convicted?
You know, we are with you on I agree.
Answer a simple question. If you are a student, listen and answer, I have not heard or I don't know.
I am a teacher.
Okay, if you're a teacher, teach me. Can you teach me how the 3 thieves who stole 50 million from Thika KCB branch, whether they have been convicted or they were, have you heard of any conviction?
No, and that's where the problem is.
That's why I'm telling you, you don't want the BBI. It had proposed to cut short these thieves quickly. For example, if you steal in Rwanda.
Dr. Masanga, nobody doesn't want the BBI. We all realize that we need to change the constitution, but we need to do it the right way. We need to lay the right foundation.
Madam, let's forget about the BBI. And I will answer the BBI to Mr. Community shortly. The whole problem is that in Kenya, you steal money on Friday, you are detained in Muthaiga police station up to Monday. On Tuesday, you get bail. On Wednesday, you fly with your calico to Mauritius.
Unfortunately, and then there are some who steal, we know them, and they have not even been taken to bail.
Actually, can you allow him to talk? Actually, allow
I am on yours.
Dr. Masanga.
Actually, I am on yours.
You are speaking the same thing, so just allow Dr. Masanga to speak.
Yes,
because
I am on your
you're
side.
on the same side.
The money is stolen. People fly out. They go and enjoy. 2, in Kenya, for example, the MP for Mathira, he paid 12 million in 20 minutes. Did the judges receiving the bail ask those who were bringing the bail where those people got the money? In London, where I've lived 36 years, I'm now going to the 37th year. Some people think I live in Kenya. No. My home is in United Kingdom because of the political persecution I had, Collins. I think you know it very well. Kenya is my working station. If you steal 10 shillings, even if your wife comes to stand for you to get out on bail, if the wife does not bring the savings book and he comes with cash in court, they will ask her, where did she get that cash? She will end up having another case before she removes you from court. But in Kenya, the situation is different, Ashley. You steal, you give the money to other people, and 5 of them, so when they ask for 50 million, all of you come. People take the money, you are out in 20 minutes. On the question community asked, Was BBI for?
Was it a political process or was it a something like that? Yeah.
I want to tell you here without fear of contradiction. One of my subjects, I hold a master's degree in conflict resolution. I'm an expert. Kenyans made a terrible mistake when they turned the BBI into a political process. BBI was a redemption.
Was a political process from the beginning.
Please,
no.
BBI. That's why I'm saying, actually, are you not hearing? That's why I'm saying it was a mistake. And I'm now authoritatively telling you that I stood my ground to tell the two principles. Don't turn BBI into a political process. BBI is a healing process, is a redemption, what we call redemption strategy. What is a redemption strategy? The 9 points that BBI had, Mr. Community, are the redemption points. Can you tell me that the 9 points are not redemption? Why is Ashley high and very hot? It's because there is one of the points in the 9 that is burning her.
To tell you the truth, I don't even know the 9 points, even one. What I know is that
but because you don't know them,
no, let me tell you why I'm banning. You asked a question. Dee said that he talked to Raila and tried to tell him what to talk about the election being fair and free and fair. And he said the reason he parted ways with Raila is because he realized even with the handshake, it was not genuine. It was about personal interest. So from the beginning, like I told you, this BBI was written by the devil. So how can you read something written by the devil? It was not genuine from the beginning.
So who is the devil? Who is the devil here?
They were not genuine from the heart.
Who are devils?
Actually, who is the devil?
Actually, when you read the book of Job, it says that when the sons of men went to God, even the devil went there, and God asked him, "Where have you been?" Even God does not hate the devil the way you hate him like that. Can you have a conversation and see where the problem is?
John Kiriamiti wrote a book. John Kiriamiti wrote a book about my life as a criminal. Okay. My life in crime. Does that one make us not to read the book because we are Christians? We should not associate with the crimes.
And Masaga, since you know so much, can you tell us about the SGR and whose names are on the contract?
You see, now he's calling me Matanga since you know him. What is wrong with you, Ashley? I know so much well.
Let us listen to one another. Let us first listen to Dr. Matanga. Let him finish. Then, without interruption, Ashley, please, we have listened to you. Give him time. You will ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ndeto. Thank you.
I was only trying to explain that BBI should not have been turned into a political process. It should have remained a redemption strategy. Building of bridges that were broken. The 9 points include ethnicity, corruption, marginalization. You see, those are the things that affect Kenya. When you talk about marginalization, when you talk about corruption, why people are struggling so hard to block BBI is they don't want to be caught up in the corruption scandals, crime that they have committed. Whether it is who, let the law come for everybody. But the point is community. The only safest way for Kenya even to hold the elections, any election in the future, is when they have changed the electoral system. If you don't change the electoral mechanisms, if you don't change the electoral system, how you elect your people, then go home and wait for results like South Africa. South Africa can fight over food, but they don't fight over elections. Bernard, I think you are aware of that. South Africa is the only country in this continent where voting takes place, and the following morning, people are in office working as if there was no election. Until Kenya does that, even the 2022 election, whether it's wheelbarrow, whether it's UDA, which is Ndeto lad, wants to die for. And the other people, another guy who ran away, Walwaya or something, they want to die for Ruto. Whether it is Ruto, whether it's Mudavadi, whether it's who, if you have not changed your electoral mechanisms, that a vote is cast and the winner says, I won, the loser says, I lost. Let me go ahead and prepare a wider egg. I'm sorry. If you lose this chance, the two men who are going to be on the ballot, that is Raila Odinga and Ruto. Both of them are people from the past experience of the politics I know of this country. They are always on the other ends when it comes to accepting elections. 2007, you saw who stood on the chair, on the table to beat Kivotia. It was not Raila Odinga. Didn't you see Ruto standing on the chair, on the table when the chairman of the commission was just there? I have all the clips.
Masanga, maliza haraka, Dr. Maliza haraka, please.
So, what has happened is Kenya needs an election which is supervised, where the winner will go home and get a loser and say, brother, we are together. Some of us are here because we have seen a conflict. My country, out of 59 years, it has only been peaceful for about 30 years. The rest of 29, we have been hammering each other with guns. And the guns cannot stop. They might come again. So don't go that route. Finally, on the question of Mr. Collins, I just want to tell you, Mr. Collins, you asked about Raila and what was the question?
I asked you, like, is our men undoing many political parties that are tribalized, that is now making every other community feel that they should present, they feel the candidate. Yeah.
Let me tell you, one of the worst things of the 2010 Constitution is balkanization of Kenya into tribal kingpins. If I were a Kenyan, I would abolish the constitutional article which gives a governor of my county to be Oparanya because he's a Luhya, a Maragori from Kakamega. You notice that you are balkanizing the country already. You notice that devolution without evolution can create a war. You notice that you might not be able in the future to drill the oil in Turkana, because Nanokanda, his people will say, give us the money before it goes. So if I were a Kenyan, I would look at that article where the governor can be an ex-official, but not elected from your tribe. Rasanga is from Siaya. Look at what the mess in Siaya is. Owiti is from Homa Bay. Have you seen the type of corruption there? Mugambi comes from Meru. Most of the people in Meru have either very close to the GPT or very close to, am I wrong, sir? Go everywhere. You have balkanized tribalism. Now, if you add their political parties, very many of them, yet you have no social structure. What is making Ashile shout more is the lack of social structure, accountability. Accountability. You still come and ask for votes. You buy 5 helicopters and then you fly over them to give out wheelbarrows. The accountability. Look at that. I don't care who has stolen. Whether if it's Uru, yes, accountability. But a constitution, a country without accountability, you are going to give out wheelbarrows to the children of Muranga, of Kandara. Eh? When you are flying in a helicopter, which was bought in Italy, and the Italian, you told the whole nation that there is a bank guarantee, there was no money stolen. You remember that? How many Kenyans remember that statement? Because the helicopter was bought in the names of somebody's name, it doesn't matter. But then the documents in Italy say where the money was transferred from. So you are giving out. Let me tell you, the Ruto dream is a good dream. The Raila position is the best position. Is cool down, watch the steps. Because politics that lacks accountability is very dangerous. Politics that lacks restitution, and I believe the community wanted to hear that word, restitution, reparation, truth-telling, reconciliation. If you don't have those, I want to give you final as I finish. I am a rebel. I used to fight as a rebel leader. In 2006, the United Kingdom said we must lay down our arms and come to table and talk to President Museveni. I'm now telling you from a personal experience. It was a painful decision that I took after somebody has killed your father. My father, where Kesa knows, my father was killed, he doesn't know, but my father was killed because they were asking him where I was. He left me with 11 orphans whom I have distributed worldwide to escape persecution. But in 2006, I was told by the same British government that has looked after me for many years that you have to do peace talks with the same man, sit on table. We went down in Juba and sat down, my fellow Kenyans. We resolved the northern Uganda conflict. Those of you who go to northern Uganda, we brought truth-telling, reconciliation, restitution, reparation, and above all these 5 factors, plus they make a big word called healing.
On the same, Daktari, I would also ask you a question that is being asked by one of our viewers, Shania Zakaria. She or he is asking something. Miguna is also on exile, was taken on exile by President Moi. And he has been exiled twice. He's the only Kenyan that has been exiled twice. Why would you think that he should not be taken back to the country? Why do you think Jubilee government found it so difficult to accept him back to the country.
Boss, can I talk in a low tone for you to hear?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Muguna write about me?
No. No,
Why?
I know there was one day that he said
that I was given a car in The Hague.
He saw something like that. Yeah, that you took.
He apologized.
Yes.
That is about 10 years ago. He apologized and said, because in London and The Hague, you can hire Mercedes-Benz. I hired my Mercedes-Benz to drop me at the court every day when I was doing Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto cases. So Miguna, being in opposition, thought that the embassy had given me a car. I came back and I told him, please, you have been in Canada. You don't know that Mercedes in Canada do taxi. He apologized. Now, there's a small technical thing. All of us here, I am a global citizen. I have dual nationality. Yes. And now I want to tell you here that you should know. But there is one thing you have to do. And this is one thing I told Mr. Miguna myself. I called him when he was at that airport in that trouble. Before the thing became messy. Just sign the form. Sign it and leave it. They will not fail to deliver you the passport. And Miguna, I'm told he didn't. Whatever, I don't know. He's my friend.
Yeah, I think one of these days we may catch up with him on his platform so that we can bring him on board. Because I think
he's my good friend, and yeah, I have never crossed him.
Yeah,
I never cross anybody, but I like to continue with this discussion with Ashley.
Okay.
I'm always interested in people like Ashley, whom
hold it there. Hold it there,
Okay.
Dr. Masanga.
Okay.
We have
Okay.
Machuki.
Okay,
Somebody
Colin.
called Machuki.
Colin.
Yeah.
Sorry, Colin.
Yes,
Dr. Matanga did not address my question because you see, as
I know. I'm going to answer. Yeah.
Mr. Andeto.
He's going to answer you.
I have a very short submission.
Yeah.
Then you will continue.
Mr. Mashuki, Mr.
Yes.
Andeto, we have your question, and I would allow Dr. Masanga to work on it. Meanwhile, we can have Sami Mashuki.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Collins, for the opportunity and for the sharing. Let me start with the point of the day, where you are asking, is it really okay for the Luhya community to demand that
they said it's not Luhya, it's the ANC. They told me
okay,
it's not Luhya.
whichever the case,
yeah,
that is it rightful for Raila Odinga to now pack him? I think it's not in order, and it sounds like this is what it's give me because I gave you. It's not right. Even in friendship, it doesn't go like that. Let me start with following what the doctor is saying. Okay, for example, Nairobi being a metropolitan, whereby we don't have any tribe really, but I know let me use a tribe name, Kikuyus, maybe occupy much of the land in Nairobi. We had Kidero is a Luo, Sonko is a Kamba. So we can't say that geographically it's wrong. And we have MPs in Kisumu and in Meru are Indians. So our constitution really has nothing, the 2010 constitution has nothing to do with geographical disparities, because he said this Luhya or Kakamega governor, being a governor in Bungoma or in Kisii or in anywhere is wrong. I think that one is not. I think it's not right to my best thinking, because if it's in Kisii, this person who is contesting for this should be a person from that area. Another thing, a constitution cannot catch thieves.
Mm-hmm.
The PBI, which we are really anticipating that it can be a savior Christ to Kenya, cannot go and catch thieves.
Mm-hmm.
It is these institutions that are here, the courts, that are the enforcers of this thing, the rules that can really give the rightful or the chance that is required to catch these thieves. So the constitution usually doesn't catch thieves. So, and that's why you can't tell me that the 2010 constitution is not catching corrupt guys and corrupt members of okay, the so-called corrupt people, the Ruto, the Raila, the Uhuru, and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Votes usually picks leaders. Votes. We know that's what we know, and that's what it is. So the most popular person or candidate usually wins the elections. These alignments that we are really talking about each and every time, I call them a sense of hunger, a sense of just wanting to satisfy that ego of being a leader. That when I was there, I became this, because it's a dream to each and every person. So these realignments really not good to us, and we Kenyans, we need to think about this. Every person, everybody is so angry. He wants to be inside the government. He wants to get an opportunity to go and or to be in this table. You usually hear them say you must be in the table where this cake is cut. So these people really, in any case, they don't have a very good idea of how to assist us, the local mwananchi, or else they are just doing their ego, and really it's so wrong. This is why I'm really against this, the OCA, against this the NASA things, telling us we are going to sit and making. This is a strategy of trying to secure what is insecurable, if there is any word of that kind. So they are using a lot of force, a lot of power to get this to their side. We need to separate the presidency from tribalism, because it's just maybe it's a candidate, and this best candidate should be given time, whether he comes from Mombasa, whether he comes from Turkana, but if he qualifies or shows the capability of giving us what we call the sufficiency to the Kenyans, not to some groups of tribes or what. If it's from Kikuyu land, if it's from Luhya land, if from the Kisses, let that good person that with okay. Corruption in our place is so rampant. In Kenya is so rampant. But now, okay, at times, what examples do we learn even from these guys who are in power? They are given court orders, they don't respect them, they expect small people like us to respect all these things. So what we need is to local Kenyans, we are really suffering, and I don't know when we are going to get salvaged. But I think the BBI is not going to solve any of these things. What we need to put in place is just strong structures, more especially with the IEBC, that if
it's Collins who is going to be chosen to be the president. Nobody disputes correctly. Then from there we'll have a safer Kenya, no fights after the elections. Lastly, I think let me just leave there. If there is any question, that was what I think I had written down.
John Mugambi, do you have a question for Mashuki?
I think what he has made is more of a statement. I have no question for him.
Okay. Bernard, do you have any question for him? You're muted, please.
No question, only the aspect of let's remain in the middle of the road if we are going to address the issues of helping this country. And then Dr. Mazanga's take on the governors being ex-officials, I draw it from the historical reality. The stability of the Moi government was born out of the district commissioners.
And the PCs, yes.
Troublesome district commissioners, they would send there a guy called Raburu or Keguthia. Was he called Keguthia?
Kaguthi. Joseph Kaguthi.
Yes.
Yes.
And he would stabilize everything. And so him being a foreigner in a place, he had a command that will bring this community together and channel things to function. Now, when we now turned it into an elected post and has vested interest, it has its negative outcome, which we need to have a relook just from the doctor's advice. We may need to have a relook at it and help the country, not disintegrate into those tribal, because it is now becoming clear that if I'm from Kakamega, my governor is from Kakamega, all the nurses will be from Kakamega, all the doctors from Kakamega, like my sub-county hospital. All the nurses are the wives of the who is who in our locality. And then you go there. I remember there was a case where you go and an old woman has come for medical checkup and say, there is no medicine for you. The remaining medicine is for great grandchildren. You go home and wait to die. So all those things are born because of localizing everything and turning them not being professional offices. They become an extension of our village agenda. So it's a point that we need to consider.
Whatever you're saying is, it was said by Joshua Kutunyi and Isaac Ruto during the No campaign of 2010 in Rongai. I think I met them in Rongai, and they were saying the reason why they were rejecting the constitution was kila mtu atafanya kazi kwao. And that was the statement that they were making, Isaac Ruto, Joshua Kutunyi. Kila mtu atafanya kazi kwao. If you're not coming from that place, you will not work there. Jakes.
Yes, sir.
Nani amelala?
Ndeto has been sincering.
We need Ndeto in this because I think Ndeto is the only person who can talk on behalf of Tanga. I think he should maintain coming to this program, because if he's here, I know Tanga is safe. There are people who come here to talk for Tanga, but at some time they don't really have the facts. But I think Ndeto is a very good debater for Tanga, and I think we should also accept. Yes, I don't belong to that to that sect, but I know he represents his party well.
I don't want to dismiss me, Ashley.
I would not say Ashley is not in Tanga. Remember, Ashley is not a Tanga person.
But supporting UDA doesn't really mean to say Tanga.
No, Ashley is not in Tangatanga, and that is a fact. You are in Tangatanga, but you are not always supporting your party well, because sometimes you are not there to support.
all I don't do, I don't praise and worship.
Okay, so I know you came late, but you understood what we. Jex, welcome again after getting lost for very many days. We have not talked with you for many days, either private or in public. So
Not after my brother.
Yeah, do you have anything that you want to ask Mashuki? Amanda?
Watu wamepotea.
Pole nimechelewa. There's this other guy who was talking, the Machoine kind of, I think
back.
he's back.
Masanga is back.
Okay, Dr. Masanga is back. And I think coming of Dr. Masanga in this forum is going to be a very good thing to us, because we are going to call another person who will also be, I wish we get somebody from the Tangatanga so that we can get the good discussion. And okay, you can ask Dr. Masanga anything.
I have a lot to ask him. You know, I love watching him kwa KBC and other stations akikuja.
Good.
So
the field is yours.
I had to run away because my battery in my sitting room, the charger refused. That's why I've come on my bed. You can see me now. And I'm an old man.
We are going to have another 20 minutes to go. So, Jex, you are taking the questions. After that, we are going to have one round each, and then Dr. Masanga will close for us.
Okay, I know he does not support Ruto by any means, because I've always listened to him.
Yes.
But let's say in the event Babas has decided not to run, and he as David, in the event Ruto was the one running and maybe Musalia, who would be that running mate who would tilt in favor either of Ruto or Mudavadi? This is why I've omitted Baba, is because David is a strong supporter of Handshake and all. So I know if we just talk of Baba, that is a sure bet for him. But in the event we remove Baba from the equation and let's have Musalia and Ruto, who are the best running mates for these two, and what would justify his reasoning?
I don't want to lie to you. And I want to tell you the truth here.
Yes, sir.
Baba will be on the ballot.
That I'm sure.
That is what officially what I've been told.
Mm-hmm.
You don't forget, I am just an independent-minded man. You have seen me at the times calling on the president, to reshuffle to remove some people from cabinet, because they were causing more chaos. There was more rot. I have been saying on TV, there was need for fatigue evaluation. Because the government that cannot function, where you wake up a newspaper headline, it is talking the same. Theft. We have been firefighting all the time. I have not kept quiet and slept without defending. So for me, Baba will be on the ballot. Because the only good thing that happened for me in Kenya, which I'm going to tell my grandchildren, when I finally, because Ruto's people have already promised that once they win, I better get a ticket by 23rd of, they have told me that 23rd of August, I must get a ticket to get out. So I've agreed that it's okay. But for only thing that I would take home to my wife and tell her that I've been in Kenya and I did this, but I brought peace. Handshake. For the first time in Africa, someone in opposition conceded and started working together with the government. That for me, you can talk about, as Ashley said, all people have stolen. Whoever is a thief should be charged. But that thing stands out for me. Coming to your question, who should be a running mate? Whichever way you want. My people here, the Mugambis, that Mugambi you see, they know how to vote. This is not Ndeto is from, I assume is from down, is from the same area.
Yeah, I come from central Kenya.
Yeah, yes, they are talking
We are only
nicely
separated
here.
by the mountain.
Yeah. Ndeto, Mugambi, they are speaking here. But their voting pattern, I've learned it very well. It is gonna reach that moment. Even Mr. Ruto will cry tears. That is the truth. And if I were his strategist, I would first of all keep some money first. Don't spend it now. Because they will ask for it, it might not be there. The government would have squeezed all tight ropes. You can see the law they are bringing through the parliament about the what Chebukati is doing about spending.
Yeah, election spending.
Yeah, that could actually technically disqualify your candidate Ruto. Technically. And they nullify the whole election of his. So there are so many hurdles. I can't even tell you that who should be the running mate. Because the other man of Rocast, you call it Rocast or Locust? The minister, the former minister of agriculture who called Locust Rocast. You know, that one
Kinjuri.
cannot win a vote. Kinjuri cannot win a vote. Kuria, Moses Kuria, is a small playboy.
What do you think about Isaac Aloche?
I am coming.
Good.
Isaac Aloche where? Coming from which angle, Ashley? Where does Isaac, is Isaac in Central? Or where?
We are trying to make a country that is not, is tribeless.
He's tribeless. There's nobody who came from the moon. And therefore, I don't think Isaac...
In this forum, the way we are different tribes, but we are talking without fighting, and we are choosing you to be the speaker today. That's what I'm talking about. We all comes from tribes, but when we are choosing a leader that we are looking at the
Isaac,
content,
if
we're not looking at the tribe.
If Ruto teams up with Isaac,
no, we want
first
Isaac
of all,
clean.
if Isaac comes from
Isaac clean.
Raila's constituency.
No, actually, the question it was asked was, suppose Raila is not in the ballot, or if Raila is in the ballot, who is the best running mate for either Raila, Ruto, or Mudavadi as a president? Who is the running mate?
Oh, okay. I think Aluochia would not, is like Dr. Musanga. I don't think he would agree to team up with Ruto from what I heard in submissions.
Yeah, so that's what Dr. Masanga was asked. Who is the best as running mate? So, and he has started by analyzing the candidates, possible candidates from the central Kenya.
I think the Ruto and Mudavadi would go well together.
So let's see what Masanga says, because that's what we want to hear from him. If Raila is not in the ballot, so he's trying to analyze the central Kenya first, and then we see what goes on. Thank you. It's kind of we've lost him, and Jakes.
Yes, sir.
Still going on.
You know, whenever I listen to him, even on TV, he always makes me laugh. But anyway,
that's why we're telling you next time we may have. I want us to have Barack Muluka. if we can reach him, he is the right person to reach Dr. Barack Muluka. And he is the right person to reach for us the Dr. Herman Manyora.
You know, Collins,
Though,
you keep
how
talking
man
about
Manyora,
Mudavadi. I wonder why you
how
don't
man
see
Manyora is extremely.
biased. And
He is so, even when you listen to his clips, at times you ask yourself, he has nothing good for Ruto. He has
yeah, so
actually,
he's not
he's
he
more
doesn't
of
give a
a.
clear perspective. He's
Yes,
biased.
you want
He
somebody who
call,
has
he,
something good for Ruto or
But
who
no. I
analyzes
would want
politics
I would
generally.
want almost someone who is almost neutral,
and
because by
very
the end of
soon
the
we are
day,
going to call Cheruiyot because that's the person I
you
know
know,
talks what we
Bernard,
want.
at times things don't go the way you may predict, and eventually, after they don't go this how you predict, people at times tend not to trust you, and at times they even end up trashing you. You see, for
And you know,
example,
Collins, what we are not talking about is the Gideon factor. Gideon factor is going to be a thing in 2022. I see Mugambi shaking his head, but just
As
look
at
at
now,
the dominoes,
as
how they
at
are being played.
now, we don't think if Gideon is making. That's why we wanted Dr. Masanga to talk about
Just
this
keep
running
my
mates
notes.
because, yeah,
we'll
but that's
wait.
why we wanted Dr. Masanga to speak something about this running mate
you know,
things.
the reason that's why Collins I asked about the running mates, because all these pronouncements of everyone wanting to be president and all, they are just hyping the crowd so that eventually they will come claim at least a position, and
Yes.
if one is not strong enough to make number one, they will settle for number two. And at the moment, so many are there. The combinations are many. We can have Musalia Kalonzo, we can have Ruto Kalonzo, we can have Musalia Raila, we can have a Raila Gideon. There are so many combinations, yeah. And I think the running mate also might determine the victory of the presidency eventually, because any combination would really matter. And okay, I really don't want to say that you must combine with a central person so as to get the presidency. That one I really don't wish to kind of put my money there, because I believe if the president is strong, the running mate wouldn't really matter if he comes from a different region. So
You know, Jakes, where it matters,
yes.
if like Ruto chooses, if he chooses someone, you see these Kikuyus, they keep talking about their interests. So if he doesn't choose them, who is the most preferable person that they would not walk away from?
Yeah, that's my reasoning, because by the end of the day, it would work against him if he chooses someone directly from Central, because it will now give his opponents this one easy statement that it is now a tug of war, that it is only two tribes going for the top seat every time. So I think if his advisors are good, I don't really believe they would want to advise him to go for a central person. In any case, I think they would really convince the central or the mountain region of other positions or of a better bargaining deal more than the DP, because I think that one, if he dares goes the mountain way, I think he will seriously lose. That one you can take home, because
Yeah, yes.
yes.
Jakes, it is
But,
not. It is as if he has a choice. He
No.
has no choice.
Can you allow
He
Jakes
has.
to finish? Because I know somebody wants to roast Jakes. No, Jakes, just finish your point.
You know, my point comes from a very sound mind, given that I am a supporter of the DP, but I'm telling it as it is. You see, already the president roasted his goose when he said it is only two tribes that have ruled the nation. So if he dares goes, and you see, there's also still this other battle of the hustler dynasty thing, yeah. So you don't need to keep on adding fire or wood. You don't need to give woods to overwhelm you through the fire that your opponents will burn you with. So I really don't wish to say that he doesn't have options. I know he does, And at times I like what he says. He says people are pushing him, nini, but amejipanga. Meaning, he might have said or he might have shown some 1 or 2, 3 cards, but there are still some cards that he has and up his sleeves. And probably will begin seeing some of these things badai. You remember one time, I don't know if it's Collins or who, you remember this Kalasinga Majimbo from Ford, Kenya. One time when he was talking, he kind of supported Ruto, right? You remember? There were talks of this Oparanya guy. One time, Msali at times was kind of talking about it. There are rumors that next week there is a meeting between the two. I kind of believe or kind of see it working this way. He might look for someone who is still appealable to the mountain. You know, like Musalia, people have no issues with Musalia from the mountain. Actually, if we didn't have a Ruto option, somehow, Musalia would.
In 2017, I was someone here accused me of hating Raila. I was supporting Raila, and I remember someone telling me if they put Musalia, that was a Kikuyu, if they put Musalia on that ticket, they didn't even want Uhuru and Ruto, but had NASA put Musalia on the ticket, that person said the Kikuyus would have actually chosen to vote for them instead of vote for the Jubilee. That's why I think that Musalia would be a very good option.
You remember also
to consolidate the Kikuyus.
Actually, you remember also before Uhuru Ruto became a thing, the kitchen cabinet ya Kibaki, they kind of were working to have Musalia for presidency. You remember? You even remember we had this moment when Uhuru was not really sure he would make it. He was like wanting to support Musalia, and then in the morning he said he was not sure which devil attracted his thoughts. You remember that moment?
Yeah.
So Musalia might really be slightly safe with Ruto than Baba, especially when it would come to the mountain vote. So a combination of the two, I think, would really be a force to reckon with.
And he doesn't add to the ticket, but he consolidates the Kikuyu vote.
Yes, he really does. He really does, and he makes it more interesting, because that would mean the Luhyas might, as much as he will not get so much from the Luhya, but seeing one of their sons almost near the seat, and that.
That is not valid, Jakes. That one I'll give it to this morning.
Ndeto is having a very Ndeto is burning somewhere. Bernard, Ndeto
as
is
far as
burning.
the Luhya vote is concerned, except Musalia is the president and the DP is the DP. Maybe that will consolidate the Luhya vote.
But you see,
but
the
if
constitution,
Musalia goes to DP
Bernard,
to be deputy, the vote remains where it is. It is not going anywhere.
If you go back to the laws of the land, Bernard, if the laws of the land prohibit DP going back for that seat the third time.
That is why I'm saying the combination of Musalia and the DP is not working for that particular factor. And even if it does, it will disadvantage him. It may give him the mountain, part of the mountain, but the vote he may be looking for in the Luhya land, it will not come as long as Musalia is a deputy.
Can I say something on?
Okay, let me Ndeto is burning. Ndeto is burning. I think, I know Ndeto. I apologize. Dr. Masanga's battery has gone down. He was supposed to be answering your question. So I think Ndeto has a question. Ndeto has a question for Jakes. Please go ahead.
Okay. You know, Jakes, I have been supporting what you support, but I tend to differ a bit by saying that if Ruto will not pick a running mate from the central region, that this guy, if he will pick a running mate from a central region, he may end up losing. I differ with that because like there is this elder claimed kingpin, this Muturi. And if you have followed his politics, everywhere they are going, these guys are like somehow so similar with what Ruto is also selling. And even some of the followers, they are even calling him hustler. So you don't know, like 2013, what Kebake did, he was to endorse Uhuru, and he was to endorse Raila. But to evade from the dilemma, he said that Kenyans know who is the good leader. For him, he just pulled out. I also feel, we might think that President Uhuru is so much boarded with the Prime Minister. But next month or in the next 3 months, you hear these guys are no longer together.
Brilliant.
And where do you think? Because if you look, for instance, if you look at Kabuchai, for example, UDA participated in the by-election. Then there was Jubilee, and also there was ODM. And the ODM won with 8,000 and something votes. Jubilee had 7,000, and Ruto had almost 7,000.
Are you talking of Bonchari or Kabuchai? Because I don't think Jubilee had a candidate in Kabuchai.
Oh, Bonchari. Sorry. Thank you for correction. Bonchari. So, meaning, if the votes for UDA and Jubilee were combined, then they are so far ahead from what the candidate of ODM had. Politics is all about interest. And someone might be moved around the bush, then at the last minute, you hear Uhuru talking about, I promised, and that way I will not support Raila or Ruto. My people, just vote who you think is the best. And that's why I feel Mount Kenya vote cannot just be assumed. It's about 10 million. It's the largest in Kenya.
I agree with you, Ndeto, but a sober president, a sober leader would also not want to put you remember, I don't know if it was 2013 or 2017, it was 42 against 1. You remember that? And then eventually it became and then it became 2 against 42, or something like that. So I wouldn't wish, I don't think a president of Uhuru's caliber, as I look at him, I don't think he would encourage Ruto to go for a running mate from his backyard. He might create options for him, right? But I think what he's doing, he might prepare another force or another person to back Ruto, but still provide the central people to him. Like they negotiate, because by the end of the day, you don't want to create a situation where the other communities will feel kwani hii kitu ni ya watu tu wawili, una understand? Because if it rotate like that, believe you me, even me, I might be afraid to vote.
Jakes, let me before you come in,
Ndeto, I think you hold on so that Mugambi also asked the question, because you were to ask the question. Now you became the originator again. Now you are being asked a question by Mugambi. So Mugambi, can you ask Ndeto a question?
No, I think I'm dealing with Jakes, was the original.
Okay.
The one who started the conversation.
Okay.
Jakes, I want to make you understand one thing. In Central, there is this thing called Council of Eminent Persons in most of the sub-tribes in Mount Kenya region. If you come from that area, you understand what I'm saying.
Actually, it is only in Moranga. The other places there we have elders like Jurin Jeke. But in Moranga, it's where we have eminent persons of
Let me
Moranga.
tell you, eminent person is the English name of another thing of the council of elders, right? But those are perceived to be the elite. Are we together? So in 2013, when Uhuru said he is going to step down for Mudavadi, many people think that it is Uhuru who changed his mind. In the night that Uhuru said, I'm going to step down from Mudavadi, he was called back at the chamber and he was told this once. I'm telling you this one from the report and speech. Young man, we have business interest to defend as a region. So whichever way, you must be the president and we are going to support you to be the president. One thing, if there is a person between Raila and Ruto who is going to get a running mate from any of the sub-tribes around Mount Kenya, those people are going to rally against him. They may tell me that Mount Kenya, they are young, they are educated, blah, 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 blah. But remember, in Mount Kenya, we have the regional interests. If anyone assumes Mount Kenya and says, I can get a running mate from Western or wherever, when we hand the president, then we think that we are going to run the second bid.
Then Mugambi, allow me to interrupt you kidogo. Rooney, can you mute your mic? Okay, thank you. Mugambi, there's this, then this begs this question. Does it mean we will never lack a leader at either the first or second position from Central? Does that what you want to sell to Kenyans this morning?
So that is where I was coming from. Whoever asks much demands much. That's a general rule. So Mount Kenya, when you see Muturi from the east and Kabogo from the west fronting their interest for the presidency, before February next year, I'm telling you this one, keep it if you ask me next year, February. Those three regions are going to sit down with all the mushrooming political parties. They will front one man, either Kabogo or Muturi, to go and negotiate with the two horses. That is the Raila and the Ruto. Whoever gives us the second runner in the next year's elections is where we are going to put our vote, regardless of whether UDA is popular in Mount Kenya or not. About UDA, most of the leaders
I would wish to ask you a question.
Just wait before.
Just a moment. When Kibaki was on the seat, I don't remember Mount Kenya sitting down with people discussing the same. Actually, how Uhuru even became more, who came out more was because of Michuki's pronouncement, right? And eventually the ICC thing and all. So I don't think there were people who met to really make him the president so as to maintain Central's issue. Neither did Kibaki. So I think if truly it will reach that moment, I don't think Central Nwachoyo, I don't think so.
Jakes, what you don't understand is that the Central politics are done chini ya maji.
That is true. That is very correct.
Up here is
that is very
what
correct.
has been resolved. So Michuki was not speaking on his own evolution as
I agree. I agree with you, Bernard. Now, because the reason why I'm saying so is this: does it mean 2027 it is either Kikuyu second or first? 2032 it's either, I think it would be wrong to create such a nation. It is even, let me not use the word badly, but honestly, it's wrong. Nimbaya, ni makosa. We have 42 tribes in the country.
Jakes, we also have Teresa and Degwa. So, Mugambi, can you make your question short?
Let me ask Jakes a question. What do you understand by democracy? What do you understand by democracy?
It is a government for the people, by the people, do what and all. and all those
who wins? Who wins?
Teresa and Degwa amejitoa. And
who wins? It is all about the majority wins. Read about utilitarianism. That a few of us maybe may have a certain problem But because the interest lies with the majority, you will find maybe what covers the greatest good is what will be considered, not what falls under the majority. So if Mount Kenya will keep on procreating more and more, and even in 2027 we have 15 million votes, let me tell you, with Vihiga 350, and you are saying that you compare 10 million with 350, then I think that will be a straight race.
No, I think just a moment, Bernard.
Neto is sleeping on something.
Your facts are wrong because
Neto is sleeping on something. Mount Kenya has 10 million. That 10 million you're talking about is all the counties, including Meru, Embu, and let's say provincial central province, eastern province. You're taking the whole of it. And you're also taking part of Laikipia and part of Nakuru as Mount Kenya. So that is 10 million. So you can't take the whole of that 10 million and you're giving it with the Vihiga. Take it to the whole Western.
There's also this other thing, Collins. If you go back to the statistics, just one moment, the statistics showed us that Luhya is the second largest.
Yeah.
Yes. So you cannot just assume that it is only Vihiga people who support Salia. Honestly, I think when the push goes to the shovel, you never know. Politics, as they say, is a dynamic thing. Remember this. Just one moment. In 1997, Raila was not as powerful as today. He has grown over time.
Yes.
So at times, judging a politician by previous performance, you'll be lying to yourself. Why am I saying so? With time, a lot has changed. The Western people, the other day, when you listened to them talk, this is what they said. After the handshake, it's kinda they felt neglected. Having said that, that would mean they might have a change of heart.
Okay,
maybe not all, but a bigger chunk. Don't you think that might also help such a candidate who comes from Western to capitalize on the same and even giving him momentum to go for the second seat or no, if not the top seat?
Let me tell you something. Let me say something. But when Uhuru said we can't have two tribes leading Kenya, what he meant, right? If I'm the Kikuyu, then I give Ruto to be the president next year, it will be so unfair. But if we have Kikuyus, then we give to Raila, it will be now the third tribe leading Kenya, but our interests as Kikuyus and Mount Kenya are taken care of. But if we give Ruto, the rest of the community will go against us. That's what he meant. Not that he was to support Ruto in any way.
I think we are getting it wrong.
I'm telling you this one from the kitchen cabinet, not from.
We are getting it wrong. If we think like that, we are getting it wrong.
You know, yesterday when Muturi was in a meeting, yesterday Batwana, when Muturi was doing his tour, there's a guy who talked there, the current MP, and he said that Muturi was an MP before me, and I'm the person who inherited his member of parliament. And now we are telling them to go sit down, and Muturi is a hustler. So he goes and sit down na anatupeleka, alisema kwa Kiswahili, na kwenye anatupeleka ni kwa nani? Kwa Ruto. So as he's trying to galvanize his set, he is being posed as the second best, like the running mate to Ruto. Kabogo is also trying to make himself he's pretending that he wants to be a president, but no, he's just working on himself to be a running mate. How do you call the other guy? Moses Kuria. He's also trying so that he's seen strong, so that he be given the running mate. Whatever is happening in central Kenya is they know for sure that they have to be a running mate. But who is this going to be the running mate? That's what they're trying to do. Ashley? Oh, Ashley's
I'm here.
So you have understood what JX is talking, and it's the same thing what Ndeto is talking, and Mugambi. So it's like the guys in central Kenya, the Mount Kenya, they're not fighting to be president, but they're fighting for like which party gives us the running mate. And now we have known that they should get the running mate according to them. Now, who is the best candidate from Central?
Well, I haven't personally. I've seen that would be them being very unwise. And that is why I say they choose. I know Mudavadi would be a good. Let me tell you, Mudavadi is as good a running mate as any Kikuyu they would choose, and even better because they would not repulse the other people that they need to come. The little additions they need to make up the number. So if they are wise, they will not seek to have a Kikuyu running mate. They will seek someone neutral. If Mudavadi would agree to go with Ruto, he would be as acceptable. And I don't think many would leave Ruto unless those ones who wanted to be running mates that were not chosen. But the voters would not leave to go somewhere else because that's a Kikuyu. I think Mudavadi is acceptable in Central. That's my opinion.
Now, if Mudavadi is not chosen and he says that he wants to be the president, let me put something here. Uhuru can help Ruto, not directly. Uhuru can help Ruto by supporting somebody to stand as a third force so that they deny Raila the votes from this other side. You know what you don't understand,
Collins? Raila has a very big, powerful voice in Nyanza. Uhuru doesn't.
Okay, you are not understood me.
You're saying he can help. He can do nothing. Even an MCA,
no,
he cannot.
You have not understood me. So please, let me just come up again. Uhuru does not need to support Ruto straight, okay?
Yeah.
But if he's not supporting Raila, and because he wants to pretend that I'm neutral, okay? So he can help Ruto by doing this, supporting another candidate, so that this candidate will get a chunk from the NASA backyard as Ruto retains the Central and the Rift Valley that is claiming. So by supporting another candidate, they can support another candidate. Now we are asking you, like, suppose Ruto is to choose his running mate from Central. We know guys coming up from Central. So in your own opinion, leave Mudavadi out of the coast, because I know Mudavadi may be supported by these Central guys so that at least he can get the chunk of Western, so that Raila is denied the position to take the Western. So on your own volition, do you think there is a person in Central Kenya, and we have very many candidates, everybody wants to be there, including Mwangi wa area?
I don't know. I don't know anybody personally. Nobody comes to mind.
Okay. There is Mwangi wa area wants to be president, is really struggling. There is also Martha Karua wants to be a running mate.
Maybe Martha, but you know, I don't know whether Martha can work with the Ruto.
In politics, anything is possible.
Collins, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you refer to Ruto and Rift Valley, are you referring to entire Rift Valley or Ruto and the Kalenjin's votes? Because even Raila has a good influence in Kajiado, Narok, and the kind of Saburu.
That is true.
Part of Rift Valley. So what are you referring as Rift Valley votes?
His part that he can get, because for him to be a president, he must get 85% of this Rift Valley, which is not very easy.
Meaning it is Kalenjin plus the Maasais plus the Samburus and the rest,
including the Luos and the Kikuyus. We say, like, we want to give him the basket, and we say he has a Rift Valley. Like we say Raila has Nyanza, and Raila doesn't have
when you say that way, in Rift Valley, Ruto can just command 1.2 million votes from the past experience that we have seen him commanding.
Yes.
So if we can command 1.2, for example, then we go to the other side of Nyanza, Baba commands whatever he commands. Then let's take Mount Kenya, they take half. Go to coast. Who commands in coast as at the past?
Raila commands the better part of the coast.
Let's go to northeastern. There is Kanu, there is ODM, and the part of Ruto, right? Looking away from Mount Kenya, in the remaining part of Kenya, Raila is beating Ruto foot down.
That's why I said the other time that for Ruto to become a president in 2022, I said it, he must get 85% of votes from Central. Anything below 84% is putting him in problem.
And that tells us that if Ruto treasures Mount Kenya so much, he should give them the better option that he has.
That is the vice president, the deputy.
In case he gives them the running mates,
yes,
it again destroys his arithmetic from other 42 tribes of Kenya. So
and that's why we are asking you, who is the best candidate from Central Kenya?
In whichever way, Ruto is in catch 22.
Okay, I think you are a medic, so stop it. Oh, okay. That's
just a moment. Trying to deny
just a moment, Bernard.
Yes,
I think it's not true to to summarize Ruto as Mugambi has done. I want to remind him of URP. I want to remind him because I love facts kidogo. If you remember URP, TNA had I think 80 something MPs, then ODM, then URP followed closely with 73. A vast of the MPs, most of them came from the pastoralist community. So Northeastern is not fully ODM.
Northeastern is mostly KANU.
I've said KANU.
It's mostly KANU and also URP. ODM actually did not really gather much from that side. The other thing, like Kipi, I can tell you for free, is a TNA zone fully, or rather Jubilee. There is no any other party in that region. I come from that side. I know so much about Laikipia. Actually, if there's the other place you have mentioned is Samburu. Samburu went with Jubilee. Narok divide. Yeah, count the number of MPs from Jubilee. There are many. There are more than those in ODM.
I think Jubilee or TNA.
Because initially it was JAP. You remember it was JAP. It was Jubilee Party. It was JAP. Then it became Jubilee, the coalition of all those parties. So basically, what am I trying to bring up? Don't assume, and that's the mistake we make. We judge the past thinking that these candidates have not grown. You see, if you judge Raila from 1997, you may almost call him a weakling. But look at him, he has grown over time. Same to Ruto. Ruto might perform so well in areas you never expected. For example, coast. Don't despise him. Actually, someone said, I think it was Ayaga, assume Ruto at your own peril, given you might think he's not making inroads. He is. Why? According to the latest statistics, the new voters will be voting in 2022. It is an age bracket between 1999 and 2004. By 2022, they'll have attained the age of 18 and they'll be the new voters. They don't know much of the history Mugambi you speak of. They don't know so much of the rebellions and all. Most of them relate to any leader who sings their vibe. And that population would also be a determining vote, that youthful population. The other vote that you need also to understand that will be a determining vote is the central vote. Why? This time around, they don't have a lead candidate at the very front. So that also will speak a lot. The other thing you also need to remember, most governors are going home because it is the second
We are having 8 minutes. We are having 8 minutes and Mutembeya said...
Let me make my final submission.
So can everybody make...
I'll not talk after this.
Okay.
But
Jex, you will pray for us.
It's okay. So
thank you.
The election 2022, it will have so many dynamics different from the previous ones. So let's not look down on any candidate. A lot will come into play. We have governors, the second-term governors who are seeking to be president in the near future. They would want to put a dent. I'm sure they not do a lot, but they would want to put a dent so that they make it to conversations in the near future of being presidents. So
the dynamics that will play in 2022 are not so easy to really say this is what exactly will happen. A lot will happen, given that even NAS itself has disintegrated. You never know what pairing will happen. What if you hear Kalonzo Musalia choosing to support Ruto? That will change the dynamics as you know it. So don't sit pretty and dismiss Ruto, because even them, the leaders themselves, they know he's the man to beat. So Mugambi, don't just say that he commands at one point. You'll be shocked.
Okay. Okay.
That can
Thank you.
come as a shocker. I
Thank you.
think I should end there.
So to part tonight, I want to echo 2 points. Number one, it is the 2013 elections when they are setting to presidency of Ruto and Uhuru in 2013 was out of faith, or the ITC case. People gave them a lot of sympathy votes, and they were retaliating against the ICC. So if maybe URP got vote across the country, that's another thing to discuss, whether it was the sympathy vote or it was a genuine vote. Now, as Jakes have said, 2022 will have so much changes, and we have a lot of dynamics to consider as we go towards 2022. And in February, there will be 2 major coalitions. One of the coalition will be led by Raila Odinga and his people. The other coalition shall be led by Ruto and his people. If Ruto assumes that he does not want a coalition, that will be the end of him. To finish, whoever has the coalition of Mount Kenya and gives them the better deal, he or she stands to get better votes than the opponent. Thank you.
Okay.
Ashley,
What I would like to say, sorry. What I would like to say as I conclude also is, remember, the reason why Ruto has many followers is because people are easily identified with him. So we may assume that the running mate factor could play a big role, but we find it is opposite. That whether he chooses a running mate, like for example, in Central, because I have done some surveys, people are clearly saying whether he chooses a person from here or not, we shall give UDA. So the running mate factor, let us not appraise it so much and forget that this guy, everywhere he is going, he is meeting with low class people who are women and also youth who are the majority in this nation. So the way he is befriending them, whether he picks a running mate from their place or not, you may find it's a sure deal that my vote, I will give it for deputy president. Full stop.
Next, we have Ashley. Ashley. Okay, Ben. Yes.
The running mate factor cannot be wished away, especially for Ruto. And he has a lot of brainstorming to do, because whichever person he settles for as running mate will have repercussions from one end or the other. Secondly, picking anybody from Western, like Oparanya for running mate, will not translate into vote automatically, especially if Baba is running. Because if he gives the second slot, Ruto gives the second slot to anybody in Western, it's very difficult for him to. The only way to change the dynamics of the Western voting bloc is when there is a coalition and is led by their son. That may interfere with the voting pattern. But if not, it will not work. Like in 2013, Mudavadi ran, and he couldn't change any voting pattern from the place, despite the fact that he is the son of the soil. So it is going to be a hard nut to crack for Ruto to decide to get a running mate from elsewhere. Like we have said here, the mountain vote is only decided eve to the elections. So nobody has it yet. Anybody claiming to have it is lying to himself, or he's claiming to, he doesn't understand the history of the voting pattern of the mountain. The mountain will agree the night before the vote, and they will vote as if they slept in the one house. So anybody counting those votes right now, he doesn't understand the mountain, he doesn't understand their voting pattern, and he's self-deceiving himself. We are giving him free advice. The inroads that Ruto is making in other places, he's hardworking, yes. He's given every effort to get the votes, but his strategy is wrong. He's not applying the strategy that is giving people lasting results. And when people are going to vote now, like when the campaign opens up and then the campaign of the opposition begin to poke holes into what he has been doing, it will be so easy to overturn it within no time. So he needs to change his strategy and begin to give people something that people can count on, not these false hopes and false promises that he is known for. In fact, if I was Ruto, I would run away from false promises because they have already implicated him from 2013 to 2017. He has a lot to deliver. So he should not be approaching the aspect of promises. He should be arriving with the bread and begin to distribute. No promises of the future anymore, because he's owing Kenyans a lot as far as promises are concerned. So that's an area he needs to avoid, the same way he's avoiding the discussion on corruption. He needs to avoid promises completely and begin to chart a different discussion altogether if he wants Kenyans to trust him and give him the leadership of this country. On the other hand, it is not do or die for Ruto in 2022. He needs to get that loud and clear. It is not do and die for him in 2022. He needs to appreciate the fact that he can run and lose, then he will run again. So he doesn't have to put his thorax in it and everything he has into this particular race. As much as the stakes are high, he needs to have that leeway of understanding that he can even dish it to somebody else. Now that there are other cases rising up against him, he doesn't need to be the only one running. And also his team also, he needs to have somebody who can step into his shoes in case he's not running. From the look of things, there are people around him that cannot fit in his shoes in case he's not running. And so he needs to work so hard to secure his team in such a way that in case things are not going his way, his team will still win because he has a captain, deputy captain, and people who are promising that Kenyans can follow them even without him. If he doesn't change that strategy, there isn't much for him. Paul.
I think I can talk before I get it back to Mugambi, because I think Mugambi should be closing for Mugambi and Jakes, correct?
To close Mugambi had finished.
Okay, my final talk may be like Ruto's presidency or the next presidency of Kenya depends on 3 factors. Number 1 factor is, who is your running mate? That's one of the things. And the number 2 thing is Raila on the ballot? The absence of Raila in the ballot will make the central votes not to be in the ballot. The central Kenya will only vote well if Raila is in the ballot. So Raila must be on the ballot for Ruto to be president, depending on who he chooses as his running mate. So he has 2 matrices to balance. Number 1 is to ensure that Raila runs so that he can get the turnout. Number 2, he has to ensure that he has a good running mate who, even if he's from outside Central, but he will make sure that he has the votes. The third one is for the Ruto's presidency to be there must be a third force. And the third force must include Joho in that third force. So they must make sure there is a third force. The third force will have to interfere with Raila's votes or any other person who is if Raila is not in the ballot. The absence of Raila in the ballot will deny Ruto's presidency. So anytime he's waking up in the morning, he must make sure that he pushes Raila to say that I'm vying. If he doesn't do that, he must make sure that Raila keeps saying that he's vying. The absence of Raila in the ballot is the absence of Ruto's presidency. Because any other person that stands as a president will choose, and that one will make the votes in the central Kenya to go down. That is a fact. The next fact that we must know is Kenyans are not electing people on issues. Kenyans elect people on the class, like who is for us. So that said and done, we must make sure that we remain peaceful in the country and we are not so much personal with this politics. Any other thing that happens next will be seen as it has passed. As at now, we remain together. A presidency of Mudavadi is so much pegged on the Raila's absence. Any presence of Raila in the ballot will never see Mudavadi get more than 500,000 votes. But absence of Raila in the ballot will not see Ruto become president. Remember, Raila said, Ruto will need me if he wants to be president. Raila may not be there to be a president. He may be there to scare people so that he will be scaring people from central Kenya so that Ruto can get the presidency. So anytime Ruto should pray that Raila be on the ballot. It's only unfortunate if Raila chooses somebody from central to be the deputy, then Ruto chooses somebody from outside central, then Ruto will not be a president. So he has three things that must happen for him to be president. He has three things. Number one, presence of Raila in the ballot. Number two, a third force. Number three is Mudavadi's absence. And number four is who he chooses as his running mate. So he must work on that. If I was his advisor, I would tell him very clear that he maintains that the central Kenya must have half of the cabinet. If he's going to be the president, he must give the Mount Kenya people half of the cabinet, even if he's not giving them the running mate. And it must be written and deposited with the register of political parties. Again, he must form a coalition. UDA alone cannot win election. That's my take. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe I'll add a question anyone can answer. What do you think is happening to Kingi? He was missing during Baba's tour. Amason Kingi, governor of Kilifi. What is happening with him?
But when Baba was there, remember Uhuru was coming to his county. So I think the crashing of the event facilitated his absence in Baba's tour in Coast.
No, Baba has been there twice and he has not been seen anywhere near him. Anyway, food for thought.
Yeah, I also
King is leaving office. He's a second-term governor. He has very little to do with the future direction of Kilifi politics. I don't think, although he had talked about going back to this, what is it called, Kadu. Chama cha ushirika. There was something like that.
Yes.
But that will not even take off because he left there before he came to ODM. So I don't think there is much he can do. Because Baba is already working with Mungaro to make him the governor in his place. And Baba will always get somebody less than you and build them up. So ana mambo mingi. If I advise Kingi and Joho wakuje Nairobi watafute kiti hapa, wachukue moja ya MP hapa, watawale capital city kwanza, ndio warudi kuuliza urais.
Okay, I don't know what the constitution says, but Collins, can someone stop being a governor of Mombasa and go look for governorship in Kakamega?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Not governorship in Kakamega.
No, governor, you can't. I don't think so.
Governorship you can't.
can
If you have
only
served 2
stand.
terms, that's all.
You can only
No, I'm
stand for a
asking,
governor twice in your location. But if you go to another location, the law does not bar you. Anything that the constitution is silent about is consent. Yes.
Because I was thinking, you see, this is why I'm asking. There's this is he called Mweke? This guy who was deputy for Kidero.
Yes.
Who want to go to
I'm
Kitui?
forgetting his name.
Mweke.
Jonathan Mweke.
Mweke says he's going for Kitui. So that got me thinking, can you be a governor after your 2 terms? You shift, let's say Joho decides to go to Kakamega, then Oparanya decides to go to Murang'a, then Wairia decides to go to Kiambu.
Let me solve your case. Today, Kidero was the governor of Nairobi, correct?
Yes, he wants to be in Homa Bay.
He was a governor 1 term. If he goes to Homa Bay and becomes a governor, he will go for 2 terms. Does it mean that he has not gone 3 times?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me ask you, what does the law say? Does it say a governor cannot be...
Actually, the law says consecutive terms.
Consecutive. In one place.
It means consecutive. The law does not go beyond consecutive.
My question is, Collins, does it specify the place or just 2 terms?
That's why I'm saying if the constitution is silent about something, it's consent. The constitution is not telling us that you cannot. That's why Waititu alitoka Nairobi yake.
The reason that's why I'm asking you that is because when you become a governor, then your term ends. Wherever you go, you'll carry your title as the former governor, right? Does the constitution talk about the locality or you as a person?
No,
but Mugambi, if that were true, Kidero would not be seeking a governorship in a different place.
No, for Kidero, he had just for one term in Nairobi. So he's going for a 2nd term in Nyamira or wherever he is going. So my point is, if he runs those 10 years, is he eligible for another 5 years in the same place that he's going?
Yes.
The law is silent on that.
Yes, the law is silent on that. And if it's not in the law, then that means it's possible.
So when it talks 2 consecutive terms, does it specify for a given county or just 2 consecutive terms?
It's consecutive.
You read it, it's consecutive for one place. Remember, it is saying must be a voter within that county.
Let me get the constitution.
Yes.
Please do.
Must come
then
from
is
that
other
county.
Question I'm asking Collins,
Yes.
After 2 consecutive, then we have another governor. Can that governor come back again after like 2 terms?
Yes, it's not consecutive. So even today, if Uhuru was a president before and he wanted to vie, if suppose he was a president during the Moi's time, the 2002, akatolewa 2007, if today he wants to vie, it is just that dignity that is going to lose akipoteza uchaguzi. That is why Mohamed Buhari was a president, but he could not come back.
What is happening in Russia?
Yeah, that's the same thing. You
Vladimir
remember
Putin has rotated, I think, twice.
Yeah, Putin has not been president for a long time. You remember? And remember, Ariel Sharon was a prime minister. He went and left it after Netanyahu, and he came back again. So even if this Netanyahu, who was just overthrown the other time, who was impeached, you remember Netanyahu has been president 3 times. He was a president, he was a prime minister, left, became a prime minister again, and remember he was also a governor before. So like he has been rotating between the 2 positions because the law does not allow him to go twice. So he can go. For today, if Joho wants to be a governor in Nairobi, it is possible. It is possible. It's only that, are you able to marshal that support? That's what Kidero is trying to show them, that I can be elected in Nairobi, again That's why, did you see that Waititu wanted to be a governor in Nairobi?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And even today, if Sonko wants to be a governor in Machakos, it can really cause a lot of chaos in Machakos. And it's only that he will have court case barring him because he had another court case. But if you were just elected, you were just not elected, then you can get another position again.
Okay.
It's possible. Yeah.
Okay. Sawa. See, we wrap it up as Mugambi. The next time we meet, that should be your research. Utatuambia.
I will give you the definite answer.
Yeah.
And Nani, Ndeto, are you able to get for us any? Because somebody who can come to this forum is Ndindi can come to this forum. Ndindi Nyoro can come to this forum. And I know Moses Kuria can come to this forum. Those two people, I am sure of them.
Wekesa can get these people. Wekesa can do it. Mtembei can do it. I know they can if they want.
Okay.
And we want also Professor Manyora because we want him to come here. I also need, if somebody who can reach Cheruiyot. I know Wekesa can reach Cheruiyot, Aaron Cheruiyot.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Wekesa can reach Aaron
but
Cheruiyot.
I think one of the best analysts mwenye wanapenda mwenye si nini sana ni anaitangwa Bigambo ama Bijambo.
Mugambo.
Sijui nani, I'm forgetting his name. Now anakuja KTN.
Even Weda is very good.
I'm forgetting his name. Something Bijambo, someone there. That guy, when you listen,
the one who talks when Weda is there, we are always there with Weda and Linda Ogutu.
No, achana na huyo nani, achana na huyo anakuanga na Weda. Achana na Weda huyo mwenye anakuanga na Weda. There is this guy who comes kwa politics. This is inside politics.
Oh, the young guy.
Yeah, Bigambo. Javas Bigambo.
Oh, I know him. The one who was in Dubai the other time.
Yeah, Javas Bigambo is very neutral. At times debate nataka mse mwenye ata criticize both sides positively and negatively without really showing. At times Mark Bichachi tries, at times he's very partisan. Unajua. But anyway, we'll have them soon. It was good to have all of you. I'm not able to see the chat kwa sababu niko kwa simu. Saizi I'm in bed. But maybe I can try. Let me see if I can try to say hello to someone too. Oh yeah, I can. There's Oji, there's Nyambiro Chieng, there's Patrick Awor Omango. Thank you so much for being part of us today. Desai Ogada, Santi Sana, Patrick Kizito, we see you. There was
Blessed 254. Said 254.
And then there's also Zakaria. There is also Fabian Adriano. There is Dennis Jackie.
Neto mute, please.
And many others who joined us, and those who came to the panel today. We want to thank you so much. It has been good. We wish to do this some other time, probably on Friday, if hakutakuwa na anything serious during the week. But to all the panelists, Akina Collins, Mugambi, Ndeto, Ashley, and the many who came and made this show a success. Thank you so much.
Don't forget Patrick Mushiri. He's saying that I undermined Ndeto when he didn't ask his question was not answered.
Even mine was left hanging.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and pray for us, please.
Thank you so much. Let us pray, everybody. Our Father in heaven, in the name of Jesus, we choose to glorify your name this precious morning, this being the 2nd of August 2021.
Don't take it for granted. The Bible says that it is a good thing to thank the Lord, and we thank you for you have made it possible for us to see this day. We choose to rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for the good health in everybody, and even those who are sick, we pray for recovery and God's touch upon them in the name of Jesus. We declare that they are whole and well in Jesus' name. For the Bible says, by the stripes of Jesus we are healed. We declare the blood of Jesus that sanctifies and heals. We ask that you may bless and redeem our nation. We bring repentance, for we have sinned and have fallen short of your glory. But we pray, O God, that you may remember mercy. Have mercy upon our land. Heal our land, O God, from all our iniquities and transgressions in the name of Jesus. Bless every member and every person who made time to be with us through their comments and through their talk that they had. We pray that if there are words that didn't glorify you, God, we repent. But above all, we ask that you may bless every member of this group. In the name of Jesus, bless Mtembei, even as he always works so hard to coordinate and do all this. We pray that you may bless him, bless every panelist who makes time for this. My Lord and God, we also pray for the political arena. We pray that, God, may we find leaders who have found favor at your sight, oh God, and may we be led by thee as we choose them, my Father God. Not let us be led astray, and as we choose them, my Father, may wisdom prevail in the name of Jesus. We pray for peace, even during the elections. We pray that, God, you may protect us, keep us from all harm that the enemy may be preparing. For this is what we know, that there is no weapon forged against us that shall prosper in the name of Jesus. Kenya belongs to you, and indeed we are a nation that knows our God. The Bible says, blessed is the nation that knows God. We are blessed because we are in you, and you are for us, and nothing and no one can be against us. It is through your name that I pray. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen and amen and amen. Thank you, people. You have been so good. Asanteni sana.
Thank you.
Yeah. See you. Badai. God bless you, everybody.
See you on Wednesday.
Yeah. Bye.
Who is logging out? Mutembe?
Yeah. Utamcall and him call.
Just call him. I know he's online.
Yeah, he is.
Haya, asanteni sana watu. Good night.
Sawa, asante Mtembei. Unakuwa tu nyuma ya curtain unangojanga hii time.
Haya, asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Mtembei.